NDTV Emerging Business Conclave 2026, where our theme for the day is Building the Businesses of Tomorrow. India stands at a defining moment in its economic journey. Around the world, supply chains are being redrawn, AI is transforming industries at an unprecedented pace, climate commitments are reshaping the way businesses produce, invest, and grow, and digital technologies are creating entirely new markets and opportunities. And in the midst of these global shifts, India has emerged as one of the world's most exciting growth stories, not simply participating in the global economy, but actively helping to shape its future. And at the heart of this transformation are India's entrepreneurs and MSMEs. MSMEs, or emerging businesses, account for nearly a third of our GDP, employ over 200 million people, and are increasingly embracing technology, innovation, sustainability, and are keenly exploring global markets. Alongside them, startups are redefining industries, family businesses are reinventing themselves for a digital era, and a new generation of founders is building companies with global ambition from day one. But the questions before us are equally significant. How do Indian businesses harness AI while keeping people at the center? How do they scale responsibly in an increasingly competitive world? How do they build global brands, attract capital, create quality jobs, and remain resilient amid rapid technological and geopolitical change? These are the conversations we hope to spark today. Over the course of this conclave, we will hear from policymakers who are shaping India's economic future, entrepreneurs who are building transformative enterprises, investors identifying tomorrow's opportunities, and industry leaders who have successfully navigated disruption and change. So, on behalf of NDTV, thank you all for joining us. Ladies and gentlemen, once again, welcome to the NDTV Emerging Business Conclave 2026, which is co-powered by LIC Housing Finance Limited, FTC Electrol, Paramount Wires and Cables, Sambhav Steel Pipes and Tubes, Swasthi, Sweetie Mouth Freshener, JK Super Cement, Rosa Herbal Care, Lounge Partner Gallant TMT Rebars and Cement, Tourism Partner Delhi Tourism, Impact Partners Adani Renewables, Adani Energy Solutions, Adani Ports and Logistics, Special Partner Chaudhary Charan Singh International Airport, Lucknow, Associate Partners Shri Badrinath Vaikalpik Urja Limited, P-Mark Oil, Zalim Lotion. And now, let's begin our journey towards building the businesses of tomorrow. Now, when we talk about rapid technological shifts, geopolitical uncertainty, and constantly evolving market realities, the core anchor for any enterprise is leadership. So to unpack what it takes to lead through change, we are incredibly honored to host a true trailblazer of the corporate world, a Padma Shri awardee, and one of the global icons of financial and business leadership. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome to the stage Ms. Naina Lal Kidwai. She will be in conversation with my colleague, Vedika Sood. Please.
Thank you, Anasuya. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to the NDTV Emerging Business Conclave 2026. It's fitting that we begin today's conversations with a discussion on leadership, because in a world being reshaped by technology, by geopolitics, and economic uncertainty, leadership has never mattered more. Few people have helped shape India's corporate and financial landscape as profoundly as our first speaker. Please join me in welcoming Naina Lal Kidwai, Chair of the India Sanitation Coalition, for a fireside chat on leadership in an age of disruption. Always a pleasure to speak to you, ma'am. Let's start with your expertise over the last 4 decades, ma'am. When you entered the corporate and financial world, how different is it from what it is today in terms of the challenges? What are you most optimistic about when you look at India's story today compared to when you go back those decades when you entered this, industry?
So over 40 years ago to today, there are huge changes. But the one constant has, of course, been change itself. What is less constant is the sheer speed of that change. So what we see today are the disruptions that will come with AI. But let me tell you that when I started work, we didn't have computers the way they work today. We didn't have laptops. We didn't have mobile telephony. We waited to get into office to get messages. We had fax machines. So technology has evolved, and we all learned to evolve with it. I think the key today is the speed, as I mentioned, and in order to keep up with this pace of change and not be fearful of the messaging, I think what happens is, particularly with the speed of social media, the fear syndromes get very amplified in terms of, my goodness, what does this mean for me? What does this mean for jobs? Do I get disrupted? Do I go out? But look at what happened even in COVID. You saw the alcohol makers pivot to sanitizers. Those that didn't fell away. And what really emerged was the opportunity. The apparel makers that shifted to the suits that would be used in hospitals. The fact that you had the cake and biscuit makers who supplied to hotels moved hugely online into the retail market. And so the Mama Earths and others actually grew and evolved. We today take for granted now the online delivery system, but COVID was that big pivot in terms of moving it forward. So for every disruption, there is an opportunity. The key is, and it has always been so, maybe even more so now. So what we need is the resilience, because you will fail, there will be problems, you may even have a year of issues if you aren't agile enough to change. But those that succeed will take that opportunity with both hands and, in fact, evolve to the future. So resilience and agility, and I was just at the Harvard Business School on a panel there, and this is the constant messaging. So how do you build a resilient and agile organization? How does each individual that work with you be resilient and agile? And leadership is no longer about strategy alone, where we would do strategic plans over 10 years. Now you're lucky if you have a strategy that even evolves the way you see it over the next 2 years. You can't not have a strategy, but nor can you stay stuck on a strategy that you cast and not pivot and change as you go along. So you have to have 360-degree vision, forget 180-degree vision, to see where that next bus is going to come from to hit you, but also how you can embrace every opportunity that presents itself. So it is a different world. It's a much scarier world, but I think it also presents its own opportunities.
True. Ms. Kidwai, you've led global financial institutions, you've advised governments, you've served on corporate boards as well. If you have to define leadership today in one sentence, what would that be?
One sentence. So I work a lot with MSMEs. I'm currently an advisor to Lightspeed Ventures. I work with larger corporates through the private equity world, working as I do as chair of Rothschild, and also the private equity world with TPG and Advent and others. So I am very struck by the kind of leaders we have coming through the system, more youthful, sometimes not even experienced in terms of leading organizations. And so some of the failures we've seen, particularly in the startup world, have come from folks with great ideas, but folks that have not run organizations.
Is that a concern today?
It is a concern. And I think for those of us that are working with these organizations, it's also building their ability to scale, their understanding of governance, because you have seen that those that didn't get it right have really fallen from the pinnacles that they rose to nothing. And it can take years to recover once you have been seen as someone that doesn't have good governance, once you lose the trust and confidence of your investors. So while you drive and ride that technology wave, while you show the way with the wonderful disruptions that we have seen, equally to not forget the old principles of governance, as that being corporate governance, talent, and how you hang on to talent and grow that talent, and performance, where performance is not just about growth for growth's sake, It's not just top-line revenue. It's not short-termism. You need the long-term performance. You need to have the light at the end of the tunnel in terms of where does that profit emerge. I mean, we have seen a few examples of companies that are just pouring money there and continuing on that growth agenda. And, you know, Elon Musk has been one of those as well. So I'm not saying that pursuing revenue alone is really an issue in itself, but the success can only be measured where at the end of it, you are going to have EBITDA, you are going to have profit, you are going to be able to pay your employees in shares, but also in terms of the cash and the take-home salary that they would like as well.
An interesting question. What has changed most about leadership today ever since you stepped into a leadership role?
Yeah, I think, you know, even if I look back over 40 years, and I heard this Jack Welch, who was then head of GE, speak about this as well, how he talked about how he evolved from a very autocratic, hierarchical system into a much flatter structure at GE. So we have all evolved over the years as leadership goes. And I think the change today is that evolution is not an issue at all. It must be about evolution, but having different leadership styles for different situations. So adapting, being able to lead from the front, but equally to be able to push from behind. And I'll give you an example of that. I think the biggest challenge today as we look at leadership in the AI world is going to be how leadership enables its employees, how leadership enables the company to skill itself. Now, there's no point saying, oh, we all have to be AI adept. As a leader, I must provide the platform for people to train, to give them the time to do it too. And it's not as if, oh, you have to go do it, but here are the programs, I'm going to send you out to do it, and this is the way I am going to help you evolve so that you aren't the one that gets hit by the bus and falls by the wayside. So leadership is going to be as much about skilling your talent and your people in a way that they can be, in fact, moving the organization along. Because unless AI is in the DNA of the organization, it's not going to work. And I sit on a global board of the world's biggest building products company, and you would think, now this is a very boring business, you know, they make cement, they do cladding and roofing, well, how does AI work there, right? But if you look at the way these engineers have recast themselves in the production system, for example, there are sensors in process industries that tell you when some part of the plant is overheating, is going to need shutdown, is going to need maintenance. This would typically be 2 weeks to a month ahead of a catastrophe. So you had time to do this. Today, by using AI data, and they've done parallel runs, you will get this information 6 months in advance, and maybe over time, maybe even a year in advance. And what does that do? It means you can have planned shutdowns. It means you don't have to do emergency shutting of plants. Imagine what that means to cost, to productivity, to planning. And it is, how is this developed? This did not come from outside consultants. These were engineers working in the organization on the one side, data that was already in the organization, and the IT and computer experts who pulled this together in an analysis and way and then proved that the machine that was going to shut down, needing to be shut down in 6 months, would actually need to be shut down, because you almost have to prove it before you actually move to it, because AI will give you a lot of information. How do you distill it? How you use it is going to be important. So the solutions are going to come from our employees, from people who work with us. And leadership has to be one which enables people, where the rubber hits the road, to throw up these ideas, and for the system, the IT systems and the experts, to be able to give those solutions to those that have identified problems, or for those who come up with ideas to embrace them and move forward. So much flatter organizations, much more innovation, much more in the DNA of the organization that enables technology to support this growth.
You know, we're talking about AI and leadership. We're living through an era of AI. We're living through an era of geopolitical uncertainty and rapidly evolving business models. In such situations, Ms. Kidwai, can leadership actually be taught, or is it forged during moments of crisis?
I think the test of leadership comes in moments of crisis, but leadership is, I think it's in all of us. It is really a very people-centric leadership today that is required, which means, do you have the EQ to embrace the people who work with you? Do they trust you? Are you transparent in the way you deal with them? Are you fair? Do you pay adequately? How are you able to create an organization of engaged employees? We've always measured engagement in the organizations I worked in. Outside consultants come in, they do studies, and we would reward our teams, people who worked with me, for me, basis the engagement scores of their team. So what creates an engaged employee? In the field today, there's very high attrition in some sectors. It's very difficult to run an organization where people are turning over every year. An engaged organization are those where people stick and stay because they're proud to work with you. They see the opportunity. People don't just move for money. There's unfortunately too much of that, but people don't just move for money. People move because often they don't like the culture of the organization or they have a bad boss. So how do you create leaders at every level? I might be thinking that I'm a great leader, but I'm a lousy leader if my middle management that runs the large teams where they actually interact with the folks that matter in the organization, if they are chasing away the talent because they're lousy leaders. So it is about building leadership through the organization and giving people feedback all the time. Through my career, one of the biggest challenges was getting the folks who worked with me to deliver the bad messages. We all had reviews, quarterly, half-yearly, annually. Believe me, the ones that needed the most counseling and hard input were the shortest meetings because they were the toughest messages to deliver. How can the guys, and I know this from personal experience, where we delivered those messages, the ability of those people to pivot and change often used to be mind-boggling because they were like, but no one's ever told me this before. I've been such a high performer that I thought I was, the biggest deal maker in my world of investment banking. But that same big deal maker was actually a lousy boss and leader. People didn't like to work for him because he would take credit for everything that the team did. Now, nobody told him this because people just felt that if they told him this, he would go off in a huff. When he received this feedback, just took 1 year for him to change because the message to him was, your bonus is halved, you have a year to set this right. This is not an organization that can tolerate behavior where you're rude and shout with the people you work with. The culture of the organization will not tolerate this. But here's an opportunity for you to change and to one day become the head of the organization. Because if you don't change this, you're going to stay stuck where you are. And he was very cross. I did think at one stage he would go off in a huff. 6 months later, he came back to thank the organization for helping him, because we also put him into 1 or 2 programs to assist him, to allow and enable the change that really then made him into one of the highest performers we had, not just in terms of doing deals, but people wanting to work with him, where someone would put up their hand and say, I'm dying to work with this guy. So I think it is about that leadership being one where we are able to embrace talent, grow talent with us. It has always been the case, but it's even more of an imperative today because people have a lot more choices today, and you will lose the best people if you don't handle this properly.
Okay, we've spoken about lousy bosses, we've spoken about employees. I want to take a moment to talk about startups and young leaders. According to you, and given your rich experience, I want to understand, what would you say are the biggest mistakes they're making today? Is it impulse? What is it?
You know, impulse is good because these are really smart people that have a nose for that new thing. If you look at what our startups have given us, it is pursuing a new idea. And of course, in order to pursue that new idea, often they need support and finance. So the world of equity, private equity, the world I work in, becomes very important. It's equally about the debt they can get, which requires governance standards which work. So that innovative streak is very, very important. The failure happens when the scaling up is not, in fact, happening in a way where the organization is built to be resilient, or when things don't go as per plan. And typically it will be that they're not being able to give enough growth. And I have to say that the world I work in is often the rascals in the piece, because I've invested in the company, I want to exit in 3 to 5 years. Why aren't you growing the way we would like to see you grow so we can exit at the top? But it becomes this tiger you're riding, and when that tiger stops running because the environment goes down, there's an issue, you begin to find the shortcuts, you begin to concoct numbers, you do things which are very poor governance. And once you've wrecked your reputation, once you have stopped being transparent, and by transparent, it's usually about, hey, the results are poor because X, Y, Z has gone wrong, but here's how we're going to fix it. Once you lose that trust, believe me, it will take a decade for those who come back at a minimum. And there are many who you'll see and are hearing of, they're either being arrested or, in fact, are ruined forever. So governance has to be at a level which, and I think for those of us on the boards of these companies, have to drive that transparency, trust, good corporate governance as the keys to continuing it. So I think startups, fortunately, now have enough lessons out there where it doesn't sound like some person like myself preaching this to them. It's there to see. Those that have got it wrong have got it horribly wrong. And that becomes, I think, the benchmark of scale. By all means, scale up quickly, grow, be competitive, ensure that you're cost competitive, embrace AI, make sure you do everything that is required to make you become the market leader in your space, but also do it in a way that the governance standards do not fall by the wayside. I think there is another element here, something very close to my heart, as are you building a sustainable business? And by sustainable, I don't mean just that it's sustainable in terms of growth and profit, but it's also how you work in terms of standards of sustainability. And why is this important? If you look at a number of large businesses that India built, I'll give you the example, say, of Maruti Suzuki. When they came into India, we were nowhere in the car business. I mean, we were sort of trundling around in Ambassadors and Fiats. Some of you probably don't even recognize these cars today, but there were only 2 cars on the road. And it was these two, the Ambassador and the Fiat. And then Maruti Suzuki came along and built the ecosystem of the auto ancillary business that we see today. So you've got the Motherson Sumis, the Mindas. These have all become the large market leaders in auto ancillaries, exporting to OEMs around the world. So you've got the large, the BMWs and the Jaguars, etc. of the world that are importing this. And this happened because we developed an ecosystem for this. So what does it mean for us today?
Yes.
What are the opportunities to be part of the supply chain? How does an MSME benefit from being part of that supply chain. That big company today is going to ask you also, what are your sustainability standards? So we call it scope 2 and scope 3 because they're being measured by that. The supply chain they look at should be one that has renewables in it, has the right human rights standards, is able to tick the boxes that they, in fact, then have to deliver to their rating agencies so that they are seen as being sustainable.
Ms. Kidwai, we're running out of time, but very quickly, my last question to you is on sustainability. You've spoken a bit about it, but how can MSME see it more as an advantage than an obligation today?
Yeah. I think exactly like this. If you want to be part of a supply chain into the large markets of exports or the large companies, that you will be asked on these factors. Do you have a strong sustainability agenda that they can in turn confirm it? Many MSMEs have seen this as a cost, and it is a cost.
Yes.
So maybe look for where there are clusters, industrial parks are now coming up, where they will provide a lot of these facilities. You may have to pay for it, but at least you don't have the headache of trying to do it yourself. But I also think that many of these also become cost advantages. Renewables is a classic case where you are able to get power maybe at lower cost. Water efficiency is another. Water is short. If you have a very water-intensive organization, and the data centers of today are going to need that, can you work with a zero water requirement where you continue to use water that you shed? And also that the communities around you, the villages that work around you, don't feel you're drawing their water. Can you improve it to the level where you actually give them back water? So water efficiency, energy efficiency are going to be very critical for survival, but also in order to be a supplier to large businesses.
Ms. Kidwai, it's always a pleasure to talk to you. Thank you so much for sharing your experience, your wisdom, and your perspective here. And thank you so much for your time today.
Thank you for that incredible opening conversation on leadership and for underlining the need for empathy as an integral part of leadership. I'm sure there's a tip or two for our young leaders and leaders of tomorrow in the audience. Now, let's pivot to one of the most pressing realities that leaders face today, the workplace itself. India is in a fascinating position right now. We possess a massive young demographic advantage, which coincides directly with the explosive rise of AI and automation. For emerging businesses, this presents a unique puzzle. How do you drive productivity and leverage cutting-edge technology while simultaneously creating quality jobs and managing a workforce with completely new expectations? To unpack how we balance demographics, AI, and the future of work, please join me in welcoming our distinguished panelist on the stage, Mr. Rajiv Chawla, Chairman, IMSME of India. Please welcome him, and Ms. Pooja Garg, National President, FICCI Flow. And to conduct the discussion, my colleague, Shrimi Chaudhary.
Hello and very warm welcome. Of course, the interesting topic, as for years, India enjoyed its competitive advantage, of its being a young population, and now AI, biggest promise is actually to reduce the need of people. So are these two actually in conflict? It's something we will discuss in detail with our distinguished panelists. Thank you, Pooja and Rajiv, for joining the conversation. Let me begin by asking you a very basic question that, India has the advantage of young population. We have the largest world young population. Do you think in the AI era still that a biggest strength that we have?
Thank you for this opening, amazing remark. And I would love to just add a couple of things. That, of course, we are enriched with, huge demographic advantage. But demography can become advantage only if it is rightly trained. Otherwise, it can become burden as well. So while we have huge demographic potential, if I may say, to make them productive, to bring them into discipline, to help them contribute to the nation building, to the nation's GDP, the skill, the economy, I believe a lot of work needs to be done. And so the potential lies there. Our median age used to be about 24 in 2011. It is 29 today. It will be 36 by 2036. So the demographic advantage is real, but the timeline is also limited. So we need to ensure that our demographic potential turns into real advantage in times to come. And I believe a lot needs to be done, especially in this arena.
That's a fair point. Pooja, I would like to understand from you that, do you think that entire AI into play, and we're talking about how it's disrupting the entire job market, do you think that we are sort of underestimating one or overhyping the disruption?
I think, firstly, that this is one of the most relevant conversations which we are having here today. And I genuinely believe that AI is an opportunity and it's not a threat. If you look at it, that every technological revolution has changed jobs, but it has also created huge opportunities of work as well. So I think AI is no different. In fact, AI and digital technology has broken down the traditional barriers. And I also feel that today, 2/3 of our population is youth. It is below 35. And also in terms of women, this is one of the most exciting times to be in the entrepreneurial journey. And having said that, when I talk about women, today a woman staying in a metro, or it could be a 2-tier or a 3-tiered city, today she can easily learn online, she can work remotely, she can access finance, she can create her enterprise. And all these things are possible from wherever she is. She can create new opportunities for herself. So I genuinely feel that AI is an advantage here.
Rajiv, as Pooja suggesting that it's an interesting time, of course, and especially for women, but my observation being that it's somewhere impacting, especially the IT sector. We are seeing mass layoffs. So far, the people who are chasing the sector is saying that it's pretty much confined to IT sector, but we cannot kind of deny the fact that it will have some long-term impact as well. So wanted to understand from you how you think that companies at this point of time will strike a balance.
Okay, to focus on MSMEs, if I may say, I mean, with about 30.1% of our share in the nation's GDP and about 35% in exports, and about 45% in the overall manufacturing sector. I believe that AI would be of great advantage to the MSME sector, and I totally agree with Pooja ji. And let me tell you why. What is the share on international business today? Merchandise exports only 1.8%. In manufacturing, just 2.8%. So look at the huge gap that Indian MSMEs or Indian manufacturing sector today, and why call it gap? Look at the potential that we have to double, triple, or quadruple our exports and our global presence. And can we do this without AI? The answer is no. So while there's a lot of challenge, and I also read articles that AI is impacting jobs in IT and all, and I'll come there. But let me also mention that India's growth story will not be built around a few unicorns or a few, glass buildings in Bangalore and Gurgaon of the IT unicorns or a few apps. Look at the MSMEs. 28 crore people are employed there. And look at our share. And you think an exporter or a small manufacturer in Jalandhar or Ludhiana or Tirupur can enhance global exports, global reach without the help of AI? I mean, millions of entrepreneurs don't even have digital brochures today. So at least AI is bringing those tools to them so that they are creating communications, they are reaching out to the world, they're creating modern websites, they are doing, the SEOs and the other word promotion, reaching out to the globe, reaching out to the markets. So I believe that in times to come, AI would have a huge positive impact on the MSME manufacturing sector. As far as the AI jobs you mentioned is concerned, I recently read a report of PwC, and it does say that the fast changes in the AI world is imposing more job challenge to those in the AI rather than those outside of it. So I believe that we still, in the MSME sector, we still would be at advantageous position because we have to develop our quality systems, our processes, our export documentation, our compliances, sustainability, so many other things. And AI is a tool which if rightly, it comes to the hands of entrepreneurs with the right skilling of the youth, I just see advantage as of now.
Well, I'm not fully agree because I have a follow-up since you spoke about the manufacturing sector, the sector which requires lot of workforce. Now, assuming that all the factories get automated, do you think that India will lose its relevance of having low-cost labor?
Okay, see, the low-cost labor or the concept of it as yet was just menial jobs, not very productive. When we look at global markets or global presence, or even within India, our domestic markets are exposed to imports from the world market, China and others. So how would our manufacturing sector would even defend its domestic markets if we are not adept in in managing all these? So a low-cost job is more of a threat to me, and I would rather go for a productive employment. So I agree that Industry 4.0 is coming, automation is coming, but believe you me, it's not about reducing workforce, it's about making them more productive, enhancing market reach. Look at the markets we would be tapping in terms of those. So I think that in times to come, in fact, the World Economic Forum report, if you see, it clearly says that AI and the new technologies would require 170 million more jobs by 2030 and about 92 million lesser. So overall, there is a net addition of 78 million new jobs. Only thing is that the skill sets required are different. And that is where we need to focus in preparedness of our youth.
Pooja, as Rajiv mentioned on all the MSMEs, especially how the AI adoption could be in MSMEs. I wanted to understand, for large companies, it's very kind of convenient to have an AI transformation. But as he rightly said, pointed out, exporter in Tirupur or maybe manufacturer in Ludhiana, do you think that it will be realistically possible for them to kind of adopt AI? And even if they do that, do you think AI could perhaps widen the gap between the small companies and large companies?
As I earlier said, that I consider it as an opportunity. Saying that it will widen the gap, I somehow don't completely agree to it. Because I feel that I take it as an advantage. I mean, today, the jobs which were earlier being done by a whole entire team are being now skillfully handled by AI. And having said that, person sitting anywhere can actually do the market researches, understand the requirements of the consumers. And also AI facilitates all of this work very easily. It helps them to bridge that gap rather than create one. So I don't think that AI is widening that gap as much as it is lessening it.
Do you agree with that? It's not widening the gap between the smaller and large companies?
Well, I mean, again, if we don't prepare, they would be doing this themselves. So idea is that we, and if you look at the previous session, and Ms. Kidwai rightly pointed how supply chains are now being trained to be sustainable, safe, better quality conscious, more system oriented, etc. And all that, of course, is not possible without AI. But I must, also re-emphasize one thing which is very important. Another survey report, if I may make a mention, about 9.9% of today's youth is unemployed. And the same report also says that only about 5% of our youth between the age group 15 to 29, they received some kind of technological training or job-oriented skill training. Now, this is the gap that needs to be filled. So while, of course, nothing can work without AI, only thing is that the low-value things, the menial jobs, as we call in the factory, those need to be upgraded. And again, it's not about factory. It's about running any business, logistics, services, manufacturing, restaurants, whatever you name it. Point is, if you're trying to reach out to the customers better, if you want to deliver better processes, time-bound deliveries, gain global presence, increase your international trade from 1.8 to 3.8 or 5.8 or more, I think AI is exactly what the tool would be. But yes, the gap does remain. And I do believe that the gap, one very important thing also, technology actually never replaces entrepreneurs. But entrepreneurs who use technology replace entrepreneurs who do not. Similarly, employees not using AI or not learning AIs may get replaced. So I think the potential lies huge. And the old era of supervisors, let's say, what was my previous supervisor doing? In my foreman, as we call in our factory, let's say, or supervisor or assistant production manager. They were observing and watching people. But today's era is different. I would need shop floor managers who would be guiding people on systems, training them on Industry 4.0 and many other things. So this role enhancement has sure increased. What would give you promotions till yesterday? Experience. A 15-year-old manager would be better placed in hierarchy. Today, it could be a youngster using AI, better skills, more disciplined, who could tomorrow be my shop floor manager. So it is skill competition now rather than experience. So AI has compressed the experience now to the real shop floor management, judgment, and I believe all of this will bring in more innovation, more productivity, and better global presence.
So you actually here talked about two important points. One is entrepreneurship, how they are taking the whole AI thing, but I will come to that later. The another important point to mention about skilling. Now, skilling is something I wanted to understand from both of you actually, is that universities at this point of time still producing the graduate as per the current sort of thing. Do you think that, by the time they graduate, all those jobs will still exist? The kind of skilling they're getting from the universities, that is one. And second, the government always play a role, of course. One, they could perhaps protect the jobs from AI, or perhaps they could see something to the extent where they could spend more on reskilling. What's your thought on that? And this question for both of you.
Okay. So I would say firstly that just acquiring one degree in today's time is not enough. Just saying that you have a college degree and you move on to the workforce is not enough. In today's time, it is about learning continuously. You have to keep upgrading your skills. You have to keep learning and step up in the world to understand what are the requirements of the job. So I think that is a continuous learning. Whereas I think the government in turn creates platforms for policy, through policy, through skilling, through access to finance. There is so much which the government provides, and even the private sectors. They provide the market opportunities and the job opportunities through supply chains and through supplier diversity and innovation. So I think that for college students to continuously, it's just not about that you've passed through and then the jobs have suddenly changed. So the whole idea is to keep upgrading yourself and filling that gap. That is where organizations like ours, Flow, steps in. We bridge that gap between policy and opportunity. And we provide the right skill sets. We provide platforms for women to learn, to upskill themselves in their businesses and grow from there.
Yeah, and you raised a very, very important thing, and
Yeah.
Pooja ji, of course, replied it so perfectly. I'll just give you an example, and I do have a grievance here, in terms of how fast our institutions adapt these fast-changing requirements. I remember when GST was implemented in India on 1st of July 2017, and I would be visiting some colleges sometimes as a guest faculty or what. Till 2018 and 19, I still saw them studying the sales tax and the VAT, while the GST was already on. So curriculums do take time. And therefore, entrepreneurs like me, and I'm from the SME sector, we believe in training our own workforce. I mean, if you ask me, today I need skills which were never taught to me in school or college. I mean, in my era, of course, there was no internet or computers or smartphones either, and what to talk of AI. So all of us have been upgrading ourselves, learning today, and out of various things. So what we need today is that while India today has right demography advantage, we have good infrastructure now in place, right policy is also in place, AI is also now very much part of the ecosystem. Today, what we need is that we have to connect the four very important things: education, employability, entrepreneurship, and technology. So if you can draw a line and connect all these four: education, employability, entrepreneurship, and technology, it is then that the real results would happen. So the gap remains, and and why to leave it to government alone? I mean, this is also a myth that I want others to train people for me, while my job requirements would be changing, and I want educational institutions or colleges or other skill development institutions to bring me the skills that I want. So for any entrepreneur or for any youth today, the best classroom is a shop floor, where you really understand the business dynamics, the business systems. So I think we need to connect dots. It's a win-win both ways. Government, of course, would be playing their role. Institutions would take their own time. By the time they do what's required, the changes would be much faster. It's a catch-22 situation. So entrepreneurs have to work perhaps more in training their own workforce.
I also just want to add here that it's very important, as Mr. Chavlas just mentioned, that the industry, academia, and the government need to work together. Because I feel that no institution on its own can prepare the people for the future. And when these three work together, skill sets remain relevant, and entrepreneurs can avail new opportunities. And I think even the markets and work businesses remain competitive. So it's very, very important that these three work in hand, and of course industry bodies like us step in, where we act as a bridge between all three, because at the end of the day we are facilitators. We are helping our youth and we are helping our women with certain skill sets to move forward. So I do feel what he's saying somewhere fits the bill.
Okay, so I'll ask few questions in Hindi for our NDTV India audience. On entrepreneurship part, कुछ साल पहले, लगभग 10 साल पहले ये बात होती थी कि जब एक इन्वेस्टर उस कंपनी में इन्वेस्ट करता था तो ये पूछा जाता था कि आप कितने एम्प्लॉयज़ हायर करोगे. बट आज ये पूछा जाता है यू नो इन द फंडिंग राउंड एट्सेट्रा कि आप कितना इफ़िशेंटली मैनेज करोगे. आपको लगता है कि ये जिस तरीके से भारत में कंपनी बन रही है, द वे दे आर बिल्डिंग, द इंटायर नैरेटिव इज़ गेटिंग चेंज.
All right. इसका हिंदी में बोलना है?
बिल्कुल, आप इंग्लिश में बोल सकते हैं.
आई एम कंफर्टेबल बोथ वेज. देखिए, प्रोडक्टिविटी इम्पॉर्टेंट है. जब आप कह रहे हैं एफिशिएंसी पे पहले बात होती थी, क्योंकि पहले हम 10 करोड़ का काम 100 लोगों में करते थे, और इसीलिए लगता था कि हम जब 10 करोड़ से 50 करोड़ पे जाएंगे, या लेटर से उस समय की डेफिनेशन के हिसाब से माइक्रो से स्मॉल बन जाएंगे, तो हमारे बेनिफिट्स चले जाएंगे. फिर स्मॉल से मीडियम बनने के लिए मुझे 500 लोग चाहिए थे. फिर मैं लेबर लॉस से डरता था कि ये लग जाएगा, वो लग जाएगा. तो तब 100 करोड़ की टर्नओवर करने के लिए अगर 500 लोग, 1000 लोग चाहिए हो, तो वो भी एक चैलेंज था. लोग ग्रो भी नहीं करते थे. और इसीलिए जब प्रोडक्टिविटी पे बात होने लगी, तो आज यू आर राइट कि हम एफिशिएंसी पे बात कर रहे हैं, लेकिन हम अब 100 करोड़ की बजाय 1000 करोड़ पर जाने की भी बात कर रहे हैं. सो द ओवरऑल एम्प्लॉयमेंट कम होगी, आई टोटली डिसएग्री. अभी तो बहुत, मैं फिर से वही बात दोहराता हूँ, अभी हमारा ग्लोबल मर्चेंडाइज एक्सपोर्ट में सिर्फ 1.8% शेयर है, ग्लोबल मैन्युफैक्चरिंग में सिर्फ 2.8 है. तो हम 2.8 को अगर 5 पे ले जाएं, विद वॉट एवर एफिशिएंसी लेवल्स यू कैन ऐड, you will be adding huge workforce. You will be making Indian products and Indian services much more acceptable globally in terms of right quality, right delivery. If I may take one more second, you know, when I started as an entrepreneur, तो हमारे लिए 3 चीज़ें बड़ी important थी. It was like Bible, गीता, QCD, quality, cost, delivery. तो राइट क्वालिटी देना, उसके लिए बहुत सारे मैन पावर इंस्पेक्शन करती रहती थी. फिर राइट कॉस्ट देना, तो फिर हम थोड़े बेटर मोल्ड्स एंड टूल्स पे बात करने लगे. और डिलीवरी, वो भी बड़ा चैलेंजेस है. हम हर चीज़ को थोड़ा लेट ही डिलीवर करना टिपिकल रहता था. बट उसको, इन तीनों को करने के लिए हमने कुछ ऑटोमेशंस किए, कोई हमारी वर्कफोर्स कम नहीं हुई. बट टुडे इट इज़ नॉट QCD, इट इज़ QCDD MMSS. It is quality, cost, delivery, development, money management, man management, safety, and sustainability. So if I have to address all these, and if I am an SME, I cannot do this without the help of AI. And QCD is no more enough to keep me in the supply chain of even Indian corporates like Suzuki's and others. So to address all this, I believe there's a huge scope. We need a lot of skilling, a lot of upskilling, and many, many more years of continued employment.
No, but राजीव जी, आप कह रहे हैं मैन्युफैक्चरिंग का जो टारगेट है वो सरकार का एक्चुअली 7 से 8% का है. आप 5% की बात करें, तो ऐसा तो नहीं हो जाएगा कि AI when it will have a full blown impact 2.8 से और जो है नीचे की तरफ उसका स्तर चला जाएगा.
मैं थोड़ा सा करेक्ट करता हूँ. अभी हमारा मैन्युफैक्चरिंग का GDP में शेयर 14% है. गवर्नमेंट उसको 25 तक ले जाना चाहती है. पिछले दिनों और ज़्यादा चैलेंज रहा, शायद हम 14 से 12 पर ही आ गए. बट फोकस गवर्नमेंट का है, बिकॉज मैन्युफैक्चरिंग में एम्प्लॉयमेंट बहुत ज़्यादा है, स्कोप बहुत ज़्यादा है, पोटेंशियल बहुत ज़्यादा है. एक और चीज़ मैं कहूँगा, यू नो, इंडियाज़ ग्रोथ स्टोरी, एंड हम विकसित भारत की बात करते हैं, it will not be built only around a few apps and unicorns. You cannot write an India growth story without MSMEs there. 28 करोड़ लोगों की एम्प्लॉयमेंट आज है, 8 करोड़ से ज़्यादा एंटरप्रेन्योर्स ने लिस्टिंग किया हुआ है उद्यम रजिस्ट्रेशन में, और इतने ही अभी आउटसाइड द स्कोप होंगे. एंड you look at their potential. So I think the time is there for Viksit Bharat has to be written with the help of MSMEs, and MSMEs are the area where they need AI to enhance themselves, to double, triple, quadruple their turnovers and business presence. And no wonder we need youth there, well connected.
I'm hoping that this optimism continue. But Pooja ji, मैं आपसे यहाँ पर समझना चाहूँगी कि entrepreneurship की बात की. Now, companies raising money through lot of routes, and one being of course through stock markets, through IPOs, FPOs, so whatever route they choose. अगर मान लीजिए वो 10,000 करोड़ रुपए रेज कर रहे हैं, एक यूनिकॉर्न रेज कर रही है, वो फंडिंग आपको लगता है कि स्किलिंग में जानी चाहिए या ज़्यादा हायर करने पे जानी चाहिए?
आई थिंक अगर आप स्किल करेंगे तो ऑटोमेटिकली जो जॉब्स आपने क्रिएट करी हैं, इफ़ यू स्किल देम करेक्टली, दोज गेट अब्जॉर्ब्ड. सो आई थिंक मैक्सिमम अमाउंट शुड बी गोइंग इनटू स्किलिंग. The more you skill, the more job opportunities you create. So that's exactly what I feel. And I also want to add here कि AI, thinking of AI and saying that the question is whether AI will replace humans. I think the bigger question here is whether we are ready to work alongside with AI and not be threatened by it. We take it as a companion. We take it as a skill set which is actually helping you to minimize the problems at hand, which earlier required so many people. Today you're sitting at home, you don't need to have a team to do your job. You can be addressing all those problems yourself. So I think it is better to work alongside with it rather than to not work with it at all. That's what I feel.
बट थोड़ा सा यहाँ पर हायरिंग डिलेमा तो है कंपनीज के बीच में. देखिए, अगर आज के मतलब आज की बात करें, वी आर टॉकिंग अबाउट द करंट सिनेरियो, द काइंड व्हेन वी बिल्ड द कंपनी, यू ऑफ कोर्स रिक्वायर एन AI काइंड ऑफ प्रोवाइड्स यू अपॉर्चुनिटीज़ दैट एक इंसान एक्चुअली 3 इंसान का काम कर सकता है. ये आपको AI समवेयर इट प्रोवाइड्स यू दैट सॉर्ट ऑफ अपॉर्चुनिटी. ऐसे में आपको लगता है कि द इंटायर एम्प्लॉयमेंट स्टोरी जो इंडिया की है वो कहीं ना कहीं, वेदर इट्स चेंजिंग द डायनामिक्स, और कहीं ना कहीं पूरी तरीके से बदल जाएगी आने वाले समय में?
See, I'll give you a practical example, and for example, implementation of ERP in my organization was a challenge once upon a time. We had traditional method of accounting and data collection, separate stores, separate things. Then one day we decided that, okay, let's upgrade and to the enterprise level thing. Investment was required, large investments. In fact, there are some softwares in the market जिसकी price पर तो मैं एक factory और लगा लूँ. But anyway, so slowly we started moving to the ERP. Can you just imagine today? My ERP sends me so many MIS that I don't even have time to read. So I asked one of my office guys to integrate all this, and he created a dashboard using AI. And today I get an MIS, not just figures, but proper analysis done far better and more comprehensively by Claude or others, that comes to my table. And quick decision making. Now slowly this decision making is moving to people down the line, the production manager level. So overall judgment abilities are increasing, enhancing. Their awareness is enhancing. If you say that someone taking a biometric print and then someone counting how many days some people come late, and third person taking some HR initiative or action to help them improve their attendance or punctuality, if you think this is the kind of employment we need to give to India, then that era is gone.
But आपके सारे तर्क जो हैं वो numbers पे reflect नहीं करते हैं. If you see the employment data, so my basic question is that ये जितना impact हमें दिख रहा है, maybe not the immediate impact, maybe we will see the impact gradually, बट कहीं ना कहीं ये एम्प्लॉयमेंट स्टोरी को चेंज करेगा. पूजा जी, आपके पास
मैं एम्प्लॉयमेंट, मैं एक ही चीज़ कहूँगा, आप इसमें टॉप लाइन की ग्रोथ को नहीं देख रहे हैं, मार्केट के एनहांसमेंट को भी फैक्टर करिए. You know, with the use of AI, if I enhance my top line, if I enhance my market, if I set up a second plant and third plant, and today I have 6 plants, a small entrepreneur, I have 6 plants in 4 states in India, and which I am able to do. So by no means, has it downsized my, employability, employment capability. It has only enhanced productivity or turnover per person, if you can say that.
You want to add, Pooja?
Yes, कुछ हद तक कुछ चीज़ों में अग्री करती हूँ मैं आपसे, बिकॉज AI लीडरशिप, क्रिटिकल थिंकिंग, एम्पथी, इन सब चीज़ों को रिप्लेस नहीं कर सकता. वो सिर्फ एक टूल है. अगर उसको पर्पस, क्रिएटिविटी और एम्पथी के संग यूज़ किया जाए, देन इट बिकम्स प्रोडक्टिव. अगर आप उसको ये सोच के इस्तेमाल करेंगे कि यही आपके लिए सोचेगा भी, यही आपके लिए काम भी करेगा, यहाँ पर गलत हो जाएगा. सो मोस्ट इम्पॉर्टेंट इज़ कि आप AI का इस्तेमाल कैसे कर रहे हैं. जब आप ये कह रहे हैं कि जॉब्स कम हो रही हैं, मेरे हिसाब से जॉब्स कम नहीं हो रही हैं. आज एज यू ऑलरेडी नो दैट वी आर द लार्जेस्ट पॉपुलेशन इन द वर्ल्ड, एंड हम इस चीज़ से डर रहे हैं, लेकिन साइमल्टेनियसली ऐसी जॉब्स भी क्रिएट हो रही हैं जो AI के थ्रू हो रही हैं, जो पहले नहीं एग्जिस्ट करती थी. तो वो गैप कहीं ना कहीं भी फिल हो रहा है. सो एट द एंड ऑफ द डे इट इज़ अबाउट द बैलेंस विच ह्यूमन्स ब्रिंग विद AI.
But easier said than done actually to strike a balance. मेरा आखिरी सवाल आप दोनों से है. राजीव, आपके पास मैं पहले आऊँगी. A tricky one actually. Let's not get into the debate of whether AI creating job or disrupting the whole job market. But the question being, and historically also we know that technology, जितनी बार technology, नई technology आती है, वो कहीं ना कहीं it has its pros and cons. Which all job do you think will disappear over the next 5 years, and are we honestly going to admit that? What's your take on that? Your final comment.
Okay. Job of writing poetry, if you consider it as job. So creative writers be challenged. Story writing, campaign creation, creative. Creative world, I think hugely impacted. Traditional lawyers who would just check some Google thing and come back to you. Anybody can do better research on, so many other tools that are around. So overall awareness level goes up, fine. But the point is, so of course it will not take away the job. It will require real life professionals to move up the ladder. Then I believe that, let's say in terms of products, if I say pen would be history, nobody is signing anything anymore. So I'm not even signing my checks. I don't even remember when I last used pen. And so we're texting our messages and typing our things. So except only kids in schools, learning to write ABC. And who knows, that may also vanish in times to come. In terms of products, I believe books are out. Traditional newspapers are losing their challenge. So then, of course, you can say jobs related to these industries. If you say EV, yes, EV has replaced engines, oil pumps, fuel pumps. The number of components required in an EV car is, far less, about 2,000 less than the traditional IC engine. So many of those factories are out. But I'll ask you one question. Look at the history. The landline phone is out. The large video cams we used to carry are out. So many other things. One smartphone that we carry, if you require to buy every gadget that you have, including torch and watch and compass that you have in your smartphone, you would need 5.4 crore rupees today. So imagine the number of industries that have shut down only because of one smartphone that we carry. But does it mean that there is any lesser number of industries? No. It's transformation. The old era Walkman is not required anymore. The gramophone and the cassettes are not required. Today you have digital music. But the digital music world has enhanced. So jobs are displacing jobs, but more jobs are being created. So some jobs, traditional jobs, of course, would be out.
You know, the final comment, but my colleagues in print media is going to be highly disappointed after listening this. You know, you're talking about writers' job going to be disappear. So I hope
really
they have
apologize.
courage to sort of take this. Pooja, final comment quickly.
And how I wish I'm wrong.
I think scheduling meetings and documenting data and then handling routine customer inquiries through
Writing
chat
minutes
box.
of the meeting.
Minutes of the meeting.
Essentially, all
And
about
I'm
writing is going to
talking-
be disappear.
I'm talking from the industry point of view, heading organization like Wikiflow. I've realized so much of my work has become simplified just by using AI. And I'm not actually ashamed of doing so. And what earlier I used to be banking on so many of my people to do, and now I'm doing it all by myself. And it's actually saving time, because earlier I used to keep waiting for people to revert back. But I don't need to. If there is a query, I can go ahead and do it, or rather,
The one big
chat box
takeaway
can
is
do it.
Pooja is all for the AI. And ladies and gentlemen, that's the wrap of this very interesting conversation. Thank you, Pooja and Rajiv, for sharing your wonderful insight. Pleasure talking to you.
Thank you so much for having us. Thank you.
Another round of applause, ladies and gentlemen, for Rajiv Chawla and Pooja Garg. Even though Mr. Chawla has made me very worried too, that I might lose my job. And I better hang on to this pen, because this is about to become an ancient and extremely valuable relic. So thank you so much for that. We're staying with this intersection of technology and people as algorithms take over routine tasks. Well, almost all of them, except, of course, the writing of my anchor links this afternoon. That was all my doing. And I'm saying this especially after ChatGPT told me to insert this line here. So that's the joke. You can laugh now, or not. That's fine, yeah. So the ultimate challenge, not just for my director in the studio, but tomorrow's business, is striking the exact right balance between machine intelligence and human intuition. So to deep dive into how we manage this harmony, we are joined by a visionary leader famous for completely redefining corporate culture. Please welcome, for our next fireside chat, Humans, Machines, AI, Striking the Right Balance, Mr. Vineet Nair, founder, Sampark Foundation, and former CEO, HCL Tech. He will be in conversation with my colleague, Suchetna Ray.
Thank you, Anasuya. I also have a ChatGPT joke to crack. And that is, I ChatGPT'd the topic with details of Mr. Nair over here, and ChatGPT came back with 37 excellent questions in under 5 seconds. But unfortunately, they were all so generic that I could have asked you those questions 5 years back and been relevant. So fortunately for all of us, especially me, curiosity, experience, and a healthy dose of disagreement are still best handled by humans. And delving into exactly this thesis is Mr. Nair's next book. We will delve into that. So first, welcome my speaker here, Mr. Vineet Nair. Thank you for joining me.
Thank you. Thank you for inviting me.
Right. My first question has to be about your upcoming book, which is Humans First, Machines Second. Does it take off from where your first book left off, which is Employees First, Customers Second? What is the central argument of your next book?
The central argument of Employees First, Customers Second was during recession. Everybody was celebrating getting rid of people, 100 people, 1,000 people, 10,000 people. And in 2008, the assumption was that if you get rid of people, your share price will go up, and that is the solution. And that led at HCL for us to declare no HCL had left behind. That means we will not let any employee go, and that is the reason HCL was one of the few companies in the world which kept on growing, and that was the genesis of Employee First, Customer Second. Now we are, for 15 years, I didn't have anything to say, so I didn't say something. But over the last few years, I've seen 3 trends. Number one, obviously, the technology is accelerating. We'll talk about that. But I think 2 other trends are disturbing me. Number one, we are back to firing people.
Right.
And celebrating that firing as if firing people is a solution to our problems, number one. Number two, the bigger problem which I'm seeing is people are losing faith in themselves. People are assuming that AI is smarter, AI will take my job, AI will do this, AI will do that, and therefore humans have started looking less of themselves. So this book is about the humans.
Yeah.
God has created the human machine. Believe in it. Humans have created that
Machines
AI
then.
machine.
Right.
So therefore, believe in it. And there are 30 principled arguments which I make on how you can leverage AI to continue for humans to dominate what happens in future.
Every technological revolution that we've seen changes the definition of leadership. So in the AI-driven organization, what will become more valuable? Is it technical expertise, emotional intelligence, or the ability to ask better questions? Basically, do I keep my job?
I think this is a very important question for us to stop and think about it. In the manufacturing age or the industrial revolution, the management principles were about lining up people in rows and columns and getting higher efficiency and productivity out of them. And therefore, these pyramid structures, the bell curves, and all the management principles came from there. When we moved to the digital age, the organizations got inverted, where the innovation was actually at the bottom of the pyramid. And that is why the employee first, customer second came in, and the management principles changed and leadership changed, where you have to get innovation out of your employees rather than productivity and efficiency. As we are moving to AI change, there is one more fundamental change which is happening, that the complete knowledge is now commoditized. Everybody has it. I don't have to go to school for 12 years or 13 years to learn the knowledge. I can learn it in half the time or 1/10 the time. So when knowledge gets commodity, leadership is not about transferring knowledge from I have 10 years of experience, I have 20 years of experience. That has no relevance. What is relevant is application of knowledge. So therefore, leadership is how do you create a culture in the organization which is experimental, which is innovative, which allows people to create the application of technology knowledge rather than transfer knowledge from year to year. And therefore, leadership will get challenged in a way as never before.
In a world where we have commoditized knowledge, what do you have to say about the quality of knowledge, and how do we then benchmark it, or how do we then decide about the qualitative aspects of knowledge?
Yeah, so I think let's look at math.
Yeah.
We took 12 years to learn math, and then we either applied that to solve a NEET question, or we took that to do a drug discovery, or we did that to solve a mathematical logistical model, or we did something to invent a new molecule altogether. So math remained the same, the use of math changed. So I don't think there's a dramatic change in the knowledge is happening.
Right.
The way knowledge will get digested has become 10 times faster. Knowledge remains the same. But the real challenge will continue to be how do you apply that knowledge to solve a problem which has not been solved before. That we are neither teaching in school, neither in college, neither in our organizations.
So do you think this entire phrase that we've been using for the last many, many years, that AI will not perhaps erase humans, but humans using AI will now have a more premium, now have a higher premium? Do you think that's very simplistic in nature?
I think it's a simplistic and, I don't want to use the word on television, but yeah, it's very, very simplistic. I think the reason is, like electricity, you don't use that word for electricity, or you don't use that word for internet. People who use internet will beat the people who don't use internet. See, AI is going to be, with the UI coming in, is going to be available to everybody, everywhere, at an affordable cost. So it will not be your differentiator. Right? It is a must use. For example, calculators or whatever it is, it's a must use. So therefore, the differentiation is not going to be people who use AI, people who don't use AI. There'll be a lag of 6 months, but everybody will use AI. The differentiation will be, what do you do with that? Let's take internet. Internet came in '93 when I started ComNet as my first startup. But the real use case came in when Amazon and Facebook came in. Till that time, internet was good. So saying that those who learn technology or those who don't learn technology, you're missing the point. Technology is not the differentiator. Technology will not make you rich. It is the application of technology, which we have not figured out.
Correct.
There are not many use cases of AI which will result into trillions of dollars. So all the people who are selling AI are saying this, buy my good because, if you don't buy it, you will be left behind. No, I don't think that's the right answer.
You know, The Economist a few editions back actually delved into this question, and the question was that we do not know the specific use of AI. With every other tech revolution that's happened before, say for example, internet, we knew the exact use of it. Now, in a world where knowledge has been commodified because of AI, and we don't yet know the end use of AI, what are the dangers of such a world?
I think it's a great question, and you have to understand why we think like this, right? Because billions and trillions of dollars is going
are being
into
invested into it, yet we do not know what its end use is.
Yes. That is true. Now, what is happening is with billions and trillions of dollars going into these tech companies are selling you a dream, which is nonsense, of the fact that if you are not in AI, AI is the future, AI is everything. If you are not in AI, if your children are not AI, you're going to be dead, right? Now, none of that is true.
Right.
What is true is how AI is used to solve a problem. And how do you make money by using that AI uniquely to solve the problem. All AI available to you is on subscription basis where billions of dollars is made, and it is right for them to say, this is, you must have seen this movie, Gods Must Be Crazy,
right,
where a bottle of Coke falls on a village and they suddenly treat that as God because they had never seen a Coke bottle before they treat it as devil. So today we are treating AI as God. It is not. It is a commodity technology, and it will be available to everybody. What will differentiate one business to another is how we use to create something which has not been created before, like Amazon, like Facebook did with internet.
Yes.
So we have to pause and think before believing all this nonsense being fed to us.
Believing as well as perhaps spending money in acquiring some of those tools. So my next question is that when you think of Indian MSMEs, which are the areas that MSMEs in India should concentrate on to leverage AI the best? Because this race could be dangerous for companies whose turnover could be less than 100 crore, right? Because you're spending billions of dollars acquiring it.
I think this is, I believe, the most important question for MSMEs to answer. And here is the answer. The answer is not in technology. The answer is not in AI. The answer is in reimagining your business. Right. What was not possible till date, if AI makes it possible, then reimagine the business. For example, the 10-minute delivery is because of technology that you can deliver 10 minutes. So that technology is not the differentiation. The ability to reimagine that we can deliver in 10 minutes is the business model. I don't know if it is a profitable business model or not. Yeah. So the question is, for MSMEs, there are 3 opportunities which are knocking on your door. Mm-hmm. Number one, most large companies in India, fortunately, unfortunately, are trapped in legacy business. Yes. And therefore, transformation will take a lot of effort, a lot of skills, and a lot of guts by the board.
And a lot of money.
And a lot of money, which is not happening right now.
Right.
So therefore, there is an opportunity. They are moving slow. You could move fast. That's number one. Number two, because of technology, there is an opportunity to disrupt. It is ability to disrupt healthcare, ability to disrupt financial services, ability to disrupt technology services. So therefore, the opportunity size has suddenly opened up. Mm-hmm. Third, people. I think people are depressed and discouraged in these large companies because they are still in pyramid structures and they are still not valued as innovators. If you can bring them in, and if you can create a culture which I call humans first, machines second, you inspire them, you help them experiment, then you will create an innovative organization which is very difficult to catch up with. So I would say that MSME should not look at, AI skill I have to learn, or that AI skill I have to learn, or this I have to buy, or that nonsense, right? Just focus on how can you reimagine customer delight, how can you reimagine customer delivery, how can you expand your market share because this technology is available. And technology will be commodity. Trust me on that.
So now knowledge has been commodified, technology has been commodified, yet you're asking us to rethink and innovate on issues like customer service, etc. But then are we creating the right minds to then know how to innovate, especially in a world where knowledge has been commodified? It's now a click and a queue away.
I don't think so. And I think that is the alarm bell I'm sounding with my book, Humans First, Machines Second. There are 3 problems once again. Number one, humans have stopped believing in themselves. Number two, corporates have stopped investing in humans and started seeing them as problem. Number 3, our education systems are completely wrong stepped. We are still the knowledge factory. Now we have to focus on application of knowledge. And how we do it, it'll take us 10 years to do it.
Right.
But how we do it, we have to say, mirror, mirror on the wall, we are wrong stepped after all. See, India is a very large country and it needs humongous amount of employment. It will get challenged if we don't get our education system right, our corporate investment rights, our belief in people. People will walk into India and saying there is so much poverty in India, yet everyone is smiling and everyone is optimistic. And in Europe, everybody has the money, but they are not optimistic, they're pessimistic. So if you want to retain that spirit of India, you have to do something about it. The corporate has to do something, the individual has to do something, MSME has to do something, education has to do something. We all have to do something to retain that positivity of being an Indian, being a human, and not lose it under this nonsense of AI.
I'm sorry, I'm going to take you to a cynical question that I have. That is, you've delved quite deep into innovation. Let me quote something Union Minister Piyush Goyal said earlier this year. He actually pulled up startups for focusing onto things like quick commerce and not contributing to any deep tech innovation in the country. Do you think that was an unfair criticism to make? Especially, see, innovation will happen if there's money. Is India's problem innovation, or is it a problem of capital allocation?
I think he is right, and we should not be afraid of looking at the mirror, right? When JRD Tata Titan is going on, right? Was capital the issue or was innovation the issue? When FC Kohli of TCS created the entire IT industry, I call him the father of IT, was capital the issue or an innovative idea? Or when we at Comnet created remote infrastructure management, or when business process engineering was created, or engineering, all the new innovation which was created was not because of want of innovation, it was because the opportunity was there and your current environment was challenging. And therefore, there were some entrepreneurs like Premji, Nadar, Murthy, all these guys stood up and said, or Ambani or Adani for that matter, stood up and said, let's do something differently. So I think what Piyush Goyal sir is doing is that he's showing the mirror and saying, hey guys, if India with 1.5 billion people has to survive, we have to be disruptive innovator, not follower innovator. So from a statement of ambition, he's right. Now the question which you are saying is, where is the money for me to experiment? Yeah, that's true, right? We don't have the money which is going into experimentation in our education system. It is not going to startup entrepreneurs who want to do something different. Yeah, that ecosystem will slowly come when one takes off and suddenly says, oh shit, I missed it.
Yeah.
Right? So that moment is not happening in India. Once 4 or 5 people take off and suddenly people say, oh, I should have invested. Now I lost $1 billion. Yeah. So that is how the market will move. But I think he's showing the mirror and we have to respond to it by coming up with ideas and telling all these guys who are not investing, hey, you missed this.
But the contradiction in that, in this entire conversation is the fact that JRD Tata is a once-in-a-generation phenomena, right? And look at the startup sector. We have close to, if my data is correct, 2 lakh startups getting registered in India every year. There, if you do not have funds flowing into and patient money backing true innovation, then you do not see that sector flourish.
It's a chicken and egg story. Is the idea there for me to invest? Or is the investment not there and hence the idea is moving out? I mentor startups. I walk the doors of startups. I think we are still in the ugly duckling age where we believe, we spend an year on an idea and suddenly we want people to invest in it. I think we have to mature on both sides. I think by saying that the excuse is funding is not available, it's a bad excuse. Okay. I think there is a way you can do pilot, you can come with a breakthrough idea, technology cost of developing is so easy, you can come up with use case which is so disruptive and so compelling that people will invest in you.
Right.
So I do not think there is an equation just because we have 2 lakh startups. I think we have 2 lakh startups because the large companies are boring and depressing to work with. So therefore, people think that the startup is the right place to work with.
Yes.
But unless you innovate and come up with a disruptive idea, if you come up, you will have mega funding flowing towards you.
If I move away from private capital and talk about government funding, then if we are to become a global AI leader rather than simply an adopter, which we again are becoming, where do you think we should be investing today? Research, talent, semiconductor capabilities, which is the buzzword, foundational models, or something else entirely?
Yeah, I think first is let's keep the government out of this for a minute,
Okay.
right? predominantly because their responsibility is to create incentive structures and ecosystem and not make investments. I always believe, how did IT companies came in? Because the government at that particular times gave a tax break and created the SEZ and said that you don't have to pay tax for a couple of years, and because of it, suddenly the investment started moving. So I think the role of government is to create incentive structures so that the investment moves in the right direction. So that's the role of the government. I think the question for you to ask, or for me to ask, or everybody to ask is, what are the large companies doing about disruptive innovation? You have billions and billions of dollars of dividend which you're distributing. Why are you not putting that capital as risk capital? You need, India has given you the multi-billion dollars, $50 billion, $100 billion of valuation. You need to deploy risk capital.
Yeah.
Whether it is funding those 2 lakh innovators, whether it is incubating them, whether it is educating them, whether it is defining the process or giving them market access. So our corporate India has to stand up and deliver by creating an ecosystem which is compelling, as happens in California. So that's point number one. And number two, from a government point of view, we need to re-architect our education system where we start teaching people how to apply knowledge rather than understand knowledge.
You mentioned JRD Tata, you mentioned the Titan story. Do you see corporate India taking the risk of backing a hugely disruptive idea like what we saw in the Titan series?
Yeah, I think, so the positive of India is we have entrepreneurs.
Right.
Right? That's a positive. And very few countries have such mega entrepreneurs. And therefore, entrepreneurs' ability to take risk is high. But the question is, when the entrepreneurs make a lot of money, does the risk capital go down or it goes up?
Exactly.
So the same risk you were taking 30 years ago, are you taking now?
Yes.
Question number one. Question number two, is the responsibility of taking risk yours or not? Right? So it is very important. India is you and you are India.
Right.
So the way we celebrate JRD Tata or Murthy or Nadar or Premji, we will celebrate because they did something which people thought were risky. That's a second aspect which is important. Number three, what happens if you don't do this? What happens to this country if you continue paying dividend and continue being driven by the analyst in the stock market just because your gross margin improves by 100 basis points or you declare $1 billion of dividend, your share price will go up? Okay, what will you do with that money?
Right.
So why don't you make India competitive? It is the responsibility of corporate India to make India competitive, not the responsibility of government, not the responsibility of education institutions. So the people who have made the billions of dollars need to invest in human capital, need to make these entrepreneurs, employees, start with employees. Give them a space to experiment, to explore. Give them respect. Get them to feel important. Get them to feel that they are bigger than the machines. Start there. Then go to the entrepreneurs. Go to the MSMEs. Corporate India needs to take a lead in this country.
Why aren't they?
I don't know. I can't talk for them. Maybe because share price is very important.
Their balance sheets, look at the top, top 10 Nifty 50 companies. Their balance sheets haven't looked better in a very long time. Most of them have deleveraged their balance sheets to make it almost zero debt. Then why aren't they being...
So I think we should not generalize. Ambani, Adani, but a lot of them are really taking risk and getting into new businesses. A lot of them are not. So I think we should not generalize corporate India. I'm wrong in that. But I'm saying the people who have made money, who are declaring billions of dollars of dividend, need to stop and think about the fact that what is your responsibility to the Indians? And there will be a lot of job losses thanks to AI. What is your responsibility to the Indians? What is your responsibility to India? And how can you contribute to India becoming a competitive global hub? So it is important for us to know that our export percentage is hardly anything, but it is not going to grow on its own. Somebody has to take a lead, and it can't be government, it has to be corporate India. All of them. Few of them are doing a wonderful job, but all of them have to do a great job.
I'll take this conversation back to AI and how we were talking about we do not know its mass end use, but in the disruption that it has already caused in workflows, one massive disruption has been to the Indian ITES companies. The larger belief is that it's going to completely compress the traditional billing models. But Nandan Nilekani a few days back took a contrarian view to that. And he said that while AI may reduce the effort, it will create an entirely new opportunity and also expand the market. Which side of that argument do you stand on?
I think both arguments are correct. It's just a matter of time scale.
Okay.
right? I think we are going to see a massive pain in the short term, which we are already seeing. IT companies were growing at high teens, now they're growing at 3-4%. The manpower addition was in thousands, tens of thousands, now it is in hundreds. And therefore, there is what we call the short-term pain, which is already happening, and IT companies are, not being able to grow at the rate. However, the questions you need to ask is, will the investment in technology go up or go down? It'll go up, right? Because AI is coming in and everybody is moving. So if the technology investment is going on, and that is my addressable market, will the opportunity size for me go up or go down? It'll go up.
Yes.
But the only question where I shudder to ask is the fact that, are you relevant for that new opportunity? Are you investing in skills? Are you investing in technology? Are you investing in capability? Are you investing in IP? Or you're just investing in some words? If Indian IT invests, then the opportunity size is large. So therefore, there will be what I call a hockey stick growth after the pain. Pain will be there, hockey stick growth after the pain. If we do not invest, then exactly HP vanished, Dell almost vanished,
Yes.
IBM services vanished, EDS vanished. So it can happen to us also. Therefore, it is a wake-up call for us to dramatically shift our investment to become relevant for that opportunity size, which is going to grow like a hockey stick.
You led HCL Tech as its CEO for many years. If you were to lead an Indian IT company today, what would be your 3 strategies to keep that company relevant in today's AI disruption world?
So on a lighter note, the best thing I did was I quit when I turned 50 and joined Sampak Foundation. And I'm impacting 2 crore children, and I'm very happy for it so that I don't have to do this. But to answer your question, I would do exactly what the entrepreneurs of Indian IT did at that time. I'm talking about the Nadars, Premjis of the world. What did they do when they were $100 million? They invested all their money into new. So we were exporting manpower. From there, we created CMM level 5 factory, offshore delivery factories. We created remote infrastructure management. We created BPO. We created enterprise. We created R&D services. How did all these services got created? They got created because these entrepreneurs deflected their profits into new areas of investment, moved their brightest into new areas, grew those new areas as opportunities, gave those people who were creating those new areas complete flexibility to not behave like the mothership, but behave completely differently. So these entrepreneurs, the reason Indian IT is large is because these guys dared to be different and understood that growing a new business needs an entrepreneurial investment, not a bureaucratic investment. That is what I would do if I had an opportunity, which I don't want. To look at this as an entrepreneurial opportunity, carve it out as a separate division, get a new bunch of people, put $1 billion in it of risk capital, create a completely different environment, believe in the humans, allow them to experiment, allow them to explore, and tell them your job is to use AI to come up with a use case which the world has not seen before. That is what I think if they do, then the opportunity is very large.
Right. Whether it was your first book or your upcoming book, we're talking about employees and humans. And we've spent decades measuring productivity in terms of hours worked. AI changes that equation dramatically. How should businesses redefine productivity and performance?
I think, as I said, there was a time when I was growing up, my mother would make garam masala. Now we get it in a packet. My mother will do that idli on her own, and now you get the idli program. So how has it impacted our food habits? We experiment. We experiment with new kinds. I cook new kind of things, right? My wife cooks new kind of things. We are not happy to eat the old way. We are happy because we have time unlocked. We are doing the new way. That is the opportunity in front of all of us in terms of the fact that with productivity, if you keep on measuring efficiency and productivity, that is an old way of doing things and it is going to take you nowhere. This whole measuring click of a IT guy, it is going to take us. Human beings need to be inspired. Human beings need to be inspired to climb Mount Everest every day. We go to a mandir, a mosque, a church every day, we feel good about it. and spend our own money, and then on Monday we get paid, we come to office and feel bad about it. Why is it? So your clock speed of your organization is working between 30 to 40%. 60% of the people, of the employees are not interested. So instead of measuring their productivity, find ways of inspiring them, motivating them, making them believe they are part of your story, making them believe that they are the real people who are making a difference. You inspire them, you invert the organization pyramid, you make your appraisal being done by the employees as we did in HCL. You know, that's the magic trick. It is not AI, it is not technology, it is not productivity, it's not some finance guy, it is not an analyst, it is the human being. Put him in the center, inspire him, and shit will hit the, your company will go places.
Do you think that this is sort of a deja vu moment that comes back every time we have a tech revolution, where over and over again, visionaries like you have to remind leaders that it is the human, it is their employees at the center of it all? Why do you think that we take no lessons from the revolution that went by?
Yeah, I think so. You know, you tell me, you're absolutely right. No revolution has happened in the country without humans leading it. No innovation has happened without the humans leading it. No transformation of our organization has happened without humans leading it. Then why do leaders forget that humans are not a problem? And why do they keep declaring, 9 o'clock we sent a mail and everybody was sacked at 9 o'clock, we were so efficient? Ridiculous. Absolutely ridiculous. So I think there are two things which we need to do, and I think this is a radical suggestion. Like we make people responsible for environment, we have to make people responsible for the way they treat humans. I think you are in this world along with human beings. Just because you are rich or just because you are running a company does not give you a moral right to treat people and sack them at 7 o'clock in the morning. Right? You have to apply some responsibility. If you as a company were not doing well, yes, of course. Right? I don't want you to go under. But if you are doing well, then find ways. That is an entrepreneur. That is a leader. If you can't do it, give space to somebody else to come and show the way.
Right.
We have to treat humans as not as commodity to be thrown to dogs. That is not the right way of us being in this world as humans. You know, we have to understand our responsibility of being humans, which we are ignoring. Why the leaders are ignoring, I don't know. But hopefully conversations like this, books like this will wake them up and saying there is an opportunity to make a lot of money if you put humans first and machines second.
Touche to that. And it was a lovely conversation. Thank you for taking the time out, Mr. Nair.
Thank you
very much. And as you mentioned, that in a world where we are trying to commodify everything, talent is something I guess we need to value even more greatly and not commodify that.
Thank you so much.
Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Nair, for reminding us how to treat employees as human beings and not as commodities. And thank you, the both of you, for that fascinating perspective on how to balance humanity and technology. Ladies and gentlemen, we've had an incredibly rich morning of insights, so it's time to now pause and network. We're now heading into a very quick lunch break. Do enjoy lunch, stretch your legs, connect with fellow delegates, and please be back in your seats in an hour as we head into our afternoon track. So do enjoy lunch.
सादा सा रंग है बिखरे यहाँ की फिजा में खास महक मोहे दीनों दिल्ली को मोरे दिल में बसेरो दिल्ली को मोरे दिल में बसेरो
अब आप हटा दो. Gentlemen, I hope you've had a great lunch. Could I request you all to please take your seats so that we can get started with the afternoon session of NDTV Emerging Business Conclave. Right, welcome back everyone. I hope you've had a wonderful lunch and some great conversations. We're kicking off our afternoon sessions with a topic that is no longer just an environmental checkbox, but a core driver of global business success, sustainability. As international markets, investors and consumers shift towards responsible businesses, Indian enterprises have a massive opportunity to lead. The goal now is green growth using technology to build businesses that create both economic and social value. So to explore how we build sustainable enterprises for a global future, please welcome on stage Dr. Vibha Dhawan, Director General TERI, and Varad Pandey, Partner and Director BCG, Green Finance and Climate Tech Expert, and they will be in conversation with my colleague Gauri Dwivedi. I think we're waiting for Dr. Dhawan and Mr. Pandey to come into the hall. Clearly the lunch was quite good. I hope you've all had pet bharke, as they say. Yeah? Did you enjoy the lunch? If you enjoyed it, let's have one really loud round of applause. Yay! Okay, fine. I think the people at the back either didn't enjoy it or didn't get the lunch. I'm not sure. But there will be tea as well, and that promises to be pretty good as well. So, tank up there if you can. And now, since our guests are indeed with us in the hall, I'll just reintroduce that particular session. We're kicking off the afternoon sessions, as I mentioned a little earlier, with a topic that is no longer an environmental checkbox. It's a core driver of global business success, and that is sustainability. As international markets, investors and consumers shift towards responsible businesses, Indian enterprises have a massive opportunity to lead. The goal now is green growth using technology to build businesses that create both economic and social value. And to explore how we build sustainable enterprises for a global future, please welcome on stage Dr. Vibha Dhawan, Director General of TERI, and Varad Pandey, Partner and Director BCG, Green Finance and Climate Tech Expert, who are in conversation with my colleague Gauri Dwivedi.
Okay, I'll take this off.
Good afternoon, everyone. Sustainability used to be a corner office checkbox, the CSR slide that was pretty much tucked away at the annual report, probably at the end of it. That's changed, and it has changed significantly. Today, sustainability is showing up in term sheets, is showing up in export contracts, and in the fine print with regard to global supply chain audits. For India's MSMEs and emerging businesses, that shift is an opening, of course, a pressure point as well, and gives a chance for companies to really build and ensure that they have competitive advantages precisely because they are sustainable, not despite it. And I think that's more important. To help us unpack this, what it means, we have two people who spent their careers at the intersection of policy, business, and climate. We have Mr. Varad Pandey, Partner and Director at BCG, and we have Vibha Dhawan ma'am, who is Director General of TERI, one of India's foremost voices on environmental research and sustainable development policy. Thank you so much, both of you, for joining me. Let me start first by asking, a big picture, broad question, and then we get into the specifics of it, which is that when you hear sustainability used as a growth strategy rather than a compliance line item, I think that's the most important part. What does that actually mean? More importantly, what does that mean for an MSME, for a business on ground, and how does that translate? Ma'am, let me start with you.
Well, when you introduced the topic, you spoke about that sustainability is not something which is a reporting mechanism. It is something which needs to be engraved in every business. And when we are talking about sustainability, there is also a myth that greener is expensive, which is not the case. Because what happens is, and we all have seen otherwise also in our daily lives, sustainability essentially means how will I sustain myself in the future as well. It's not that the resources which I have today, I use them, I consume them, and then tomorrow I will have to look for some other greener pasture. So what we are looking at businesses also, like small and medium enterprises, all the way to big entrepreneurs, it is that we are looking at how will I sustain my business. SMEs, because till now, or what is happening today, it is that many a times they really don't have best of the technologies available, and small little things like maybe energy efficiency is not there. They are consuming more energy, not the cleanest way of energy. Maybe it is generated by diesel gensets or whatever. And with the result that overall emissions that they are causing is far greater than what is in even permissible limits. It's not just the emissions. I'll just take it this way. It is that they themselves are getting exposed to those emissions than anyone else. So therefore, they themselves suffer. The second thing is that over a period of time, we are talking not just overall emissions or end emissions. We are talking of scope 2 and scope 3 emissions as well, that is looking at the entire value chain. And therefore, when we are talking of ESG, then it is ESG reporting, that is, you are talking in terms of environment, sustainability, and governance. So you are going to look at all the emissions. So what is the end product? What are the embedded carbon in the product that I'm going to consume? So that is where it becomes very important for SMEs as well. Now coming to large corporates, definitely they have to give their ESG reporting. And therefore, each one of us as a responsible consumer also, we are going to look into what is their score in ESG. Right. Are they responsible? So that's how it becomes important for everyone.
That's an important point. But let me ask you in terms of, the moment where you think that sustainability wasn't just the right thing to do, but also something that made the business case actually work. Where exactly does that happen? Or rather, how do we get to that situation?
Great question, and thank you for having me here. Maybe just to start off by saying, re-emphasizing what you said, which is that I think for us as a country to achieve our green targets, MSMEs are too important to ignore, right? They have to be part of the answer. 30% of GDP, 11 crore people, 50% of exports. I'm sure these are topics you've been discussing throughout the day. So when we think of the green agenda, MSMEs have to be central to that agenda, right? And I think, as you said, a part of this is around compliance and adhering to things. But if you really want this to scale, then we need to think about what's the business case, what's the competitive advantage here, how do you really make change happen, right? And when we work on this topic as BCG with a number of our partners and clients, the best way to think about it is you have to unpack the problem. There are many things which are low-hanging fruit, which you can do, which are good for business and make your business more cost-efficient, reduce your cost base. Energy efficiency, Vibhaji talked about, is a classic case. In many MSME businesses, you can get anything from 10 to 50% reduction in process costs by just focusing on energy efficiency, right? Similarly, movement to clean power, where you have that opportunity, can also be a big unlock of cost reduction. And so that's one very important lever. And I think the main thing to move towards is not thinking of green and sustainability as something side that we also need to do. It has to be central to the business And I think there are a lot of examples now in India where this is happening. Let me give you one, which is Kolhapur, small town in India, which has 300 iron foundries. And many of you will be familiar with this new thing called the CBAM, which has come from the carbon border adjustment measure, which the European countries have imposed, which is to say if any country is exporting to us, they have to equate the price to match our carbon price. And that's having a massive effect on Indian suppliers of aluminum and steel. So this is an MSME cluster which supplies to car manufacturers, the panels, and they have now become one of India's leading early adopters of greening their cluster, because they see this as a new business opportunity as more and more demand moves towards green steel, green aluminum, etc.
So there are opportunities that exist and MSMEs are tapping. But at a larger scale, this is about bringing the emerging business issue at the center of a policy discussion. And Dr. Dhawan, the idea that I want to ask then, the question that comes to mind is, as someone who's worked both at the intersection of policy and industry, you understand the concerns, you understand the challenges, and also the big picture vision. Where do you see Indian MSMEs right now? Are they still playing catch up? Are they on the curve? Or who knows, maybe ahead of it, as some examples suggest?
Well, there is quite a bit of variation. And the variation is from the type of MSME. It's also dependent on the states. So there are, I should say, quite a bit of variation existing. Now, let me also come to when you are talking of the policy side, and I'll go even a step backward. Let's look at India. India as a country, we are energy starved, because look at our import bill for petroleum and so on. And what was happening till very recently was that in many of our villages were not even electrified, and even today, it's not 24/7 electricity availability. Now, what change it is bringing to the entire ecosystem is that we are moving towards renewable. So therefore, there is decentralized energy production possible, and which is happening because if you look at Rajasthan, Gujarat, practically every state in India, you can produce solar energy, and that is getting done. And there are lots of government schemes which is giving incentives to them also. So when you talk of the policy, they are encouraging, they are also ensuring that the capabilities are there. So there are skilling programs, green skilling programs going simultaneously so that they are able to utilize clean energy in a better way. Now, what is it leading to? It is leading to more SMEs. And we have done one experiment, I'll call it a pilot. So what we had done, it was cluster approach in the state of Varanasi as well as in Muradabad. So over here it was with brass utensil makers, and over there it was with silk sari weaving industry. So we gave them solar energy. And when I discussed with them, they said, it has changed our lives. And how? Because earlier we never knew what time the electricity will come. We employ the laborers, and then by the time the electricity goes, and at the end of the day, we only have to pay them. Now with solar, there is a little more assurance that electricity, or they will be able to generate electricity. And then many a times, especially during summer, if you have a bad week, they are even unable to meet their orders, and therefore they suffer. But with solar, and again, we all know in diesel generators, when the pollution levels are very high, we again close the industry. So for them also, renewables is better. What I want to say here is, like, if you look at the entire ecosystem, the policy at government level, all for renewables, all for green skilling, because we don't want them to go without jobs, but we are saying reskill yourself into green skilling, and there are enormous opportunities. Then is the production side of it, and as I said, when you start looking at scope 2 and scope 3 emissions,
that is
where the large industries will also go for
absolutely.
their
They will
products.
also have to be required to make those changes.
Absolutely.
Yeah. So you raised some very important points, but I guess, one needs to talk about AI as well. When you talk about artificial intelligence, now it's part of all conversations that happen, but there's also a flip side to it, right? When you talk about AI, when you talk about data centers, you're talking about scale, there is a certain impact from a climate point of view as well. Add to it the fact that if MSMEs have to make changes, and if they have to look at some sort of a cost correction, should it be AI or should it be climate tech? Where exactly should they prioritize? Because when you talk about MSMEs, you talk about resource constraints as well. And this is a question I throw to both of you. Varad, to you first, and then Dr. Dhawan, I want to bring you in as well on that fact that with constrained resources, should an MSME ideally not choose AI and go ahead for clean tech, climate tech? Because that's the classic managerial issue that they face.
There can't be a panel discussion these days without AI, so I'm glad you brought it up. I personally feel AI has the potential to be a great leveler for MSMEs. And I'll give you 3 reasons for that, right? The first is the whole burden of reporting, compliance, whether it's green or not green. I think it's opening up avenues to do these without large teams. You don't need large consulting firms to help you now to do MRV reporting on your green footprint, right? That's being enabled by AI. So there's a piece around better monitoring reporting, which is becoming more accessible to MSMEs. The second is optimizing your operations, right? So there are many tools now available that helps you identify where should you be optimizing energy efficiency, where can you change your processes to make them more efficient, which was a reserve of large companies, but now they are available as products and softwares. Thanks to AI, they can go into your systems and give you advisory at very reasonable prices. So that's another great leveler, right? And then the third is now we are seeing this whole trend of AI-driven underwriting for loans, which again is a huge opportunity because MSMEs, the number one thing they complain about is access to credit because they don't have collateral, et cetera, et cetera. AI-driven underwriting, which predicts your ability and willingness to pay without the need for collateral, products being launched actually by people like Sidbi and others, opens up a huge new opportunity for MSMEs. So I think AI has this opportunity of being a great new leveler, and I think MSMEs should embrace it fully as soon as possible.
Ma'am?
Well, lots have been said by you, so I'll speak something very different. And what I like to say is that you can't say either or. The two are integrated. And I'll just give you an example. When you talk of AI, you're also talking of management of your electricity load. And as we are going towards renewables, it is that during daytime, you're going to have more of solar. And we are already facing problem that there is more of energy production than what can be used. So what is going to happen in future, and that is what AI is going to do, is that how much of electricity will be generated during the day, and maybe during the day your rates are going to be cheaper than at night. And that is where they can encash upon SMEs. That is how you'll use resources better, and maybe your production cost will come down. And then it's the entire management of your supply chain, which again will be managed by AI. And today, because even just look at how we are managing or how we are using AI, you actually select what to buy from where. So then for those SMEs, MSMEs, they will also find markets for themselves, and they will also know where to source the material. So production cost is actually going to come down in years to come because of AI. And when I say it's going to come down, it's also when you're talking of the climate. I'm not wasting what I have. I'm using it properly. So therefore, AI will also take care of climate change to some extent.
Okay. The other thing I want to ask about is compliance-related issues. When you talk about global disclosures that are now needed, you're talking about ESG audits that are needed, you're talking about all sorts of supply chain audits. That is something that now global buyers are asking upfront from exporters, Indian exporters. Large companies are in a position to provide for that. What about MSMEs? Because that essentially puts them at not just at a disadvantage, at a handicap, but also that compliance issue ends up becoming such a big burden on them that it sort of derails the entire business model, isn't it? Yeah, and then I get worried also.
Yeah, well, you're right in a way, but as I said, transition is little difficult because now there are so many service providers who are helping you with compliance. And when I say compliance, it's actually not compliance. It is that they are teaching us how to be sustainable. So let's not take it, it's a regulatory issue. It is an issue which is going to sustain my business. So that is why I'm reporting. And I'll just mention to you, we just launched during the London Climate Week ESG Academy because we felt that most of us, we are really not aware of what to manage. What is environment sustenance governance? So what do I need to sustain? What is it I need to report? And many of you would have heard the LCA analysis. So I should understand where should I put my research and innovation? What should I reduce to do things better so that my ESG score is better?
Okay.
So that's how we need to work. We need to change ourselves with not with the changing time. I'll say, yes, it is changing. The business is changing, but more than that, as custodian of this earth, this planet, we must ensure that we make our businesses as sustainable as possible.
Bharat, how disadvantaged are small MSMEs because of these global compliance requirements?
Yeah, and I mean, completely empathize because, I think MSMEs already face such a big burden of compliance in so many other ways, right? So this just adds another dimension to it. But I would say, just building on your points, 3 things. Use what already exists. So you have the academy that Bachi talked about. There's SIDBI has a lot of initiatives. They have this Empower MSMEs platform, which is meant to help MSMEs around this. So use existing structures that help you. Second, back to AI. Use AI to do your compliance in a more cost-effective, rapid manner, and also use it to upskill yourselves on what is going to come next, right? Because again, AI is opening up so many opportunities to upskill yourself without having to rely on some training program, etc., that you have a great opportunity. And lastly, as a mindset, I think use this, as you said, not as something, oh, here's an additional burden, another cost, but it's an opportunity for us to go up the value chain. If we meet the standards of the globe, we will be more competitive. We can have more margin. We can have the next level of innovation for our future. So use a risk as an opportunity as you grow your business.
So I am now, we are approaching this conversation around sustainability through the lens of MSMEs, through the lens of emerging businesses. So take for a second what we are talking. We are saying sustainability is now part of a market access requirement that inherently disadvantages smaller companies with severe resource constraints on a multiple aspects. Does that now actually impact scale? Does that impact ability to be able to grow at a certain level? Or do you think this is a new normal in which MSMEs now just have to operate in?
Well, they will have to operate. As I said that if you are looking at the total embedded carbon in any product, you are actually going to go back and see from where they have sourced the material. So therefore, they'll have to live with it. But what I would say repeatedly, it's mindset. And if we look at the government schemes, they are all towards greening. You look at the green skilling program, you look at the kind of subsidies which are given to put renewable panels, soft loans. So everything is available for them to transit. So it is little difficult, but it is that once you decide, it's not impossible.
Any specific examples? I know you gave the example of Kolhapur earlier, but any specific examples you want to sort of build on to it for this argument?
Yeah, I think we are seeing a plethora of, startups which are MSMEs who are embracing this as an opportunity, right? Like you have so many startups now in the EV space, everything from EV finance to battery swapping, etc. These are all MSMEs who are embracing the fact that it's now a reality and we have to adjust to it. You have examples in sustainable agriculture. You have a lot of startups who are helping farmers now get access to carbon credits by aggregating demand and connecting them to global markets. Those are MSMEs who are doing it. You have people who are in circular economy, who are taking waste and converting it to energy. those are MSMEs, right? So I think the idea that...
Are any of them scalable? Because, one is a pilot project, one is a beta phase, and then you're talking about scale that MSMEs aspire for. Are any of those scalable models?
See, MSME scaling is a much larger topic. I'm sure you have a panel in this forum which is discussing the reason why MSMEs don't scale and what are the fixes around that.
I'm talking about the examples that you mentioned here.
See, we'll know when they scale, of course. These are all early examples that I'm telling you. But the fact that they're getting funding from venture capital, they're getting funding from outside investors, they're getting loans from banks, etc., augurs well. Look, this is a new space. It's going to evolve in very big ways in the next 3 to 5 years. We have to take our chances, we have to back innovation, and we have to give it our best.
That is there because, unless and until this becomes part of business ops, it can't really happen. But, let me then ask you this, Dr. Dhawan, that if you were advising a founder who is actually starting a business today, what's that one sustainability decision that you would want that they should bake in from day one rather than retrofit it later, which would require that much more costing on so many fronts? That one sustainability decision that you think they should start from?
Go green as much as possible because renewables is the future. So when you say one, that's what my suggestion would be.
What about you, Bharat?
I keep coming back to this, but you are starting a business in the age of Gen AI. So start with asking yourself, how can I use Gen AI to be digitally born and green born, right, from the word go, so that I'm ready for the challenges not only of serving my customers today, but customers 3 to 5 years from now. And that whole mindset then opens up a whole range of opportunities, like I mentioned, across the things you do as a business. And you can today do vibe coding and create your own apps that can then guide you on how to do compliance, right? Things have become that possible. So keep your mind open to how you can embrace AI to address the...
Are MSMEs using the AI the way it should be done? I know it's a broader question, but again, because you've mentioned AI in the context of sustainability, in the context of green tech, green climate, I'm asking you in that context.
I don't know what your view is, but we do a survey, by the way, on AI use and adoption. And the reality is awareness is high, a little bit of experimentation is happening, but the kind of use that can unlock large-scale value creation is still in its early stages. And the main reason for that, I think, is that the algorithm and the LLM model is only 10% of what you need to conquer. We always say 10% is the algorithm, 20% it's the rest of the technology, and 70% is the people and processes. So you need to think about how do you change your processes, what kind of upskilling you do, if you really want to take advantage of the power of AI, which it is opening up, and not just focus on the LLM model that you're working with. So that's where the mindset point comes in. You have to think differently if you want to embrace and get AI to deliver for you.
So we've spoken a lot about think differently from the point of view of MSMEs. Let's now talk about think differently from the policy landscape also. Has that happened? Because, at the end of the day, MSMEs do need that hand-holding, from a policy point of view. These transitions, they have a certain cost attached to it, they have a certain time frame attached to it. Add to it the fact that if you're retrofitting, it just means so many more layers to it. What is the policy landscape looking like, ma'am? And has it caught up with the changes that need to be made?
Well, I'll say policy side we could have done a little better because what we are saying, I spoke about renewables. So over there are lots and lots of schemes, but not very easy for SMEs to avail those schemes. Second is, let's also look at the capex side of it, because green pays for itself, but initially you have to make investments. So that in terms of soft loans, that is still not available. And third, the most important thing is that right now, we are still talking about scope 2, scope 3 emissions, but we are still not saying, and as a customer also, first of all, it's not labeled. Like in food, it is organically produced. But you never find a product where you also read a label saying that in the production of this, 90% was renewable energy. Some companies are doing it, but by and large, SMEs are not able to do that and thus not attract premium. So that is where I say that we could have done better, but we are in the right direction.
Bharat, you want to add to that?
Look, all I'll say is on the policy side, there's no lack of trying, right? We have Ministry of MSME, we have SIDBI, we have so many government programs. Even on the green side, there is a lot of focus. I think the one I would double down on and build on what you're saying, which is the whole access to finance bit. And how do you make the green finance for MSMEs much more scalable? There are lots of programs. SIDBI is doing a very good job. They have, we had the privilege of supporting SIDBI over the last 2 years on their green strategy. And they have got both direct products, they have got wholesale, they're trying to bring foreign capital in, they've tied up with Green Climate Fund, they're also creating platforms to engage. But we need to do 10x of that, right? So I think that's where policy could come in, especially on these issues of bankability of projects, and some of them have much larger time horizon, so it's a cash flow problem. So you need to have different kind of products that need to be introduced. You need more blended finance instruments that need to come in that bring together a little bit of concessional capital, but that unlocks a large amount of commercial capital. So I think we need to innovate a bit more for the policy piece to deliver, because, as I said, it's not lack of trying, but I think a little bit more of a push to do this at scale.
And I think that will happen when more of the feedback mechanism starts kicking in. What are the kind of policies that are working? What are the areas where more needs to be done? Sectors which probably need more hand-holding. I think that feedback mechanism would probably aid the policy making itself. Before we throw this open to maybe about a couple of questions from the audience, just one final question I want to ask both of you, which is that, let's say, we look at 2 years, 3 years down the line. Right now, we exist in almost silos. Either you are sustainable or you are globally competitive. How do we marry these two to ensure that you are sustainable and globally competitive and scalable? What is that one X factor that you think we need to get those two silos to exist together?
Well, first of all, I don't agree with you that it is either green or you're non-green. It is transition which most companies are trying to make. As a country, we have said 2070 to be net zero. Yeah. If we look at large companies, most of them, they have their roadmaps developed between 2030 to 2050. And they're saying net zero. So net zero essentially means, because there will be some emissions, whatever you do, you can't be using, even if you're using renewables, for the panels you require pipes, which again will have emissions. So net zero essentially means that what you are consuming, your carbon footprint becomes zero, with what the emissions which are due to any activity are absorbed by something else. And that is where the entire carbon market concept is coming up. So therefore, what companies are trying to do, means I have visited many and they'll say we are 50% renewables, we are 70% renewables. So they have started on that journey. So they will achieve it, because as a country also we have to achieve it.
Bharat?
Yeah, no, let me just first caveat by saying I understand the day-to-day lived reality of MSMEs is such that whatever answer we give to this question, one must understand that, the day-to-day is pretty hard itself, right? And then you say globally competitive and all. But I would just say...
sustainable also,
sustainable
globally
and globally
competitive,
also, but I would just say, it's a question of mindset and to take inspiration from, our neighbor China. Look how China has used the green transition as a way to leapfrog and become, the G2 of the world today. Right? They didn't sort of say, oh, what do we do? We are in trouble now. They were the factory of the world for the last 25 years. But they saw this coming and they said, we don't only want to be the factory of the world. We want to be the leader of the world, the innovation leader of the world. And they really embraced it. And their MSMEs have embraced it. Their local governments have embraced it. That's why the China model has worked. So we should take inspiration, not that we need to copy China. We need to have our own model. But I think inspiration from the fact that these are not either or, that you can use this as a jumping off point to become a really globally competitive business, company, country, is something that we can genuinely aim for.
I think technology will provide those solutions, and mainstreaming those technology solutions, ensuring that easily accessible, are provided at the lowest level, I think is going to really be the big differentiator. I was in fact in Beijing and I saw that clear, clean air model that they have come up with. Beijing had the worst air in the world about a decade ago, and they've made those changes at the micro level. So just an example as to how technology can be such a leveler. We have time for quick one question if we can. Yes, ma'am. Yes, I see that lady in the white. Please, ma'am. You want to introduce yourself and direct the question quickly. I'm just going to ensure that you get the mic. I did hear you are from SRCC, and I think Miss Bagga, I heard that. Yeah, go ahead. Yeah.
All right, so I find the Kolhapur case to be extremely intriguing. And could you please perhaps elaborate upon, how they really leveraged the carbon pricing, especially within their business? And could we perhaps have, such an implementation of carbon pricing within India and leverage that to what extent could we leverage that perhaps? Yeah, that's all.
Yeah, so firstly on carbon pricing, India has announced the carbon trading scheme now, which has been notified and going to be operationalized in a gradually. By the way, we didn't discuss that, but I think that's also a great way to gradually increase the competitiveness of your economy and make it globally competitive. I think in that particular example, what really stood out for me was that 300 foundries firstly came together and said, instead of fighting and saying, government give me subsidies or help protect me, they said, we will embrace it, right? And SIDBI actually worked with them very closely to help them make that transition so that their linkages with their value chain, which are car manufacturers, can stay steady, and they agree on a path to greening so that they are not cut off the value chain, but actually become part of the new value chain. So I think it's again the mindset point that we were discussing, that you need to embrace the reality and not fight the reality, and then hopefully good things can happen.
Ma'am, you want to add anything to it, or?
Well, you are absolutely right that this is going to be a reality. But one thing I would just like to bring in from a very different angle, let's discuss about the medicinal plants. In India, we have so much of diversity of medicinal plants. And so does China, because most of them are in the Himalayan region. Now, the difference, and I'm sure many of us use Ayurvedic products. So what is written over there is that it contains these 10 medicinal plants and maybe the quantities. Now, what happens is that medicinal plants, depending on where they grow, the active principle varies from season to season as well as altitude to altitude. Now, the difference, how India enters the market versus Chinese, they bulk up and they say, we have 5,000 tons of the product with this chemoprofiling. While when we go to the market, we don't have those standards. So what one is trying to say is that once you have standards, you say this is sustainably produced, this is organically produced, that is what India is largely doing. In the world market also, we'll fetch much better price. And as he mentioned that we are talking of carbon markets, and let me tell you, it is developed. In fact, you have international buyers as well. And what Terry had done, we brought farmers together for agroforestry. So there is no expense on part of the farmer. We give them the planting material. And from second year onwards, because they take care of the tree, they start earning carbon credit. So it's win-win situation. So such models are also coming.
That's very important. And I think you can continue this conversation offline as well. Well, the timer says time's up. The larger question is that the case for MSMEs as well, who are looking to embrace sustainability? Thank you so much, both of you, for joining me and in this riveting conversation, which we can continue offline as well. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you so much to Dr. Vibha Dhawan and Bharat Pandey for that conversation on building sustainable businesses for a global future. There's just a quick reminder that the NDTV Emerging Business Conclave is also being streamed live on our YouTube channels. So in case you miss any of the sessions, you can head right over to NDTV's YouTube channels and you can watch all the conversations right there. Right. So as we just heard, while the opportunities for Indian enterprises are vast, we must also confront the hard realities on the ground. MSMEs are the backbone of our economy, yet they face persistent hurdles when they try to scale, from the credit gap and the regulatory compliance to technology adoption, skilling, and market access. So to break down exactly what is holding back India's MSMEs and what government and industry must do next, please welcome our next panel of experts. I would like to now call on stage Dr. Mausam, Professor, Department of Computer Science and Engineering, IIT Delhi, Mr. Anil Bharadwaj, Secretary General FISMI, Mr. Ashok Sehgal, Managing Director, Frontier Technologies and Co-Chair, CII, National SME Council, and Mr. Sanjay Kumar Dwivedi, Founder and Director, Shri Badrinath Vaikalpik Urja Limited. A warm welcome to our panelists as we deep dive into these critical issues with the moderator for this session, Shrimi Chaudhary. A round of applause for all of them, please. Thank you.
Hello and welcome again to this yet again interesting session. You know, India nearly has about 6 crore MSMEs, but very few actually scale to large enterprises. So what exactly holding them back is something we will discuss today in detail with our distinguished panel. Welcome you all. Let me start with you, Mr. Bharadwaj and Mr. Sehgal, on the fact that, you know, MSMEs at this point of time contributes nearly 40% in the manufacturing sector. While you compare those with the leading economies, it has the contribution of more than 60%. So how do you think that gap to be bridged, A, and what exactly needs to be done for MSMEs to actually come forward? You can go ahead, Mr. Sehgal, first.
Thank you. I think the main reason MSMEs in India are still growing up is that we are in a stage where the government's support to MSMEs in abstract terms, I'm not talking only physical terms, but in the way they can operate, the way they can interact with each other, and the way they can feel confident that today the government systems are there to support them and not to impede them. Because there's always this thing that government should be a facilitator and not just a regulator. I think that mindset is changing. And as that mindset is changing, you're seeing that more and more people are less afraid of becoming MSMEs. The number of MSMEs you mentioned is now 6 crores. It is worth recalling that 2 or 3 years ago, it was about 2.5 to 3 crores. So people have come forward to become part of the formal sector. Now, unless you're part of the formal sector, you cannot grow. You'll not have access to finance. You'll not have access to markets. You'll not have access to all the schemes that the government wants to do. So I think that is a major change which has happened. And as we go along, you will find that MSMEs are not shy of growing larger and accessing different markets. Another thing is that we have to go out of the fact that the MSMEs earlier, if you look back 5 years or 10 years ago, were serving only the local markets. Now we are at least serving an all-India market. We are not shy of reaching out to distant places. And hopefully that will grow to be where we are not shy of reaching out to international markets, and that will help us to grow.
So both number and reach increased. What's your take on that, Mr. Bharadwaj?
See, thank you first of all, NDTV Emerging Business Conclave, for inviting me and giving me this opportunity to share my views. See, first of all, before I get into why they are not growing and getting the scale, I think it is important also to have that what kind of structure we have in the MSME sector. So almost 1/3 of them are in the retail segment. Another 1/3 is in the segment of services, and almost 1/3 are in the segment of manufacturing. Within the manufacturing also, less than 20% of them are part of the supply chains. I mean, supplying either to the government or to the large industries or medium-sized industries. In this segment, one interesting fact is that most of MSMEs are informal sector MSMEs. barely 10% of them have, 10 to 15% of them have access to institutional funds, sized and large-sized companies, even multinational companies from India. And it's a very good list that what are the reasons, but what it tells you in brief is that there are enough perverse incentives within the system that encourage people to remain micro or small and informal rather than joining the formal sector and growing up. I think it would take a lot of your time if I start explaining, but moot point is that we need a second generation of reforms really, starting from labor, which nobody wants to touch. Making new set of labor laws is something different, but here what is intended is, for example, if you are employing less than 10 people, you have very small number of labor laws that are applicable on you. The number grows 20, sudden more requirements come in. If it gets to 100, even more comes. So in a sense, what we are doing is we are creating laws that are discouraging people to employ more people. Now this may sound quite counterintuitive for a country which has a very large population to employ, and all the emphasis of the government is to create more employment opportunities. But the moot point, as I said, remains that we might be needing a new set of generation reforms.
So do you somewhere align with the fact that, the people who are tracking this space very closely, I'm talking about the MSMEs, they believe that India has created a system which actually rewards staying small instead of those who wants to be big. So somewhere it's a deliberate move as far as, because of course the regulatory requirement and everything is much lesser for MSMEs at this, as the MSMEs policy suggests, compared to those who are big conglomerate, large companies.
Partly true, actually. So, I mean, we have certain rules and regulation and laws which encourage people to remain small, but at the same time, there is a very interesting dichotomy here. So, if you are in services segment, you can feel you are protected because, let me give you an example to elucidate my point. If you are a manufacturer of scissors, for example, you can face competition from global suppliers of scissors from China or from Korea or from whatever. But if you are a hairdresser, no hairdresser from China is coming to compete here. So if you are in the services segment, the pressure of competition is very different or is negligible. But if you're a manufacturer, then you face global competition right away. There are two ways to handle this. One is that you can create some kind of protectionist environment that you won't allow many products to come to India. India tried this policy, but ultimately had to leave this policy space after signing in WTO and after removal of quantitative restrictions and QRs. Now, almost everything that is manufactured in India faces global competition. So, but still we are trying with the help of QCOs, quality control orders, and sometimes maybe other means, trade measures that we can protect micro and small enterprises. But by and large, MSMEs are not protected. MSMEs are facing global competition. On the other hand, it is the larger enterprises that are most protected. So take it steel, copper, aluminium, polymer, plastic raw material, glass, almost all automobiles, including all automobiles. The highest import duties in India is not an auto component that is manufactured by small scale, but it is on the car or on the whiskey. So, I mean, we have a very, I would say, lopsided policy space when it comes to promoting enterprises. We need to have a complete relook and try to envision India, if you want to sort of envision it, or you can say vision it, to be a manufacturing hub that can produce globally competitive MSMEs, particularly in medium-sized and large industries.
You're saying that the large company is getting a lot of incentive, but many of us may not agree to that. But moving on, the very kind of favorite subject as far as MSMEs goes, as yeah, sure.
Can I just come in on a short point?
Yeah,
on that?
sure.
You see, Mr. Bhardwaj also talked about, and you've talked about the companies, SMEs, which prefer to remain dwarfs so that they gain advantage of things. I think there's something we have been highlighting to the government, and there is recognition. And if you see over the last period of 4 or 5 years, the size definition of micro, small, and medium has been greatly increased. The micro industry now can have a turnover up to 10 crores. the small can go up to 100 crores and the medium can go up to 500 crores. Now, that is an increase of almost 8 times over the last 4 years. So this cap is being removed and people are being encouraged to grow. And frankly, if you ask what are the big benefits which people remain by remaining small today, one which is highlighted is, of course, the fact that there is a rule which says that small and micro enterprises must be paid within 45 days. That is probably one of the biggest incentives which is there today to people to remain in the micro small sector. But apart from that, most other things have been largely leveled out, especially with the increase in the definition of the size of an MSME.
Clearly, the kind of policy prescribed is, of course, is a game changer. There's no doubt about that. But moving on the credit, which is a kind of favorite topic whenever we, discuss MSMEs, do you think that getting a credit is a bigger problem? I'm, talking from the perspective of the emergency credit line scheme, which government has put out, post-pandemic, and we are seeing the 5th version of that. And the latest number says that almost 1 lakh crore of loan has already been sanctioned, so that's a huge amount. But overall, if we talk about credit, is that still a challenge for MSMEs?
Let me rephrase the question first. I mean, when you say access to credit, yes. I mean, access to institutional credit remains an issue, like, getting the loan from the bank. But as I said that, almost 85% of MSMEs are depending on the trade finance, so they are getting money or finance, or you can say on such terms like, from their suppliers. They are also selling to somebody on credit. So it is the trade finance that is, driving most of the MSMEs. Now, coming to emergency credit line, emergency credit line first was introduced during COVID because there was a hiatus in the production and people needed some extra funds to tide over the crisis situation. It proved fantastically, you can say, very effective instrument. And there was an NCR study which said that, almost 1 lakh crore of NPAs were, you can say, saved because of ECLGS 1.0. And it had several versions. Now we have ECLGS 5.0. What it gives is this thing. If an MSME is having a running loan, which is the unpaid amount of, say, for example, if somebody has a loan of 10 crore and 8 crore is outstanding, so 20% of 8 crore is given as additional credit without any collateral security. So it's additional funds, and that can help MSMEs to tide over this crisis of, difficulties that may be arising because of the, disruptions in the supply chains, either due to war or due to another reasons.
Since our NDTV Hindi audience is also watching this, so my next question is for Mr. Sanjay also, and आपसे मैं ये समझना चाहती हूँ संजय जी कि क्रेडिट को लेकर काफ़ी बातें चलती हैं और एक सबसे बड़ी समस्या जो बैंक की तरफ से आती है कि उनके पास फाइनेंशियल रिकॉर्ड सही तरीके का नहीं होता है एंड दैट्स वाई हम उनको लोन नहीं दे पाते हैं. वेल MSMEs का कहना है कि बैंक हमेशा हेजिटेट करते हैं क्रेडिट फैसिलिटी प्रोवाइड करने के लिए. एंड मैं इमरजेंसी क्रेडिट लाइन स्कीम की बात नहीं कर रही हूँ जो अभी फिर से रिन्यू किया गया है फ्रेश तरीके से वॉर सिचुएशन की वजह से. बट क्या लगता है आपको कि क्रेडिट एक बड़ा मुद्दा है अभी भी छोटी कंपनीज के लिए?
नमस्कार, बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद. आपने एक प्लेटफार्म दिया जहां हम अपनी बात कर सकते हैं. निश्चित ही किसी भी उद्योग, छोटा हो या बड़ा, उसको रन करने के लिए पूंजी की आवश्यकता होती है. और छोटा जो उद्यमी होता है उसके पास पूंजी की व्यवस्था और उसकी समस्या हमेशा बनी रहती है. और यदि हम तुलनात्मक दृष्टि से देखें कि आज से 20 वर्ष पहले या 10 वर्ष पहले उद्यम आरंभ करने के लिए या जिसका 2-3 साल 5 साल का उद्यम हो चुका है, उसको जो बैंक से पूंजी मिलती थी और आज तो उसमें बहुत कुछ इम्प्रूवमेंट हुआ है. हम एक स्कीम होती थी CGTMSE, जिसमें बिना कोलेट्रल के एमएसएमई को लोन मिलता था। और हम जब शुरुआत किए थे उस समय उसकी लिमिट कोई 1 करोड़ के आसपास थी कि 1 करोड़ रुपए तक बिना कोलेट्रल के लोन मिल जाता था। तो पॉलिसी में तो था कि 1 करोड़ तक का मिल जाता है, लेकिन प्रैक्टिकल में होता ये था कि जिसके पास कोलेट्रल है बैंक उसी को सीजीटीएमएसई में लोन देता था और अपना टारगेट पूरा कर लेता था, क्योंकि बैंक के पास एक अपना प्रेशर होता है पॉलिसी के तहत लोन देना, पर यदि लोन एनपीए हो जाएगा तो क्रेडिट बैंक मैनेजर का ख़राब होता है। तो बैंक मैनेजर की भी अपनी जॉब है, तो वो देखता है कि ये मिस्टर जो भी हैं जो लोन लेने आए हैं उनसे वह परिचित है और जानता है कि इनके पास ठीक ठाक कोलेट्रल है, घर है या जो भी है, तो उनको बोलता है कि एक छोटा सा सीजीटीएमएसई में मैं आपका कर देता हूँ, क्योंकि उनके पास अपने टारगेट होते थे उसको पूरा करने के लिए। लेकिन उस समय भी ऐसा नहीं है कि नहीं मिलता था, हमने बड़ी मेहनत की और हमें 60 लाख रुपए का आईसीआई बैंक से सीजीटीएमएसई में लोन मिला।
आपने सिक्योर किया?
हाँ, बिना किसी, मेरे पास कोई कोलेट्रल नहीं था।
तो तब से अब तक में
आज वो लिमिट 10 करोड़ हो चुकी है, मतलब जो पहले 1 करोड़ की थी वो 10 करोड़ की हो चुकी है। और अमूनन पहले यह सिर्फ प्राइवेट बैंक नहीं करते थे, ज़्यादा पब्लिक सेक्टर के बैंक ही करते थे, लेकिन अब कुछ प्राइवेट बैंक भी बढ़िया काम कर रहे हैं, अच्छा काम कर रहे हैं, और पब्लिक सेक्टर बैंक के भी अच्छा काम कर रहा है। इसमें एमएसएमई का भी एक इशू है। बेसिकली हम जब उद्यम करने आते हैं तो हमको ये तो पता होता है कि यह बोतल बनाने में 10 रुपया लगेगा और यह बाज़ार में 15 रुपये में बिकती है, तो हम बना के बेच देंगे। पर इसको बनाने बेचने की प्रक्रिया में जो फाइनेंशियल रिकॉर्ड हमको रखने हैं उसका ज्ञान हमको होता नहीं है और बैंक को पूछता है।
तो काफ़ी हद तक मुश्किलें क्रेडिट को लेकर कम हुई हैं, ऐसा कह सकते हैं?
काफ़ी कुछ कम हुई हैं।
तो आपको क्या लगता है सबसे बड़ा फिर बैरियर क्या है? क्यों एमएसएमईज आगे बढ़कर एक वैसा एम्बिशन नहीं रख पा रहे हैं कि वो एक बड़ी कंपनीज को या तो चुनौती दे सकें या फिर खुद इतनी बड़ी बन सकें कि एक स्केल अप कर सकें अपने बिजनेस
जी, बहुत सारी समस्याएं हैं, लेकिन मैं बहुत सारी को फिगर आउट नहीं करूंगा। मैं 2 प्रमुख बिंदुओं को फिगर आउट करूंगा। मेरी दृष्टि में आज की तारीख में किसी भी एमएसएमई के लिए जो सबसे बड़ी चुनौती है वो है उत्तम क्वालिटी का मानव संसाधन, एचआर। किसी भी एमएसएमई को अच्छा मानव संसाधन नहीं मिलता है, क्योंकि जो भी क्वालिटी मैन पावर होता है उसकी पहली प्राथमिकता गवर्नमेंट और पब्लिक सेक्टर यूनिट्स और बड़े कारपोरेट्स, उसके बाद जब उसे कोई ऑप्शन नहीं होता तब एमएसएमई का ऑप्शन होता है। तो हम लोगों के पास एक ये होता है कि रेत में से हम लोगों को हीरा तराशना होता है, और जैसे ही वो डायमंड बन जाता है वो किसी कारपोरेट्स के पास चला जाता है। तो हम लोग एक तरह से धर्मार्थ संस्था चला रहे हैं समाज की सेवा के लिए, और अच्छी बात है, हमें मतलब इसमें प्रसन्नता है, पर इसको कंट्रोल किया जा सकता है। मैं लास्ट में बताऊंगा कि मैं कैसे कंट्रोल किया जा सकता है मेरे बिंदु से। और दूसरा जो पॉइंट है वो है रिसर्च, आर&डी और टेक्नोलॉजी, क्योंकि एमएसएमई के पास बेसिकली हम लोग बहुत ज़्यादा शुरुआत में जब हम कोई बड़ा एनर्जेटिक स्टार्टअप लेके आता है तो शुरू में तो उसके पास कुछ आइडिया होते हैं, कुछ प्रोडक्ट पढ़ लिख के आता है, ग्रेजुएशन करके बीटेक करके हम लोग आते हैं, तो शुरुआत में कुछ आइडिया होते हैं, 1-2 प्रोडक्ट हम लोग लेके आते हैं, पर हमको हर साल कुछ ना कुछ नया करना होता है इंडस्ट्री में बने रहने के लिए, और उसके लिए हमको आर&डी में पैसे लगाने होते हैं। और एमएसएमई के पास या तो पूंजी का अभाव होता है या डर होता है कि इतना सारा पूंजी हम आर&डी में लगा देंगे, वह बनेगा नहीं बनेगा, सुरक्षित रहेगा। तो एक अच्छा टेक्नोलॉजी या एक टेक्निक, जैसे हमारे प्रोफेसर साहब हैं तो ये हो सकता है कुछ हमको बताएं कि सरकार हो सकता है कुछ कर रही हो इस बारे में कि बीच बीच में वो हम लोगों को कुछ देते रहें कि यार ये हम लोगों ने डेवलप कर लिया है, आप लोग इसको कमर्शियलाइज करो और इसको बाज़ार में ले जाओ।
बट आपका ये जो मुद्दा है जो आपने बोला बहुत ही क्रूशियल है, क्योंकि आप बात कर रहे हैं कि इन्वेस्टमेंट की कहीं ना कहीं कमी है व्हेन इट कम्स टू टेक्नोलॉजी, व्हेन इट कम्स टू इनोवेशन फ्रॉम द एमएसएमई साइड। वो एक बड़ा बैरियर आपको लग रहा है। आपसे डॉक्टर मौसम मैं जानना चाहूँगी, क्योंकि आप एआई से जुड़ी चीज़ों पर बात करते हैं, आपसे ये समझना चाहूँगी कि in all these sectors, we are seeing the adoption of AI and everybody is talking about that, but MSME is yet to even digitize at this point of time. How difficult for them to, one, adopt AI, and the point which Mr. Sanjay just made on lacking investment in innovation, technology, etc. from the MSME. How are you seeing that, and is there a sort of solution to address those issues?
Yeah, thank you very much for having me. It's an honor to be here. I would say that, as you rightly said, that AI is kind of disrupting pretty much everything at this point. Just as a few examples, I was just reading today that Oracle layoffs have gone to 20,000, and this year, at least up to a few weeks back, 140,000 workers all over the world had been laid off. 1,620 companies has had mass layoffs, right? McKinsey says that by 2045, 50% of the jobs may be automated. And World Economic Forum says that 78 million new jobs may be created by 2030. This is globally. But the impact on India is no less. In fact, maybe in some ways it is a little bit more, because if you think about the IT services company, a space where several MSMEs also exist, but a space where India has taken a leadership, that leadership position is now under question, because the IT services industry is slowly getting metamorphosed into the AI industry and AI services industry and so on, and we are not as far along as we would want ourselves to be. And now if you start comparing this disruption that is happening all over the world from the vantage point of an MSME which has not even digitized their data, then they are at a severe disadvantage, to say the least. I would say that I am distinctly reminded of this TV series, which is really famous, making a lot of waves, the World of Titan, or Made in India, the World of Titan or something. It's very recent in Amazon Prime, and the series is about how Titan sort of introduced new technology and basically displaced HMT at the time, and HMT had to finally shut off its factories in 2016. Now we are talking about large versus large at this point, although Titan was just coming up as a startup. I think if we do not move with the times, we get left behind. This is true in every field. We can look at our parents and how digitally unsavvy they are. When they have to make a small change on their cell phone, they get really visibly upset. And we look at our kids and they know it much better than our parents. This happens to all of us, but this happens to industry even more. Because if industry is at a place where they are not even moving with the times of digitization, which is the era of 80s and 90s, and then they will not be able to ride the next wave, which is the era of data-driven decision-making and supply chain optimization and efficiency and monitoring of their supplies and monitoring of all their goods and so on and so forth. So I believe that the future is going to be AI first. For most things, not all things. There are some things which are, places where you are using more of your hands and body to achieve some product, right? It could be the sports industry, it could be the sort of carpenter, or some places where large machinery is not being used. It could be the restaurant industry where you are making food by hand. There are possible disruptions there, but those disruptions may require AI and robotics to come together, which is a little bit further away. It's not too close to us. But where it is everything else, things that the intelligence can be done on the computer, on your phone, like business intelligence, maybe quality improvement cycles, innovation, efficiency, monitoring, supply chain, marketplaces, all of that. That is where an MSME has to be AI first. Or if they don't, then there will be another MSME which is already working on AI for that industry, and they are going to overtake. This is my personal view.
But I have a counter question actually, that is AI going to help businesses to compete with the larger enterprises? Or AI will widen the gap between the smaller companies and big companies? What's your take on that?
See, whenever a technology comes, you always have two perspectives to look at. In the modern context, AI has democratized access to deep tech in some ways, some part of deep tech. Right? You have AI on your phone. You have ChatGPT or Claude or Gemini on your phone. In fact, I don't know if you know, OpenAI opened a shop in India because they had the largest mobile consumer base anywhere in the world in India. And who were all these people? These were students. Many of these students like this who were using AI for all their assignments. Okay? So if AI is accessible to all the students in such cheap amounts of money, then AI to some level is also accessible to all our MSMEs. It is accessible to all the large companies also. So yes, if you jump on it faster, and maybe I take the point that has been made earlier, that maybe MSMEs don't have enough cycles, maybe they don't have enough excess money and resources to jump on the wave, then there is a challenge. But to the extent that you are willing to put aside some resources to jump on it, I think it could even reduce the gap. Now, this is when the MSME is not an AI-driven MSME, because if your core is AI, then you need to hire AI talent. If you need to hire expensive AI talent, then you need much more resources, and then it is a little bit challenging. So the answer is nuanced, but I believe that AI, because of the democratization, can even play the opposite role, but we will have to take the initiative to move forward.
Mr. Sehgal wanted to understand this, the same thing, and I'm taking it forward on the point that somewhere, and the studies also reflect so that the kind of investment should come in the innovation and technology from the MSME side. It's not coming up to the mark. Do you believe that, or do you think that no, they are doing enough, though they had to do a lot of catch-up, but they started doing and investing in the innovation?
I think there are two sides of this. One is that our MSME is investing and upgrading themselves. I think they are upgrading. There is a desire to upgrade because the information now coming in to various MSMEs or any business is not only what they know and what they know in their immediate neighborhood, but when they see an example of somebody else who's being successful, naturally want to emulate it. And to emulate it, first you want to understand what is the advantage he's got, whether it is his product or his process. And particularly in the processes, I feel is where a lot of improvement needs to be done. We have an attitude in India of making promises, not sticking by them, and saying sab chalta hai. That's something which is totally not accepted internationally. You make a commitment, you must follow through on it. I think that is a mindset change which we must have in India. The second side of this is that how do MSMEs make an investment in this? I think there is a genuine bottlenecks there, because many countries introduce incentives, and in India we used to have tax incentives for R&D, where you were given a 200% write-off on any R&D expenditure which you did. That has been withdrawn. I think reintroducing that would help in a large way. The other side is that when there is a development of any new product in India, and as I think many of us know, one of the big targets which immediately MSMEs look at is the government buying. They have a lot of buying. As a single entity, government is a very big buyer. Now, unfortunately, the government has buying through tender systems. One is, of course, they want to go to the lowest cost. But in going to the lowest cost, they also go into two other aspects. One is the lowest quality, and the quality remains too low. The second side is that in most of these, there is a barrier to entry for a new entrant. If you made something for the first time, you don't have the experience to qualify, and that shuts you out from that market. The second thing is that if you made something which is new and innovative, the person who is specifying that plays safe and specifies what is the old thing, and he is worried about how to specify the new product, the new features, which will take the technology forward. So I think these are the kind of challenges which we must overcome. Our lethargy in buying, and let me also clarify that it's not only the government which is bad in doing this. Private corporates also are not very different. Their instructions are always to go to the lowest quality which will be acceptable by the end user, and the purchase department is also instructed, get me the L1 supply. I have been for the last few months trying to project something on this, which I'd leave for the audience to think through, which is that when a company goes out to hire somebody, you don't say, get me the lowest cost engineer you can. You say, get me the best person who will do this job. Now, this is my budget. Why don't we, whether it is, and I'm encouraging corporates to begin this trend, but the government and all purchase people must say this, that I have to pick and recommend the best product that will give me best value for money, not the lowest quality, not the minimum that will get by. When you hire somebody, you don't say, I want a B.Tech, and as long as he's passed, it's okay. You say, was he first division? Did he pass with honors? Did he get distinction? These kind of things must be factored into any procurement by anybody. Absolutely. We do it at our own personal levels. We're willing to pay a little more. But institutions need to also recognize and develop methods for being able to encourage and reward improvements in the supply of materials and services to them.
Dr. Mausam, you want to add something on this?
Yes, thank you. Actually, I really agree with some of the things that Mr. Sahgal has said. I would say that, government even has this mechanism called QCVS, where you can give quality points for quality and so on and so forth, but they are very rarely used somehow, and we are just comfortable with L2, which is the lowest cost bidder, which really bothers me. More on the point of, quality, we are a society which loves jugaad. And yes, there is a role for jugaad in the world, where if you are in a highly resource-constrained environment and you have to get something at the last minute working, and you make use of the resources that are available to you, you want to get the thing done for now. But if our life is revolving around using jugaad left, right, and center to make progress, then we cannot be very successful, because those things can't be efficient and so on and so forth. I'll say one other thing. We as a society love the word leapfrogging. I personally stand against this word. What does leapfrogging mean? Leapfrogging means that we didn't do anything, somebody else did the innovation, we are at the right time to use their innovation, and now we can scale it up in our society and really leapfrog. I mean, how often have we sort of been proud of the innovation that has come out of the Indian ecosystem? Very rarely. And I think we really need to do more about this, and MSMEs also. So I'll give you one other analogy. These kids these days, they love doing physical exercise. They are very health conscious. Now, why are they putting in so much time? Because they realize that if they do it now, then in the long run, they will have a healthy life, right? So we make some decisions now, which may not give us benefits today, but will give us long-term benefits. From a financial side, we all do SIP at some age. We realize that if we keep putting in some amount of money and keep investing it, in the long run, when towards our retirement, it will benefit us. Why are the MSMEs not doing the same thing? Put in 10 to 20% of your time and money in something that is not going to give us reward today, but there's a high chance that a few years down the line we will create something innovative, and then we will benefit from that reward. So I think we need to change from this services mindset to a slightly more innovation-oriented mindset, and it will be a systemic change, but it is very required.
Well, fair point. I'll go to Mr. Bhardwaj on the talent part, which Mr. Sahgal has flagged. But my question is actually that young people prefer startup, and large companies over MSMEs. So do you think that, and how actually MSME can attract, retain good talent? Because clearly the report suggests that they are lacking certain skills, young talents. So how are they going to do that?
Can you rephrase the question again?
So the young talent, the young people, of course, prefer startups and larger companies over MSMEs. What do you think they should do more to attract good talent, skilled people? Because some studies suggest that they lack there to having a good talent in the MSME sector.
So this is true, actually. And we should not be surprised if we try to look at how MSME sector is structured, as I said, that almost 90% is working in the informal sector. So naturally, people who are educated, trained, skilled, they would not really aspire to work in an environment which is not healthy, which is not safe, etc. And I think there is a lot of learning curve, and you can say a lot of work to do for very large segment of MSMEs to become part of the formal sector. So it is basically 10 to 15% of that segment where you can see that they have the ability, scale, and the opportunities to attract, you can say, people from technical institutions or young people. I'm sure that people like Mr. Sehgal would not have many difficulty in attracting the young people. But yes, a very large segment of MSMEs who are operating in the informal sector will have to do. But at the same time, there is another way of looking at it. So once I met Jack Ma, and he said in Hong Kong in a very interesting manner that I look for not opportunities, I look for difficulties. The greater is the difficulty, greater is the opportunity. Absolutely. So if 85% of MSME sector is working in the informal sector, so there are opportunities for startups help using AI and using maybe technologies that can deploy to aggregate them, make them larger, and create opportunities out of them. So I think because number is very large, and we have a large domestic market. Fortunately for India, will continue to have very large small-scale industry because they continue to provide a lot of opportunities for employment. And the large domestic market provides that important, can say, opportunity for us to produce not only goods, but also provide services. So if I would say that if startups are properly exposed to the opportunities that lie in the informal sector, they would be more enthused. So it may also be showing maybe something on our part also that there is a lack of communication, that we had not been able to expose this segment, the opportunities that lie in the MSME sector. I try to put it this way.
संजय जी, आपसे भी पूछना चाहूँगी अगर आप इसमें कुछ एडिशनल पॉइंट ऐड कर सकें कि किस तरह से आपको लगता है कि ये एक बड़ा हर्डल है, बैरियर है MSME के संदर्भ में कि यंग टैलेंट MSMEs अट्रैक्ट नहीं कर पाता क्योंकि कहीं ना कहीं उन्हें वो अपॉर्चुनिटीज़ नहीं मिलती है इन MSME सेक्टर जो उनको लार्ज कंपनीज़ में मिलती है या स्टार्टअप में मिलती है. आपने एक मुद्दा उठाया एम्प्लॉयमेंट बेनिफिट का, क्या वो एक रीज़न है उनका MSME सेक्टर से नहीं जुड़ने का, यंग टैलेंट का नहीं जुड़ने का?
हमने पिछले वार्ता में बोला था कि MSME के पास क्वालिटी मैन पावर नहीं मिल पाता, तो उसके लिए कुछ चीज़ें, बहुत सारी चीज़ें तो नहीं, पर सामान्य कोई भी कर्मचारी होता है वह सुरक्षित भविष्य देखता है. वह देखता है कि मैं किसी संस्थान में हूँ तो मेरा फ्यूचर कितना सुरक्षित है, और MSME में वह महसूस नहीं करता है. तो और MSME भी एज ए उद्यमी वह देना चाहता है, उसको ऐसा नहीं है कि वह नहीं देना चाहता है, पर उसके पास सीमित संसाधन होते हैं. तो क्यों ना गवर्नमेंट की तरफ से 2-3 अलग से PSU इस काम के लिए बना दिए जाएं. कोई एक ना हो, एक होने पे बाध्यता हो जाएगी कि उसी के पास जाना है. ये
आपका सुझाव है?
हाँ,
कि सरकार को एक अलग से मे बी
कि अभी जैसे हमको अपना उद्यम चलाना है तो हमको EPF है, ESI है, ग्रेच्युटी है, मेडिकल है, इंश्योरेंस है, और हम देना चाहते हैं. हम चाहते हैं हमारे कर्मचारी को वो सारी सुविधा मिले जो किसी भी कॉरपोरेट्स में जो कर्मचारी है उसको मिलता है, और कोई भी उद्यमी देना चाहता है, मैं समझता हूँ. तो वो ऐसा जैसे NTPC है, तो इस तरह का है कि NTPC हो गया, NHPC हो गया, और 1-2 PSU हैं. उन्होंने दे दिया कि हम उद्यमी हैं और मेरे पास 10 कर्मचारी हैं, आप बताइए मैं प्रति महीने कितना रुपया आपको जमा कर दूं और मैं निश्चिंत होकर सो जाऊं, और वो कर्मचारी सारे बेनिफिट आपसे मांगे. कर्मचारी भी निश्चिंत हो जाएगा कि हमको बहुत बड़ी
स्पेशल कैटेगरी क्रिएट करने की बात यहाँ पर कर रहे हैं. और संजय जी, चूँकि आप सोलर सेक्टर से भी जुड़े हुए हैं, तो आपसे क्विकली समझना चाहूँगी कि किस तरह के इनिशिएटिव अब तक लिए गए हैं सरकार ने और क्या और करने की ज़रूरत है, बिकॉज अभी जिस तरह की सिचुएशन में हमने वेस्ट एशिया क्राइसिस देखा एंड लॉट ऑफ पुश टुवर्ड्स सस्टेनेबल एनर्जी, ग्रीन एनर्जी एंड जिस तरीके का हमने उतार चढ़ाव क्रूड प्राइसेस में देखा, क्योंकि हम बहुत बड़े इंपोर्टर हैं, हमारा देश करीब 70-80% तक क्रूड इंपोर्ट करता है, तो ऐसे में आपको क्या लगता है कि क्या और करने की ज़रूरत है सोलर जैसे संसाधनों को आगे बढ़ावा देने के लिए?
बहुत ही बढ़िया आपका इस समय सिचुएशन है, उसके संदर्भ में प्रश्न है। और चूंकि मैं उस उद्योग से कनेक्ट हूँ तो मेरे को 2-3 मिनट लगेंगे, आपका 1 मिनट बचा है, समय ख़त्म हो रहा है। तो सौर ऊर्जा में अभूतपूर्व क्रांति हुई है, इसमें किसी भी तरह का कोई भी किसी को भ्रम नहीं है और वह क्रांति ज़मीन तक दिख रही है। पहले आप लोग किताबों में, टेलीविज़न में या नेट पे सौर ऊर्जा देखते रहे होंगे। आप लोग अब गाड़ियों से जाते होंगे या कि कहीं भी जाते हैं तो किसी न किसी छत पे आप लोगों को दिख जाता होगा कि कुछ न कुछ हो रहा है। तो उसको मैं फिगर में यदि आपको बताऊं कि आज तक कोई 30-40 वर्षों में लगभग हो गए हैं सौर ऊर्जा का मंत्रालय बने हुए भारत सरकार द्वारा, और कुल जो आज तक सौर ऊर्जा का कैपेसिटी इंस्टॉल्ड है वह लगभग 257 गीगावाट है, जिसमें मैं रिन्यूएबल एनर्जी की बात कर रहा हूँ, और सौर ऊर्जा की बात करें तो लगभग 157 गीगावाट आज तक का, और 2024 में यह लगभग 120 गीगावाट था। 120 गीगावाट जब पूरा था, पूरा मतलब लगभग 30 वर्षों का, उस समय भारत सरकार की एक बहुत ही बढ़िया योजना आई जिसका नाम था प्रधानमंत्री सूर्य घर मुफ्त बिजली योजना। यह योजना अपने आप में इतनी बड़ी है कि आप समझ सकते हैं 1 करोड़ घरों में उसका टारगेट था सौर ऊर्जा के प्लांट लगाने का, और 1 करोड़ घरों में सौर ऊर्जा के प्लांट लगने के बाद उसका जो वॉल्यूम होगा वह होगा लगभग 40 गीगावाट। तो पिछले 40 वर्षों में टोटल सौर ऊर्जा, जिसमें राजस्थान, गुजरात, बड़े बड़े गीगावाट के संयंत्र भी इंक्लूड कर लें आप, उनको जोड़ने के बाद 120 था 2024 में, और अकेले इस योजना में 40 गीगावाट होना था। और अचीवमेंट इसका कितना हो गया है, क्योंकि योजना आना और उसको अचीवमेंट होना, सरकार ने नीचे से ग्राउंड लेवल पे इतनी मतलब माइक्रो लेवल पे मॉनिटरिंग की है इसकी कि 1 करोड़ घरों में से एज ऑन डेट लगभग 36 लाख घरों में हो चुका है, और ऑन द गोइंग जो डाटा नहीं है सरकार के पास जो घरों में लग रहे होंगे इस समय, तो लगभग 15-20 लाख होगा। मार्च में ये योजना ख़त्म हो रही है, यानी कि मार्च में हम 1 करोड़ पूरा कर लेंगे। तो अब दूसरा ये है कि हो तो रहा है, बहुत बढ़िया हो रहा है, लेकिन अभी भी जीवाश्म ईंधन जो हम लोग आयात करते हैं उसके सापेक्ष में बहुत कम है। हम बहुत बढ़िया कर रहे हैं, अभूतपूर्व कर रहे हैं, लेकिन मंजिल बहुत दूर है अभी, और इस रफ्तार को हमें बनाए रखना होगा। इसके लिए हम चाहते हैं कि जो मार्च में ख़त्म हो रही है यह योजना सरकार की,
उसको एक्सटेंड किया जाए।
तो सरकार क्योंकि होता क्या है कि एमएसएमई के पास एक सबसे बड़ी समस्या होती है,
आपको थोड़ा सा शॉर्ट रखना पड़ेगा, समय का अभाव है, लेकिन आप कंप्लीट कर लीजिए
जी, कि हम कोई भी सरकार की योजना आती है तो उसको रीड करना, बनाना, इम्प्लीमेंट करना और ज़मीन तक पहुंचाने में 1-2 साल का समय लग जाता है, और जब स्कीम बढ़िया चलने लगती है स्कीम ख़त्म हो जाती है या योजना खत्म हो जाती है,
तो उसको एक्सटेंड करने की ज़रूरत है। ये आपका सुझाव है, बहुत बढ़िया सुझाव है। क्विकली मैं आप सबसे वन लाइनर पूछना चाहूँगी कि 5 years from now what will matter most for MSME, Mr. Segar, whether it's credit, compliance, technology or skilled worker? One word, please.
I think it is technology, adoption of technology, both in the quality of the product and the way we produce it and the way we market it.
Dr. Mawsam?
Hard for me to say anything different, but I would say technology, not only technology adoption, but I hope technology innovation as well.
एक सर ने एक बताया था कि एमएसएमई वाले क्यों नहीं एसआईपी की तरह आरएनडी में निवेश करते। मेरा निवेदन है कि आरएनडी और कविता लिखना सिर्फ एसआईपी जैसे नहीं हो सकता कि सुबह एक लाइन लिखें, कल एक लाइन लिख दें। आरएनडी के लिए पूरा टाइम देना होता है, आधा घंटे में आरएनडी नहीं हो पाती है।
बट आपको लगता है इनोवेशन में उनको आगे बढ़कर
यदि हमको आरएनडी करना है तो 2 साल तक कोई और काम नहीं करना होगा।
Mr. Bharadwaj?
See, in the previous session, a very important point was made that sustainability has become a market access issue.
Absolutely.
As a matter of fact, I say that sustainability and scale both have become as market access issue. Going forward in the last in the coming 5 years, I think these two words are needed to be watched.
So we really hoping that we will see MSME coming forward, be self-reliant, especially the kind of geopolitical issues has put focus back on this, very sector. So let's hope that they do more for the technology and have alignment with the AI. Thank you very much, gentlemen, for sharing your insight and such wonderful conversation. Thank you very much.
Let's have another round of applause, ladies and gentlemen, for our panelists and that fantastic conversation. And thank you to all our panelists for that incredibly candid look at the MSME landscape. As the stage is being set, let me just remind you all that the NDTV Emerging Business Conclave 2026 is being live streamed on NDTV's YouTube channel as well. So in case you miss any of our sessions, you can head on over to YouTube and catch a quick look at the sessions that you may have missed. Okay. As we look to overcome the challenges that were just discussed on the stage and build for the next 10 years, a fascinating question arises about the driving force behind this growth. Who will truly champion India's economic story over the next 10 years? Is it the visionary founder disrupting industries? Is it the venture investor fueling them with strategic capital? Or is it the corporate CEO who is scaling operations to a global level? To debate where real value creation will come from over the next decade, please welcome on stage Dr. Ritesh Malik, investor and founder Innovate, and Ms. Anisha Singh, founder and managing partner She Capital. And to moderate this conversation, please put your hands together for NDTV's very own Gauri Dwivedi.
All right, this is set to be a firecracker of a session, or at least that's my hope. We have founders, we have CEOs, and we're going to ask the fundamental question, who's actually running the company? Is it going to be the founder, the CEO, or is it the investor? And in fact, every growth story needs a protagonist. And India has 3 candidates competing for that role. You have the founder who treats, well, some would say sleep as optional, conviction as collateral. And then you have the investor who builds nothing directly, but really decides with the stroke of a term sheet which ideas actually get a shot at all. And then there is the CEO who inherits scale and has to turn early promise into something that's durable enough to survive its own success, which will tell you, each in fact will tell you with good reason that they're the real engine. The truth probably lies somewhere in the middle, and that friction exactly is what we are going to be talking about. Joining me to sit very much inside that friction is Dr. Ritesh Malik, founder of Innovate, now an investor who's learned to really spot the instincts that he once relied on himself. Anisha Singh, founder of She Capital. She built before she started backing others to build. So as India edges towards a multi-trillion-dollar economy, whose fingerprints will be most visible on the next decade? That's the big question that we are asking. And I'm going to start by asking this question to both of you, which is that India is headed towards being a multi-trillion-dollar economy. We are at about 4.5, 5 trillion, depending on PPP. Who do you think deserves more credit for the next phase of that growth, and even the one that we are sitting at right now? Is it the founder who's really building it, investor who's deciding what is going to get built? Dr. Malik, let me start with you and then we get in Anisha.
No, first of all, thank you very much, Gauri. Very excited to be here. I'll tell you, this is a very tricky question, but I have a very simple answer. Capital is abundant everywhere. When I was at Y Combinator, someone told me a beautiful line, and he said that there are 100x more number of people with money than great founders. I always think founder agency is what matters. And founder does not need to be someone who's just starting the company. The first 20 employees also become co-founders. So I think by the end of the day, founders drive this entire economy. I don't think investors, I think capital is abundant. Like capital you can always get the right capital if you have the right founder. CEOs are very, very important, but I think not more important than the founder. The most important person in the entire ecosystem, in my view, is the founder.
Anisha, what about you?
Well, I think we've both been all three, right? Founders, CEO, investors. And you can't have the entire ecosystem if the seeds of innovation haven't started. And that starts with the founder. I actually polled a lot of my VC friends and I asked them that, if there was a choice, who do you hang out with? Founders or VCs? And interestingly, not one said another investor or VC. Everybody's chasing the next innovation and wanting to hang out with founders because it's really, that's where the seeds. But that being said, it takes a village to raise a child. And that's the same thing when it comes to whether it's a founder, investor, or CEO. I don't think it's one or the other. I think it happens in a succession. You have the founder, but without the investor coming in, you could get to a certain scale, but you need that wind beneath your wings. I had that. And then after that, sometimes it's nice to have a professional CEO who can take it to scale so that you can think more innovatively on other things and, beyond what you need to do. So I think it's just a succession. I don't think it's one or the other. I don't think any one of them can say, I'm the be all and end all. That being said, founder.
It isn't, and that's exactly why this conversation is going to be fun. Ritesh, let me ask you this, that you sat on both sides of that table as a founder, as an investor. How has that changed your answer to that question, that when you are as an investor or when you are as a founder?
To digress a bit, मेरा विचार ये है that आने वाले 10 साल में the most important person in the room will be the teacher. Jai Jawan, Jai Kisan, Jai Anusandhan. The most important person in the room will be the one who is doing the research. We need to convert our economy from a service economy to an R&D economy. And in my view, I'll tell you a very interesting stat. In the US, out of every 6 teachers, 1 is a millionaire. In India, out of every 100 teachers, not even 1 is a millionaire. The idea is we need to have more teachers, researchers come into limelight. I think fundamental jobs will add a lot of value. If you want to change the nation, my view is change agriculture. 40% of our country is focused on agriculture, producing only 15% of our overall produce. The idea is how do we change that? I think engineering, core engineering. We do not need engineers who do from IIT Bombay and then do an MBA from IIM Ahmedabad and then become a corporate employee. The question is, if you are doing deep engineering, let us focus on fundamental research. And the third one, which is very important, a huge opportunity for India is AI in life sciences, healthcare. So in my view, I would always like to be the founder. I hate being an investor, because...
I was starting to think that you're not answering the question only.
No. For me, Gauri, I want to be a founder, and I think everyone, even an investor can be a founder. The idea is founder is a DNA. An employee can be a founder. So I think founder mindset, I tell every student on the planet today, that is focus on getting the founder DNA. What is a founder DNA? Focus on high agency, focus on taking no's as stepping stones and ensure that you are, because for my 2 daughters, life will be very hard. Jobs will not be there. Virtually in the next 6 to 7 years, whatever, our education system is completely damned out right now. Whatever we are studying right now, in the next 20 years, nothing is going to be there, and we are studying things which are actually 20 years behind. We need to have high agency, learn AI.
So education is going to be a key differentiator,
Absolutely.
But you would always prefer to wear the founder's hat over the investor's hat. Anisha, what about you? Before I ask you about the other aspect, what is it that you really bet on? I want to ask the same question to you. Given a choice, which is the hat that you would like to wear?
You can see it on our titles only that we've written founder. I think that's one of the things. I think once a founder, you're always a founder. That mindset is stuck. I always say starting a startup or founding anything is like a drug. Once you're on that, you can never get off of it because you love the fact that you're creating these highs and lows, this innovation that comes through. I think you'll ask any founder, they'll tell you they want to be a founder above anything else. And like he said, even a VC fund, for me, I founded She Capital. And so in my head, I'm still a founder. I'm still thinking of different ways to innovate and, change the VC ecosystem.
So which brings me to ask you this question. I'm going to ask about women entrepreneurs as well in just a bit because, at the end of the day, women entrepreneurs do need a special mention, special focus, simply because when you talk about the challenges, they just multiply when you are a woman entrepreneur. But before that, I want to ask you this, that when you bet on an idea, or when you really sign on the dotted line, is it the person, is it the idea, or is it the sheer timing? Sometimes an idea is only relevant because of its timing. So what exactly is it that you decide on when you sign on the dotted line?
Gauri, most founders will tell you that, or you'll see it in startups, that the idea that they started with is not the idea that they ended with. Also, timing can change anything anyway. So these are not two constants. The only thing constant is the founder. So if it makes sense to bet on the person, right? Because along the way, there is sure shot that you have to do a pivot, most likely, or you have to adjust and change. So if you're not betting on the constant and you're betting on the idea or the timing, which are great to bet on, you might not end up with a jockey that's actually very robust. And so for me, it always makes sense to bet on the horse and the jockey and just see. And so I bet on the founder also because of the stage we come in. We come in fairly early, and you want to be betting on somebody who actually has the grit and the gumption and the passion to stay forward.
So the person behind the idea is
Absolutely.
The most important thing. Which brings me to ask this question about, when you are talking about $1 trillion plus economy, the next, 5 odd trillion, the next 10 trillion that we're talking about right now, through the lens of MSMEs. This is where we are, this is an emerging business conversation. We are putting the MSMEs at the center of this conversation. Where do you think those next big ideas are going to come from? Which are the sectors that you think? Which are the geographies that you think where, that next big idea could actually pop out from?
A great question. If you want to make money, one sector that we are very bullish on is the space sector. I'll give you a very interesting analogy. Do you know 1920, how many flights did mankind take every single day? In 1920, 106 years back, every single day, one flight was taken by mankind, including all government, non-government, all flights. Today, in 2025, we took off 1 lakh flights every single day. 3.65 crore flight takeoffs for the entire year. 2025, do you know how many space launches did we do? Including NASA, ISRO, SpaceX, all private, globally. Yeah. We did 317 space launches, successful space launches. That's under 1 per day. This is the moment for space technology. India will be at its forefront. I know our costs can be 1/8 of that of SpaceX because of our talent at ISRO. And I think space economy will be equal to Earth economy by 2070. And we are betting big on space economy. I'll give you, and for emerging businesses, I'll give you a very simple example. When we talk about AI, we are always thinking that, okay, India has lost the AI race. We don't have a fundamental model. My answer is, why do we have to always copy US or China? Why don't we focus on our MSMEs? I'll give you an example. There's a company called MTAR. They are building coolants for data centers. There is a lot of AI-allied services that Indians can provide. There's a company back in Bangalore called Dynamatic Tech. They build doors for Airbus, high-precision manufacturing. Okay. Today, we don't have, like for robotics, there's a component in robotics which is the actuator. Now, we don't have even a single manufacturing in actuators. So I believe that fundamentally for Industry 5.0 to come in, our MSMEs can become our biggest backbone. Okay. And I'm very bullish. I genuinely believe startups are overrated. I believe founders are overrated. Like, founders are celebrated for raising capital. The true heroes of our country are MSMEs, providing like 6.5 crore MSMEs, providing 13 crore jobs.
Yeah.
And I think this can easily go to 20 crores if we focus on high precision. Can we shift the manufacturing from Europe to India for AI-allied services? And I think that is the biggest opportunity for us.
Okay. Space you mentioned, high-tech manufacturing you mentioned. I'm going to come to the challenges bit in just a second. But Anisha, let me ask the same question to you. That, you know, when you talk about women entrepreneurs, when you talk about ideas and businesses that are led by women, which are those exciting avenues that you are really looking out for, where you expect budding women entrepreneurs to really take the lead?
Well, if you look at the last 10 years, you will see that in terms of consumer tech, you see a lot of women coming in, and there's a lot that they've been doing. I think the next 10 years are going to be different. And we're already seeing that happen. Women are now, there was a thing that was always said that women are not very deep tech oriented. This is a general perception. That being said, there are some very...
How do you defeat that perception?
Well, you just have a lot of amazing... I think if you see it, you can be it. And we're seeing now amazing female founders. So I too do an event with female founders, and 3 years ago, I could not find even one founder in the AI space talking about, and the one I found, I invested in her. And so my thing is, we're seeing that change completely. And the next 10 years are going to be completely different. You're seeing a lot more women experiment, go past consumer tech. Not that that's bad. We've innovated amazingly in consumer tech. But we're seeing now women build amazing stuff, brain mapping, and take that to a different level. So I think I'm very bullish about what we do in the healthcare ecosystem. I know Ritesh mentioned it. I think as India, there is a lot we can do. We have amazing data around it. We have a population that leans to it. Founders are building very, very cool startups in the health tech AI space. And we're one of the most affordable countries. If you actually, you try getting, try going to the ER anywhere else, they'll turn you away. It's ridiculous, the wait times for getting yourself checked anywhere. Here, it's just amazing. Go to Hyderabad, every second building is a healthcare hospital facility. It's fascinating the kind of stuff we've done here. So I think there's a lot of opportunity for MSME space to build around those sectors too in the healthcare ecosystem as well.
My takeaway from this particular conversation that we are having is that 3 years ago, women entrepreneurs couldn't be found in specific high-tech areas. 3 years later, you now have women entrepreneurs really leading the way when it comes to such areas. And those that are standing out are getting funding. And I think that's the most important part, that they are getting funding. Which brings me, Ritesh, to ask you this fact about, it may sound cliched, but at the end of the day, one needs to talk about the fact that what is really holding our entrepreneurial spirit back. We've spoken about access to resources, technology, capital. Putting all of this together, particularly for MSMEs, where do you think that fundamental gap still exists and where we really need to be focusing on?
I think talent, capital are no longer fundamental gaps. I genuinely feel one of the biggest fundamental gap, at least in the coming decade for India, will be resource, which will be hard resource. We're talking about minerals, we're talking about water, we are talking about very simple things, energy. I can tell you with the new data center scheme, India will be a magnet for so many data centers, and each data center requires gazillions of liters of water, and we will not have water.
No, but that's not an entrepreneur-specific issue, right? That's like a general issue. I'm talking about if you were to pick a particular constraint that entrepreneurs need to really focus on, MSMEs really need to prioritize, what would that be?
I think for MSMEs, it will be AI transition. The biggest threat and opportunity is AI transition. If you can really learn fundamentals of Cloud Cowork, you don't need to learn a lot of things. Basic Cloud Cowork, not even Cloud Code, you can really optimize your profits like anything. I don't think capital is a constraint today. Talent is getting there because of AI. You can actually get some of the best people to work for you without any cost. So I think AI transition is a huge opportunity as well as threat.
What about you?
I think we just need to tell ourselves. I think that somewhere we chose that narrative, hum AI mein piche reh gaye hain. I don't believe that narrative at all. I believe that it's not about getting there first, it's about who creates the most value. And that race is still to be won here. Yeah. And so if we had to do that, why would we not, as MSMEs, as anybody, try and look at that and say, okay, there's still a race to be won here, and it's not कि हम AI में पीछे रह गए हैं. So I think डर के आगे जीत है, and I just feel like that is the perception we need to take. Look at UPI. I mean, if you look at it, we did 240 billion transactions last year. That's scale. 660 million a day. I mean, that's crazy scale.
We're teaching a dozen odd countries in the world how to actually replicate that digital public infrastructure.
And it was we were at one point way behind in the digital payment space. So I think if we take that perception and say, hum yahan ruk gaye hain, ya whatever, then that's an issue. I think there's still a lot of opportunity and value to be created, and we're right there.
Which brings me to ask about technology cycles per se. You know, we're talking about AI adoption, we're talking about how soon can MSMEs really get onto the AI curve. One also needs to keep in mind that tech cycles itself are getting shorter and shorter. By the time you figure out the next technology, you already realize that, you know, you're behind the curve. How does good managerial talent get past that handicap?
I think learn. I tell this to everyone, and including myself, be paranoid. I'm a biology student. My most famous researcher is Charles Darwin, who said that it is not the fastest who will survive, it is not the largest who will survive, it is the one that changes with changing environment. And I think if you are able to cut short your learning cycles, if you are able to ensure that you can learn as quickly as you, if a new technology is coming, give 2 hours every single day and learn that technology. And I can tell you it is all about shortening your learning curve. Learning curve is what matters. I'll give you a very interesting example. There's a company called Stage. They build, they are the Netflix for Bharat. Within 3 months, they converted their entire content creation workforce to an AI bot. Out of 40 employees, only 1 employee was relevant and 39 had to be laid off. I can see in our portfolio companies, there is virtually no hiring happening. Every student right here, I can tell you one thing, you are going to see deep shit happening in the next 1 decade, and you need to be prepared, and that preparation will only come if you can be ahead of the learning curve. Learn AI. AI is one trend which is not like, it's not like metaverse. It is going to stay and it is going to impact your life like anything.
Anisha, are you also going to quote Darwin's theory of survival of the fittest, or are there any more things that you would like to add?
Right? To me, tech is not a department. So technology for me was never a department. It was an underlying horizontal function. I don't think AI is like something that's in a silo. It's something that we all will need to know, but it's not. It's just technology at the end of it. We all should know it, and it's just general daily wear. Look at it as, you know, just your usual processes that you have to do. So to me, I think if you look at it as like this big thing, then you're going to be scared, and that's the issue we'll have. I think if you look at it as something that just needs to be done and you're going to make it happen, you know, you'll find that you can fine-tune AI, Claude, Chat, whichever one you use, to your ecosystem very quickly. I know a 98-year-old founder who's using it and using it successfully. It's never too late in life. She's 98, she's doing it successfully, so you can do it.
Anybody can. Final question before we have like a quick rapid fire sort of a session, which is that a lot of people keep talking about, you know, learn from China, see how they've managed to do it in a decade, in a generation's time. We can, you know, replicate some of that. The question I want to ask you is that there are global best practices, there are global, ways in which China has been able to build certain models. Your assessment of how much of that can be replicated in India, and how much of lessons and learnings we can learn. It's not like China did everything right. Any mistakes that China made that MSMEs in India can learn from?
I think comparing our India with China or the United States is the biggest mistake. China is a very different economy. China, like if you go to China, like in India, a lot of people in India say that, oh, we can't speak out, the government is very stringent and all. And I tell them, dude, go to China.
Exactly, yes.
And you see, here in India today, you go on Instagram, there are 1 million reels mocking the leaders of our country. You cannot do that in China. I'm a huge believer and optimist for India. I believe that in India, a lot of things can be built, but with the India model. The way we have built the digital infrastructure for public, the way we have built UPI, I'll give you a very simple example. If you just talk about COVID vaccine certificate, in the United States, the certificates were physical. India is actually, if you talk about entering an airport, now I just reached the airport 45 minutes before because I know Digi Yatra is a phenomenal platform. So we should be actually thinking about things that have worked well for India. And we also need to understand we are a 142 crore Aadhaar population. In my view, 8 to 9 crore people will not have Aadhaar. Now, if you're talking about 150 crore people, those solutions will be very different from that of China. So I think we should not copy from China. Good things we can learn from China, 1 or 2, but believing in India, serving the Indian population. If you can work in India, you can work anywhere on the planet. So I'm a huge believer of the Bharat story.
Yes, very quickly, Anisha. Yeah.
It's the same. I think your race is your race, China's race is China's race. We're not racing. I think we take what we have and build on it. We've done it very successfully so far.
Okay.
I'm going to add on to what Ritesh said, which is if you can drive in India, you can drive anywhere. Similarly, if you can start up in India, you can start up anywhere. So go ahead and do that.
Okay. I am completely out of time. There are only 3 rapid-fire questions I'm going to ask both of you. 1-word answer each. And then we wrap this up. We have Jyotsna ji here as well in the next session. First question that I want to ask both of you. 1 word that describes most pitches that you reject.
No competition.
What about you?
Over complexity.
The most overrated word in startup in India right now.
Ironically, AI.
Unicorn. I hate that word.
Finally, 1 Indian company that you thought you had invested early on, that you wished you had invested in earlier.
Ritesh, you go first. This requires a lot of thought.
I have invested. Ather, like I was the earlier investor.
Yes.
So.
Anything else?
I don't
You have no regrets. Great, yes.
Well, I really like some of the founders. So I really like Zerodha. I think they've done a fabulous job. They haven't taken external. So I have deep respect for founders that have not raised money externally and still built great empires.
All right. That's a thought. Okay, I'm going to leave this there. Thank you so much, both of you, for a riveting
Thank you
session.
so much.
And we covered a lot of ground from the kind of MSMEs, the issues they face, what could be the next $1 trillion opportunity, where it lies, and who wants to wear the founder and investors hat. I'm going to leave it there. Thank you so much.
Because we have 26 seconds, I'll just say something. If you are building for Bharat, build for agriculture, build for healthcare, build for complex value chain systems, I can tell you there's a huge opportunity to make money and impact the country. 40% of, I just can't even imagine, 40% of population working in agriculture, just producing 15% of our produce. Massive value chains can be constructed there.
Agri-tech is an opportunity that lies right there. Thank you so much, both of you. Thank you.
Another round of applause, please, for Dr. Ritesh Malik and Anisha Singh for a fantastic conversation. And you heard right from the horse's mouth, agri-tech is where the next opportunities are. Okay, so now we move from the macro vision of the next decade straight into the digital engine that is driving it. One of the most powerful equalizers for India's small businesses today is digital commerce. It is fundamentally transforming how grassroots enterprises sell, borrow, manage operations, and connect with millions of new customers. To understand how we scale this digital empowerment, we're privileged to welcome a leader who has steered India's largest banking institution and remains at the absolute forefront of financial technology and governance. Please welcome for our next fireside chat, Mr. Rajneesh Kumar, former Chairman, State Bank of India. He will be in conversation with Gauri Dwivedi.
For decades, the story of India's small businesses was largely that of being a local one, a shop, a neighborhood, a network of relationships built over years. But that story now is being rewritten. A small manufacturer in a tier 3 city in India can now sell to a customer in another state, borrow against digital transaction history instead of physical collateral, run operations off a smartphone. The infrastructure enabling that shift, digital payments, e-commerce platforms, data-backed lending, has been one of India's quieter but most consequential set of transformations. Few people have actually watched this shift from as close to the center as Rajneesh Kumarji here. He's the former chairman of SBI, oversaw lending and digital transformation at a scale few institutions in the world can match. And since then, he continues to engage closely with how finance, technology, small businesses actually intersect and could decide the next wave of revolutions. Mr. Kumar, thank you so much for joining us in this summit. Let me start by asking you that when you look at India's MSME sector, when you look at the scale at which they operate, versus when you were at SBI, when you had that vantage point then, how much has digital actually moved the needle for the way small businesses operate?
I would say there is a complete transformation. It is not incremental. And if you compare it, say, I would say 2010 onwards, so much has changed in the ecosystem that everybody, whether it is SME, individual, we all leave a footprint, digital footprint.
Yes.
And many things in your opening remark, I think you would give a very good overview of what the digital ecosystem looks like. So now currently, so for example, I chair the board of Bharat Pay, and we have at least 3 million active merchants. And how do they get money? They get money on the basis of the use of the QR code we put on their establishment, and based on the transactions and the data analytics, it is a seamless process where a merchant can get them. So it was not possible if UPI was not there. And this is only one part, payment. Then we are living in an aggregator economy. This is an aggregator economy. Everything there is an aggregation, whether it is your Amazon or your Flipkart. They are aggregator. They are aggregators in health sector. They are aggregators in travel sector. So everywhere the footprint of the digital is so vast and so pervasive that nobody remains untouched. And leaving aside what are the negative sides of it, we are not here to discuss that, but otherwise it has proved to be a boon. Today, a small business, they can get and meet their banking and financial needs at a click. And that is I would say, a revolution and a complete transformation.
Indeed, a huge transformation. But अगर हम digital commerce की बात करें, बहुत सारी opportunities खुल गई हैं, बहुत market जो है अब खुल गए हैं जो पहले नहीं थे. Physically कोई इतना इस तरह से sale नहीं कर सकता है. But आपको लगता है क्या वो जितनी हम opportunity की बात करते हैं, जितनी potential की बात कर रहे हैं, वो पूरी तरह से अभी capture हो पा रही है, या आपके अनुमान में potential और भी बहुत ज़्यादा है, capture कम हो पा रही है?
नहीं, देखिए, इंडिया में जब हम लोग बात करते हैं तो पोटेंशियल हमेशा अनलिमिटेड ही होती है. इंडिया में ये तो कह ही नहीं सकते कि हमारी पोटेंशियल लिमिटेड है. 145 करोड़ लोगों का देश और उनकी ज़रूरतें पूरी करनी है, और जिसमें अभी भी एक बहुत बड़ा वर्ग ऐसा है जिसके मीन्स लिमिटेड है. तो इसमें पोटेंशियल तो हमेशा इंडिया में हमेशा अनलिमिटेड रही. लेकिन अगर आप स्टेटिस्टिक्स देखते हैं, डाटा देखते हैं, तो डिजिटल कॉमर्स पे ही आज फॉर एग्जांपल अमेज़न CEO इज़ इन दी कंट्री. तो उन्होंने कहा कि भाई $80 बिलियन का एक्सपोर्ट जो है 2030 तक हम MSME के लिए फैसिलिटेट करेंगे. इट्स नॉट अ कमिटमेंट दैट दे विल बाई, बट दे से वी विल फैसिलिटेट. और 20 बिलियन का हम कर चुके. गवर्नमेंट का पोर्टल है जैम, उस पर पिछले साल 5.5 लाख करोड़ का परचेजेज हुए. तो 30% का अनुमान है कि वो SME सेक्टर से आया. तो 1.5-2 लाख करोड़ का जो गवर्नमेंट का प्रोक्योरमेंट है थ्रू जैम पोर्टल, that is happening through what do you call e-commerce. तो जैसे जैसे इकोनॉमी की ग्रोथ होगी, हमारी जीडीपी बढ़ेगी. अभी हमारी जीडीपी कितनी है? 4 ट्रिलियन के आसपास. और अगर 2047 की बात करें और मान लीजिए यही इकोनॉमी 15 ट्रिलियन की होती, मैं तो बहुत मतलब कंजर्वेटिव और मॉडेस्ट एस्टिमेट ले रहा हूँ, और जो मुझे लगता है कि अचीवेबल है. ज़्यादा अचीव हो जाए बहुत अच्छी बात, लेकिन 15 ट्रिलियन तो काफ़ी अचीवेबल लगता है, जो कि करेंट ग्रोथ रेट है उसके हिसाब से कोई डाउट नहीं है. तो 4 गुना अगर ग्रोथ होने जा रही है तो उतना ही पोटेंशियल एमएसएमई सेक्टर के लिए होगा. हमारी जीडीपी का 30 से 32% तक आज एमएसएमई कंट्रीब्यूट करते हैं. तो पोटेंशियल तो कोई उसमें मेरे ख्याल से कोई बड़ा चैलेंज नहीं.
Rajneesh ji, access to finance has been one of the constant challenges that MSMEs have always faced. Now with digital data coming in, whether now there are transaction histories, there are online sales records, all of that, do you think they've solved that puzzle completely, or is that still something that leaves a lot for it to be really addressed?
देखिए, completely या perfectly वो तो वर्ड में यूज़ नहीं कर सकता, लेकिन अवेलेबिलिटी ऑफ क्रेडिट है और उसके इनेबलर्स हम लोग जो बात कर रहे हैं आज, जीएसटी का डाटा है, इनकम टैक्स का डाटा है, बैंक अकाउंट है. तो एमएसएमई को फंडिंग का कहीं क्रंच है. फिर गवर्नमेंट की कितनी स्कीम्स हैं. अगर आप माइक्रो एंटरप्राइज की बात करें, मुद्रा लोन्स हैं जिसमें कि गारंटी है मुद्रा. जो स्ट्रीट वेंडर्स हैं उनके लिए अलग स्कीम है. ये 2 स्कीम मैं मेंशन कर रहा हूँ, बट देयर आर होस्ट ऑफ स्कीम. फिर क्रेडिट गारंटी स्कीम है जिसमें कि 2 करोड़ तक के लोन कोलेट्रल फ्री मिलते. तो ये मुझे लगता है कि इट इज़ नॉट कि ये एक बड़े सेगमेंट का एक्सपीरियंस है, लेकिन अगर आप लोन लेने जाएं और अगर बाई चांस आपको लोन नहीं मिला तो आप तो ये कहेंगे सिस्टम बेकार है, मेरे को लोन नहीं मिला. लेकिन उसकी कोई ना कोई कहीं ना कहीं वजह होगी. लास्ट ईयर
आपके हिसाब से सिस्टम कैसा है अब?
मेरे हिसाब से तो सिस्टम बहुत अच्छा है, बहुत परफेक्ट है. बहुत से बैंक्स ने स्टेट थ्रू प्रोसेसिंग स्मॉल लोन्स के लिए है. स्टेट बैंक का अगर आप जो स्टेट बैंक का योनो एप्लीकेशन है, वन कैन अप्लाई एंड गेट लोन ऑन दैट एप्लीकेशन.
So now systems have become more robust,
very
transparent,
robust, more efficient, and the power of data analytics, which is today available to the lenders, it has helped them in keeping the नॉन परफॉर्मिंग लोन, जो एक बहुत बड़ी बैंकों की हमेशा चिंता रहती है और एक जिसकी वजह से पूरा ये प्रॉब्लम होती है एमएसएमई को लोन लेने के लिए, तो उसमें बहुत बड़ा सुधार आया है. बिकॉज आप डाटा एनालिटिक्स करके और डिफ़ॉल्ट रेशो जो है, व्हाट वी कॉल प्रोबेबिलिटी ऑफ डिफ़ॉल्ट, वो इस समय बेहतर प्रिडिक्ट कर सकते हैं. और यही वजह है कि जो एमएसएमई में 9-10% का नॉन परफॉर्मिंग लोन था, अभी लेटेस्ट स्टैटिस्टिक्स अगर हम लोग देखते हैं तो वो 4% पे आ गया.
That's a huge data point you are saying, that the NPA for MSME has actually shrunk from about 9 to 10% to just 4%. So
और ग्रोथ भी हाईएस्ट है पिछली बार. एमएसएमई सेक्टर की बैंकिंग जो है वो 20% पे, एंड दिस इज ऑल आरबीआई स्टैटिस्टिक्स, सो दैट इज आल्सो हाईएस्ट. तो अगर आपका बेस जो एमएसएमई का लोन बेस है वो 30 लाख करोड़ का है. बैंकिंग सिस्टम की बात कर रहा हूँ, शेड्यूल्ड कॉमर्शियल बैंक की, बाकी किसी की बात नहीं कर रहा हूँ मैं, जो फिनटेक्स हैं या अदर इंटरमीडियरीज हैं. और उसमें अगर 20% की ग्रोथ होती है तो 6 लाख करोड़ आपका जो है ग्रोथ हुआ. और 6 लाख करोड़ की ग्रोथ करने के लिए, क्योंकि रीपेमेंट भी होते हैं, तो कम से कम 12 से 15 लाख करोड़ का जो है लोन डिसबर्स हुआ. तो उसमें फिर ये आलोचना करना, मुझे लगता है कि ये मोर टू डू विद इंडिविजुअल एक्सपीरियंस और मे बी सम डेफिशिएंसी और दी सर्कमस्टांसेस, या जो बिजनेस है, अगर बिल्कुल आप नया बिजनेस है तो ज़रूर आपको बैंक से लोन मिलने में दिक्कत हो.
So it's a specific case that you're pointing out. Let me then ask you about the underwriting part. In your experience, what does good underwriting look like now for a small business, which may not have traditional collateral but does have years of digital transaction data?
That is the best way of underwriting.
Okay.
Because बैंकिंग में हमेशा से ये माना जाता है कि 2 चीज़ें बहुत महत्व करती हैं जब आप लोन देते हैं. एक तो आदमी की नीयत कैसी है, कैसा आदमी, सबसे पहले वो देखा जाता है. और अगर उसका कैश फ्लो हमारे पास आ रहा है जिसमें से कि आप लोन अपना रीपे करा लें, तो फिर डिफ़ॉल्ट का चांस बहुत कम हो जाता है। इंडिया में अभी भी कोलेट्रल से और लोन रियलाइज़ करना वो बहुत मुश्किल काम है। आपको जो है DRT जाना पड़ता है, आपको लीगल एक्शन लेना पड़ता है, वो इतना ईजी नहीं हो। तो कोई बैंकर नहीं चाहता कि मुझे जो है लीगल एक्शन लेके लोन रिकवर करना। जो मैं अपना एग्जांपल दे रहा था आपको भारत पे का, हम डेली इंस्टॉलमेंट रिकवर करते हैं। छोटा लोन है 85,000 1 लाख रुपए का, और EDI है, आपने EMI ज़्यादा सुना होगा, मैं EDI की बात कर रहा हूँ। तो डेली इंस्टॉलमेंट जो है वो एक बहुत छोटे अमाउंट का उनका कट जाता है, उनको पता भी नहीं लगता है, लोन भी रीपे हो जाता है, क्रेडिट हिस्ट्री बनी रहती है, और जो भी उनका अपनी वर्किंग कैपिटल की रिक्वायरमेंट है आसानी से पूरी हो जाती है। तो ये एक बहुत बड़ा चेंज है। और जो क्रेडिट के 3 C's हैं, आपका क्रेडिट वर्दीनेस, कैश फ्लो एंड कोलेट्रल, तो सबसे कम एम्फेसिस जो है वो कोलेट्रल पे ही होना चाहिए। अगर पहले 2 ठीक हैं तो तीसरे की ज़रूरत नहीं पड़ती।
I think the other aspect that many MSMEs face is about trust. Trust is hard to build at scale, and how do small businesses and digital platforms build enough of that trust to ensure that when they get in touch with lenders, that trust actually leads to solving their credit issues?
एक तो आजकल जो है ना, जैसा मैंने कहा कि डाटा काफ़ी अवेलेबल होता है आपके बारे में, कि आपका जो है अगर लोन नहीं भी है, बट व्हाट इज़ योर बिहेवियर दैट कैन बी प्रेडिक्टेड टू ए लार्ज एक्सटेंट बाय यूजिंग द डाटा अराउंड यू। और सबका आजकल जो है डिजिटल फुटप्रिंट अवेलेबल, और मैनी लेंडर्स दे डू डाटा मॉडलिंग एंड ट्राई टू डिटरमिन दैट इफ़ यू आर एन इंडिविजुअल एंड स्टिल अवे फ्रॉम द क्रेडिट मार्केट, या आपका फर्स्ट टाइम है, तो आपका बिहेवियर किस तरह का रहेगा, और आप लोन टाइम से पे करेंगे या नहीं करेंगे। तो अब जो नया बिजनेस आप स्टार्ट करते हैं वो तो एक अनसर्टेनिटी होती है। बिजनेस सक्सेसफुल होगा और आपका इंटेंशन टू पे है, फिर तो कोई दिक्कत वैसे ही नहीं है। लेकिन अगर बिजनेस सक्सेसफुल नहीं हुआ तब क्या होगा? तो ये स्ट्रगल आप भी कर रहे हैं, आप भी अपनी मेहनत लगा रहे हैं, और बैंक के लिए या जो पैसा दे रहा है उसके लिए भी ये थोड़ा एक चैलेंजिंग हो। लेकिन इसीलिए जितने भी ये गवर्नमेंट है उनकी जो गारंटी स्कीम्स हैं वो इसीलिए हैं, जो CGTMSE है वो इसीलिए कि भाई ठीक है, अगर बैंक रिस्क नहीं ले जाता तो कोई बात नहीं, लेकिन हम रिस्क को मिटिगेट कर देते हैं। गवर्नमेंट कैन अफोर्ड, गवर्नमेंट बजटरी प्रोविजन करती है। तो नहीं, इसमें अगर आपका बड़े स्केल पे थोड़ा काम कर रहे हैं, देन वेंचर कैपिटल और एंजल इन्वेस्टिंग है, देन बैंक कैपिटल इज़ नॉट द राइट। बैंक का तो पैसा थोड़ा सा जो है, जब तक कि कोई रिस्क मिटिगेशन नहीं है, तो नए वेंचर के लिए थोड़ा मुश्किल होता है।
The other aspect to it is that there is a certain informalization of MSMEs as well. You know, not maybe the larger MSMEs, but the smaller MSMEs do face that. And that informalization impacts access to credit. It impacts your digital transactions. How can that be addressed?
That's what again we are coming to the same thing कि आपका जो डाटा एनालिटिक्स है, भाई आपका आजकल उद्योग पे आपको रजिस्ट्रेशन कराना है। इफ़ यू आर ए रजिस्टर्ड यूनिट, आपका GST डाटा है, मान लीजिए आप अगर इनकम टैक्स रिटर्न फाइल करते हैं या नहीं करते हैं, हो सकता है ना भी करते हैं, लेकिन इस केवल GST के टर्नओवर के बेसिस पे अंडरराइटिंग करी जा सकती। और आपका क्रेडिट ब्यूरो का स्कोर भी, अगर आप नए हैं तो शायद नहीं होगा, लेकिन अगर क्रेडिट ब्यूरो का स्कोर है तो फिर आपका जो क्रेडिट ब्यूरो का स्कोर, जो GST का टर्नओवर का डाटा और जो आपका ट्रांजैक्शन का डाटा, तो स्मॉल लोन्स की अंडरराइटिंग के लिए तो ये सफिशिएंट है। जो बड़े लोन्स होते हैं जिसमें मशीनरी खरीदनी है, आपको 10 करोड़ की मशीनरी खरीदनी, तो वहाँ पे फिर अप्रेजल सिस्टम बदल जाता है। लेकिन जो वर्किंग कैपिटल की आपकी डे टू डे की 5 लाख, 10 लाख, 2 लाख, इस तरह की अगर कोई वर्किंग कैपिटल की रिक्वायरमेंट है, तो वो तो बैंक्स जो है आराम से इन 3 डाटा पॉइंट्स पे ही अंडरराइट कर सकते हैं।
From a banking point of view, from a policy point of view, if there were 1 or 2 important policy interventions that you would have thought of, or would have brought in right now to address concerns for MSMEs, what would those be?
नहीं, मेरा हमेशा से ये मानना है कि जो क्रेडिट है उसकी अवेलेबिलिटी को लेके उतना इशू नहीं है जितना कि हमारे कंट्री में अभी भी वेंचर कैपिटल डेवलप नहीं हुआ। आई एम टॉकिंग अबाउट नॉट द एस्टैब्लिश्ड बिजनेसेस। एस्टैब्लिश्ड बिजनेस को तो लोन मिल ही जाएगा, उनको तो बैंक क्रेडिट मिल जाएगा, सब कुछ मिल जाएगा। लेकिन जो हम लोग बात करते हैं नए बिजनेस की, नए स्टार्टअप की, उनके लिए थोड़ा डिफरेंट टाइप ऑफ कैपिटल चाहिए। और अगर आप मतलब हमेशा अमेरिका तो एक रोल मॉडल बन के रहता है इन सब चीज़ों में, इनोवेशन के मामले में, तो वहाँ का जो वेंचर कैपिटल के अराउंड इकोसिस्टम है, पर्टिकुलरली वेस्ट कोस्ट पे, इट इज़ एन अमेजिंग सिस्टम व्हाट वी बिल्ड। अभी हमारे कंट्री में अभी उसकी फिर भी बहुत अभी उसको डेवलप करने की ज़रूरत है। तो रिस्क कैपिटल जो नए वेंचर के लिए चाहिए वो बैंकों से आना बहुत मुश्किल है। It's a very different type of capital.
If there was one digital capability that you would want MSMEs to invest in, to focus on, to build on, what would that be?
No, it all depends upon the nature of business. इसमें कोई एक simple formula नहीं है, because when we say MSME, वो इतना बड़ा term है, किसी का एक अगर शॉप है वो भी पार्ट ऑफ MSME, माइक्रो एंटरप्राइज है। आजकल सर्विसेज और मैन्युफैक्चरिंग में कोई डिफरेंशिएशन नहीं है व्हेन इट कम्स टू दी डेफिनेशन। तो डिपेंडिंग अपॉन कि आप किस स्केल पे काम कर रहे हैं। अगर आप मैन्युफैक्चरिंग में, देन आपको बहुत ऑटोमेशन की आजकल ज़रूरत है। यू हैव टू यूज़ रोबोटिक्स, यू हैव टू यूज़ AI, यू हैव टू यूज़। बट अगर आप एक शॉप चला रहे हैं तो अलावा जो कि आपका QR कोड लगा हुआ है या पॉस मशीन लगी हुई है, आपका तो डिजिटल फुटप्रिंट वहीं से बन जाता है। तो आप और क्या इन्वेस्ट करेंगे, आपको तो इन्वेस्ट करें। सो व्हेन वी टॉक अबाउट इनोवेशन एंड दिस थिंग, ये जो एक तरह से इंजीनियरिंग के सर्विस एंटरप्राइजेज हैं या मैन्युफैक्चरिंग इंडस्ट्रीज़ हैं या जो सप्लाई चेन का पार्ट है, तो उसमें काफ़ी कुछ आजकल ऑटोमेशन की ज़रूरत है, बिकॉज आपको कॉम्पीट करना है एंड योर कॉस्ट ऑफ ऑपरेशंस, कॉस्ट ऑफ प्रोडक्शन, उसको जितना मिनिमाइज करके रखेंगे, ओनली देन यू कैन मेक अर्न मनी एंड सर्वाइव। जो पुराने तरीके हैं काम करने के, उनसे अब काम नहीं चल।
Given the fact that MSMEs are growth enablers, you mentioned that their NPA levels are much lower and they have come down, they are growth enablers. In your assessment, what can be the one policy intervention to boost that further? किसे हम tailwind के तौर पे एक काम कर सकते हैं? Growth बहुत है, NPAs कम है, क्या किया जा सकता है? और what is that one thing that we can build on to ensure this grows?
उसके लिए तो मार्केट एनालिसिस पहले करना पड़ेगा कि what is lacking। मतलब ये
In your assessment, what is lacking?
मेरे असेसमेंट में तो मैंने बोल दिया है कि जो रिस्क कैपिटल है, हाई रिस्क कैपिटल है, आवर कंट्री लैक्स दैट। बट अदरवाइज इफ आई लुक अराउंड, तो जितना इकोसिस्टम 15 साल में डेवलप हुआ है, इट इज़ अमेजिंग। अगर आपको जो है इनवॉइस डिस्काउंट करनी है, आप ट्रेड्स पे जाके इनवॉइस डिस्काउंट कर लीजिए। बहुत बड़ा इशू था कि टाइमली पेमेंट नहीं होता, लेकिन आज जो है ट्रेड्स का प्लेटफॉर्म अवेलेबल है और उस पर आप इनवॉइस डिस्काउंट कर लीजिए।
So then, are we then to believe that all the concerns of MSMEs have been addressed?
ऐसा नहीं होता।
They are
मैंने पहले ही
getting timely
बोला
payments.
कि we don't live in a perfect world and there is nothing like।
What are the imperfections? What are the imperfections?
Yeah. So, but we are a country of entrepreneurs. There are many emerging opportunities. They are different from what the existing traditional business was. So I can only say that this is all about the attitude, approach from the lending community side also, and the ways, not about technology, the ways you conduct your business. It cannot be that, this I have repeated several times, that you have 3 financial statements. एक अपने लिए, एक टैक्स अथॉरिटी के लिए, एक बैंक के लिए। वो ज़माना निकल गया। लेकिन अगर आपके ये सब ऑर्डर में है, तो मुझे नहीं लगता कि आज इतनी बड़ी कठिनाई है।
You've summed it up very well, sir. Thank you so much. Those times of having multiple bank statements, one for yourself, one for the bank and one for the CA, are gone. But I guess MSMEs have also embraced technology. They've embraced whatever the taxation changes that have come about. GST has streamlined all of it. And now, of course, as you mentioned, we are a country of entrepreneurs looking for the next leap. I'm going to leave it there, sir. Thank you so much for this conversation.
That was Mr. Rajneesh Kumar, former Chairman, State Bank of India. A round of applause for his conversation with my colleague Gauri Dwivedi. Thank you so much, Gauri and Mr. Kumar. Well, from the world of digital commerce, we now move into a sector that blends deep tradition with the demands of the modern market, the power of family-owned businesses and legacy enterprises. After all, building the businesses of tomorrow often means reinventing the incredible foundations that were built yesterday. For our next session, exploring how these institutions adapt to the digital era, I am delighted to invite to the stage Dr. Jyotsna Suri, Chairperson and Managing Director, Bharat Hotels, and welcome back to the stage Vedika Sood to take this conversation forward.
Good afternoon, everyone. Family businesses have long been the backbone of India's economy. They have built institutions, they've created millions of jobs and contributed enormously to the country's growth. But in today's fast-changing world, the challenge is no longer just preserving a legacy. It's reinventing it while staying true to the values that it was built on. Our next speaker has demonstrated that balancing act over decades of leadership. As Chairperson and Managing Director of Bharat Hotels, Dr. Suri has steered one of India's leading hospitality groups by combining tradition with innovation, embracing change, while never losing sight of the people and values that define great hospitality. Please join me once again in welcoming Dr. Suri. It's great to have you here, Dr. Suri. I want to start with 2006 in a way. When you took over Bharat Hotels and you were at the helm, I want to understand, how did you decide which aspects of the business were non-negotiable and which weren't?
I just want to put this a little bit in perspective. I was the joint managing director of the company already, and I had been working in that capacity for more than 15 years. In 2006, when I actually became the chairperson and managing director, the things that I was not going to allow anyone to negotiate with were the values, the strong values that were the basics of our company. And what were we going to change? You know, there's an ever-changing, ever-evolving expectation and demand of our customer. So we have to learn how to keep pace with them, and that's where we were, doing a fine balance between the values that we had and to keep pace with the ever-changing demands of our customers.
Great. Now, digital transformation is often spoken about in terms of technology, but is it different in the hospitality sector? Is it more about culture? Is it, more about mindset?
So, our industry is a very people-centric industry. It's an industry where people serve people. And while we have to take advantage of AI, technology has been a big, big boon for us. It helps us in collating information about our customers. It helps us in check-in, check-out. But it can never replace a human. And it cannot replace the ethos, the culture, the heritage that this country has. And our industry, as I said to you, is about people serving people. So we have to strike a very fine balance between the two.
If I can just jump in, why is it so different in India when you compare to other countries when it comes to hospitality? Because I remember 2 years ago, I was in Paris and I checked into a hotel. I was assuming, given the luggage that we had, and I had a kid there, someone would help us just lug it to the room, but everything was left to us. There was no conversation, no interaction. Turn to India and you see such warmth when it comes to hospitality. Why is it so different?
Well, it comes from Atithi Devo Bhava. That's the very basics of our culture, where we consider guest to be our God. And it's not necessary that you have to be a hotelier. Even in your own homes, you are taught how to respect a guest. So that's where the difference comes. And that's the cultural difference that we in India have a slight edge over the rest of the world.
When it comes to luxury and hospitality, what has remained timeless according to you?
Is how do you make the guest feel. So luxury has been changing and luxury is redefining. But the one thing that remains constant is that the guest should always feel welcomed. And if the guest is feeling welcomed and appreciated and is being taken care of, that I think is the biggest luxury that we can offer and what the guest can expect from us.
And you just spoke about how hospitality is a people-first business. It always has been. But, with AI coming in and automation becoming more common, how do you ensure technology enhances and doesn't replace the human experience?
No, like I mentioned, it cannot replace. And we have to be able to harness it and to use it to the best of our capabilities, which is what we are all doing. So we're taking advantage of all the elements that help ease up. For example, I mentioned to you that gives us information, data about our customers, likes and dislikes, makes the check-in and check-out much easier. But it is always going to be the human touch, and all the guests prefer that to anything else. I mean, AI can't smile at you, but the human being that is standing there in front of you is the one that actually exudes the warmth.
You have different sorts of clients and customers who come in. You have the young lot, you have the lot that's always been loyal, you have the elderly lot as well. Now, that's a lot of people and a lot of customer expectations. Right. And perhaps the challenge would be, how does someone preserve a brand's legacy while ensuring it remains relevant to all these people?
So that's where the data helps us. And we take advantage of the data. We have to be, our industry has to continuously stay in touch and keep up with the changing expectations, the demands, the newer generations that keep coming up. But it's not restricted to one generation. Our industry covers right from, from the very old to the very young. And that's where the human touch comes in. So our aim is to retain those values, to keep those values very, very strong, and at the same time, take good advantage of whatever AI can help us and the information that it gives us so that we can keep pace with the demands that are coming from the newer generation or the younger generation.
Dr. Suri, some family businesses reinvent themselves, like yours. Some don't manage to do that. They aren't successful in it. They struggle. So my question to you is, what separates those that endure?
So I think family businesses, first of all, I want to sort of clarify this, that we should stop treating this as a family business or a professionally run business. If a family business is run professionally, it is at par with any other professionally run business.
Very well said.
And that is where the endurance comes. So if it's the basics could be done, or the foundation is done by the family. However, if it is managed professionally, and if we have the right people in the right place, and it is working as a professionally run company would be, that's where the endurance is. And that's what we have done. So we've been able to continuously evolve and change simply because we are professionally managed right from the top to the bottom.
Dr. Suri, a lot of women are now entering leadership roles in family businesses or in professional lines, as you have called it right now. Mm-hmm. And if they are interchangeable, then they are. But I want to understand from you, are you seeing a genuine shift when it comes to women leading in the hospitality sector? What has changed and what still needs to be changed?
So there again, I come back to this, whether it's family business or it's professional or institutional or government, I think women have always had a challenge to reach the top leadership roles. So what happens is that the young people come in, and I'll come back to my industry now. So we have a lot of young girls who come in at the entry level. And then comes the time for them to get married and have children. And suddenly they take a back seat. Now their colleagues have probably gone on for 7 years or 8 years, and they get left behind. So when they come back into the race, they've actually lost those 7, 8 years or 5 years, and it becomes difficult for them to get to that point. And therefore, we notice that while there is a big number at that level, but as we begin to grow, we find that at leadership levels, they begin to come down. So we've actually created a very nurturing atmosphere, and we have not allowed a professional girl who's been working with us to lose out on that time. So we give her
How do you do that?
We give flexible working hours to her, and so she's able to continue working while she's at home. And then when she comes back into the fold, she hasn't lost all that time. And I want to tell you that my senior leadership level, I have 50% women working in our organization.
That's fantastic. That's great. That's commendable. Congratulations on that.
Thank you.
I want to talk about inclusivity as well, because Bharat Hotel stands for inclusivity, it stands for social responsibility, it stands for sustainability. How have these commitments then strengthened Bharat Hotels?
So, inclusion or inclusivity is not a buzzword for us. It's part of our DNA. And also, it's not something that we are striking off as charity. In fact, what we have realized is that when we include people from all backgrounds, from all walks of life, from capabilities or disabilities or gender, etc., we find that we've widened our scope. We get a lot more talented people. And I think what is the biggest asset is loyalty from these people. The loyalty to stay on, they appreciate what they are getting. And therefore, it is actually now, in fact, it always has been, not a charitable way forward, but actually a business model for us. And we find that it has really paid us very well. We have some fabulous people working for us. And like I said, the biggest asset is that loyalty. I also want to tell you that a lot of people in our industry have also followed suit. So it's done its bit by encouraging others to also have this inclusion as part of their DNA, not a box that has to be struck off.
So then would it be right to say doing the right thing always makes business sense, or it doesn't really have to make business sense from what you've just said?
Well, business sense, see, at the end of the day, as an entrepreneur, I have to make business sense of what I'm doing. So the aim is always to make sure that you do, the business-wise, it should be viable. But there are times when you take a decision which could be coming from the heart, and it may not. But because you've done the right thing, somewhere down the line, it is going to pay you back. So don't refrain from doing the good thing.
Great. I want to talk about Made in India for a moment as well. What does Made in India mean in luxury hospitality today, ma'am? And how can Indian brands be there globally, out there confidently, but remain unique?
So Made in India, I have to say that we are a very proud Made in India hotel chain. And we continue to remain like that. Not that we didn't start like that. I have to tell you that we did begin by Hilton, Intercontinental and Hilton managing us. We started as a Holiday Inn. But we realized very quickly that I don't think anyone can teach the Indians the art of hospitality. It's inborn in us. So our uniqueness as Made in India remains in the fact that we are deeply rooted in culture, and at the same time, we're completely contemporary in terms of our services, in terms of our product, and what we do get as a uniqueness, as you're asking, what is the uniqueness? The uniqueness is that warmth. The fact that nobody would help you with your bag. It'll never happen here in India. You can make sure.
We're spoiled here.
And rightfully so. I mean, the guests should be spoiled. So I think the uniqueness of being an Indian hospitality brand is that human warmth that we exude over and above. Perhaps there are many large chains which are huge and have huge number of rooms. We may not have that kind of inventory, but we certainly have more satisfaction.
A word on startups. You know, when we talk about startups, they usually dominate headlines. But when you talk about family businesses, they continue to generate millions of jobs and drive long-term economic growth. I want to understand from you, why do you believe they will remain central to India's growth story over the next decade?
The startups or the legacy business?
The legacy business.
So, you know, the legacy business was also a startup when it started. Nobody comes in, you know, as a legacy business. So today, if somebody is a startup, 10 years down the line will become a legacy business. And, you know, with Indians, we're entrepreneurial by nature. We will make it happen. So what we need are startups, which we are very happy about, because there's a lot of nurturing that is happening with startup. And these startups, if they continue and they get nurtured, they will become legacy businesses. When it comes to us, I mean, we were also a startup 40 years ago. My husband was an automobile engineer, forayed into hospitality 45 years ago, and then the legacy got built. So the legacy happens because of the startup. So we need the startups. And we need the legacy business, because you are so right that the job creation that happens because of these businesses. Yes, startups are more spoken about, but that's fine. We were also a startup at one point.
Last two questions. Many entrepreneurs are building first or second generation businesses. Now, looking back at your own journey, ma'am, what lessons would you share with an MSME aspiring to be a global brand?
Well, my advice is that please believe in yourself. Do not underestimate your own power. The fact that you are an SME today or an MSME today, you've already taken the first step and you've established yourself. Now, believe in yourself and keep going forward, because nothing is stopping you from becoming a global brand. I firmly believe in that.
All right. Now, every leader faces a defining moment. I want to understand what that defining moment was for you. When was it? And what was the biggest lesson you learned in leadership from it?
So the most defining moment for me was in the year 2008, when I dedicated all the hotels to my late husband, Lalit. Now, prior to that, we were not managing our own hotel. We were connected with Holiday Inn, with Intercontinental, with Hilton. And they come with a big brand with them, and they also come with a network of booking. Now, I broke all of that, and I decided that I was going to be independent. A lot of people in the industry thought I was not doing the right thing, but I never had a minute's or a moment's regret. For me, that was the most defining moment when we established ourselves as a homegrown, as an Indian brand, and I'm really proud of that.
And what did it teach you about leadership?
It taught me that if the leader believes in himself, and I'm coming back to the point I made earlier, I believed in what I was doing. I was so confident that I was doing the right thing, and because of my belief in what I was doing, it emanated down. So leadership really comes with the fact that you have to be confident in doing what you are doing and knowing that you're doing it correctly. Your team will follow very happily and make sure that you are a success, because a leader is only as good as his or her team is.
On that very positive note, thank you so much, Dr. Suri. Thank you for sharing your remarkable journey and insights with us today.
Thank you so much, Vedika, for having me here. I appreciate this completely.
Thank you.
Believe in yourself. There is nothing stopping you from becoming a global brand. When that advice comes from someone like Dr. Jyotsna Suri, you better believe it, because she knows what she's talking about. A round of applause, ladies and gentlemen, for Dr. Jyotsna Suri, Chairperson and Managing Director, Bharat Hotels. Right, ladies and gentlemen, it is now time for a very quick tea break to refresh and network. But whatever you do, please don't go anywhere. Make sure you grab your tea and you head straight back, because our evening session figures our biggest guest of the day right after this. You absolutely don't want to miss it. Please enjoy the tea, and we will see you back here at 5:30 p.m.
ऊंचाई पर पहुंचने के लिए जरूरी है इरादों का मजबूत होना, पर ऊंचे बने रहने के लिए सबसे ज्यादा जरूरी है इरादों का प्योर होना। इसीलिए गैलेंट एडवांस बनाते हैं ऐसा स्टील जो है अंदर से ज्यादा प्योर, ज्यादा मजबूत, ताकि हर आधुनिक निर्माण रहे फॉरएवर स्ट्रॉन्ग। गैलेंट एडवांस TMT रीबार, निर्माण का रियल हीरो।
नई दिल्ली महज एक शहर नहीं, एक विचार है जो हर दौर में खुद को नए रंग में ढालता है। यहाँ इतिहास सिर्फ पत्थरों में नहीं, नई इमारतों, नए सपनों में जीता है। ये वो दिल्ली है जहां नया संसद भवन वास्तुकला में आत्मविश्वास का प्रतीक है। कर्तव्य पथ राष्ट्र की गरिमा को सजीव करता है। प्रधानमंत्री संग्रहालय लोकतंत्र की यात्रा दिखाता है। नेशनल वॉर मेमोरियल और पुलिस मेमोरियल बलिदान की स्मृति को भविष्य से जोड़ता है। नेशनल चरखा म्यूजियम आत्मनिर्भरता का संदेश देता है, जहां अंबेडकर इंटरनेशनल सेंटर और अंबेडकर नेशनल मेमोरियल समावेशी भारत की नींव मजबूत करता है। नई दिल्ली देश को एक साथ देखती है भारत दर्शन पार्क में, दुनिया से संवाद करती है भारत मंडपम और यशोभूमि से, इतिहास टटोलती है मेहरौली आर्कियोलॉजिकल पार्क में, शौर्य और शहादत को याद करती है शहीद पार्क में और पर्यावरण को नमन करती है बानसेरा में। प्रधानमंत्री नरेंद्र मोदी के विजन और दिल्ली सरकार के एग्जीक्यूशन में दिल्ली विरासत के साथ विकास की सोच को आगे बढ़ाती एक वैश्विक राजधानी है जो अतीत को नमन करते हुए नए भविष्य की ओर बढ़ती है। दिल्ली, जहां हर सुबह में है इतिहास की गूंज, हर शाम में भविष्य के सपने। ये शहर भावनाओं, विरासत और ऊर्जा का संगम है, जहां सदियों पुरानी कहानियां आज की रफ्तार से कदम मिलाती हैं। यहाँ हर सड़क, हर गली, हर बाजार, हर चौक चौराहे पर भारत की आत्मा धड़कती है। तभी तो दिल्ली देश का दिल है। यहाँ लाल किला सत्ता और शौर्य की कहानी कहता है, हुमायूं का मकबरा स्थापत्य की शान, कुतुब मीनार समय की ऊंचाई, जामा मस्जिद आस्था की भव्यता रचता है, लोटस टेम्पल शांति का संदेश देता है और अक्षरधाम मंदिर आध्यात्म को जीवंत करता है। दिल्ली की संस्कृति सजीव हो उठती है दिल्ली हाट में, जहां भारत के रंग, स्वाद और शिल्प एक जगह मिलते हैं। कलाम मेमोरियल प्रेरणा देता है, गुरु तेग बहादुर मेमोरियल बलिदान का स्मरण कराता है और आजाद हिंद ग्राम आजादी की चेतना जगाता है। यहाँ के फेयर और फेस्टिवल दिल्ली को उत्सवों का शहर बनाते हैं, तो अमृत उद्यान, लोधी गार्डन, सुंदर नर्सरी, नेहरू पार्क और गार्डन ऑफ 5 सेंसेस इस भागती राजधानी को ठहराव और सुकून देते हैं। ये दिल्ली है जहां हर कदम पर भारत धड़कता है।
ऊंचाई पर पहुंचने के लिए जरूरी है इरादों का मजबूत होना, पर ऊंचे बने रहने के लिए सबसे ज्यादा जरूरी है इरादों का प्योर होना। इसीलिए गैलेंट एडवांस बनाते हैं ऐसा स्टील जो है अंदर से ज्यादा प्योर, ज्यादा मजबूत, ताकि हर आधुनिक निर्माण रहे फॉरएवर स्ट्रॉन्ग। गैलेंट एडवांस TMT रीबार, निर्माण का रियल हीरो।
सादा सा रंग है बिखरे यहाँ की फिजा में खास महक मोहे दीनों दिल्ली को मोरे दिल में बसे
ऊंचाई पर पहुंचने के लिए जरूरी है इरादों का मजबूत होना, पर ऊंचे बने रहने के लिए सबसे ज्यादा जरूरी है इरादों का प्योर होना। इसीलिए गैलेंट एडवांस बनाते हैं ऐसा स्टील जो है अंदर से ज्यादा प्योर, ज्यादा मजबूत, ताकि हर आधुनिक निर्माण रहे फॉरएवर स्ट्रॉन्ग। गैलेंट एडवांस TMT रीबार, निर्माण का रियल हीरो।
नई दिल्ली महज एक शहर नहीं, एक विचार है जो हर दौर में खुद को नए रंग में ढालता है। यहाँ इतिहास सिर्फ पत्थरों में नहीं, नई इमारतों, नए सपनों में जीता है। ये वो दिल्ली है जहां नया संसद भवन वास्तुकला में आत्मविश्वास का प्रतीक है। कर्तव्य पथ राष्ट्र की गरिमा को सजीव करता है। प्रधानमंत्री संग्रहालय लोकतंत्र की यात्रा दिखाता है। नेशनल वॉर मेमोरियल और पुलिस मेमोरियल बलिदान की स्मृति को भविष्य से जोड़ता है। नेशनल चरखा म्यूजियम आत्मनिर्भरता का संदेश देता है, जहां अंबेडकर इंटरनेशनल सेंटर।
Right, ladies and gentlemen, I hope you've all had a good tea. I'd like to request everyone to please come back inside the hall and take your seats, because the Honorable Chief Minister of Delhi, Srimati Rekha Gupta, is going to be with us very, very shortly in time for the evening session of the NDTV Emerging Business Conclave. So please take your seats, everyone.
ऊंचाई पर पहुंचने के लिए जरूरी है इरादों का मजबूत होना।
Really turn to the heart of the nation. As our capital and one of our largest urban economies, Delhi is a massive powerhouse, home to millions of traders, small businesses, startups, and entrepreneurs who drive economic activity and employment. To truly build the businesses of tomorrow, we need to understand the blueprint for our growth capital. To deliver our final keynote address on the vision for Delhi at 2047, India's growth capital, we are deeply privileged to welcome our chief guest for the evening, Srimati Rekha Gupta, the Honorable Chief Minister of Delhi. आइए मैम.
थैंक यू सो मच. आज का ये इवेंट जो सुबह से यहाँ चल रहा है और बड़ी बड़ी हस्तियाँ मुझे सामने नज़र आ रही हैं, मैं बधाई देना चाहती हूँ NDTV को, जिन्होंने आज देश के उस विज़न की बात की है जिसके लिए देश के प्रधानमंत्री लगातार 140 करोड़ भारतीयों को जोड़ रहे हैं. विज़न विकसित भारत 2047, विकसित दिल्ली 2047, जब उसकी बात करते हैं तो उसमें इन्वेस्टर्स की, उद्यमियों की और पॉलिसी लीडर्स की क्या भूमिका रहने वाली है, ये अपने आप में बहुत महत्वपूर्ण है. बहुत ज़्यादा इस विषय पे चर्चा करने की ज़रूरत है जो आज NDTV के माध्यम से हम यहाँ करने वाले हैं. और इसमें भी कोई दो राय नहीं है कि जब भारत के विकास की बात करते हैं तो भारत के विकास का रास्ता दिल्ली विकसित हो, इससे होकर ही गुज़रता है. बिना विकसित दिल्ली के तो विकसित भारत संभव ही नहीं है. इसलिए भी आज विकसित दिल्ली की बात करना बहुत ज़रूरी है. और भारत के ग्रोथ का इंजन भी दिल्ली को हम कहें तो इसमें कोई अतिशयोक्ति नहीं है कि दिल्ली बढ़ेगी, भारत बढ़ेगा और हर एक भारतवासी आगे बढ़ेगा. मैं इतना कह सकती हूँ कि दिल्ली में वो सभी सुविधाएं उपलब्ध हैं, वो सभी अपॉर्चुनिटीज़ हैं जिसके कारण से विकसित भारत का सपना साकार होने जा रहा है. कंज्यूमर की मार्केट की बात कहें, वर्ल्ड क्लास एयरपोर्ट की बात करें, मेट्रो की बात करें, जो कि पूरे देश में सबसे बड़े नेटवर्क के साथ दिल्ली में मेट्रो हम सब के बीच में है. डिजिटल इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर की अगर मैं बात करूं तो दिल्ली से बेहतर कहां पे डिजिटली हम अपने आप को इक्विप कह पाएंगे. लार्जेस्ट सर्विस इकोनॉमी जो होस्ट करता है वो दिल्ली है. और जहां पे स्किल्ड मैन पावर अपने आप में बहुत बड़ी मात्रा में उपलब्ध है. आज पूरे देश को दिल्ली से युवाओं के द्वारा मैन पावर सप्लाई हो रही है. और मैं ये कह सकती हूँ कि टैलेंट का जो पूल दिल्ली में है वो शायद ही कहीं और हो. तो दिल्ली में बहुत सारी संभावनाएं हैं. और दिल्ली वैसे भी वो प्यारा शहर है जो सबको, पूरे देश से कोई भी राज्य से, किसी भी राज्य से कोई व्यक्ति दिल्ली में आता है तो दिल्ली ये नहीं कहती कि भाई आप कौन हो, क्यों आए हो. दिल्ली बड़े प्यार से उसे गले लगाती है, अवसर देती है, उसके टैलेंट को मौका देती है और आगे बढ़ने के, काम करने के हर एक अपॉर्चुनिटी उसको दी जाती है. इसलिए दिल्ली जैसे प्यारे शहर में आप सभी का मैं बहुत बहुत अभिनंदन करती हूँ, स्वागत करती हूँ. और ये भी कहना चाहूँगी कि दिल्ली शहर को पिछले 1.25 साल में जब से हमारी गवर्नमेंट बनी है, हमने अपॉर्चुनिटीज़ से भरा है. हमने ईज़ ऑफ डूइंग बिजनेस की हर तरीके से तैयारी इस शहर में की है, जहां मिनिमम गवर्नमेंट हो और मैक्सिमम गवर्नेंस हो. ऐसा पूरे के पूरे हमारा जो सिस्टम है, एडमिनिस्ट्रेशन है, उसको हमने जारी किया है. जिस तरीके से नई नई पॉलिसी लगातार दिल्ली में बनाई जा रही है, चाहे वो वेयर हाउस पॉलिसी हो, सेमीकंडक्टर पॉलिसी हो, स्टार्टअप पॉलिसी हो या दिल्ली ड्रोन पॉलिसी हो, हर एक पॉलिसी अपने आप में एक नई अपॉर्चुनिटी है. हम ऑरेंज इकनॉमी की बात करते हैं, हम कॉन्सर्ट इकनॉमी की बात करते हैं कि दिल्ली से जो दूर होती जा रही थी वो कॉन्सर्ट इकनॉमी हम फिर से दिल्ली में लेके आए. हम दिल्ली शहर को मेडिकल हब के रूप में पूरे वर्ल्ड को प्रस्तुत करना चाहते हैं। हम दिल्ली को एक एजुकेशनल हब के रूप में पूरे देश के सामने प्रस्तुत करना चाहते हैं कि जहां दुनिया से कोई भी व्यक्ति आए, उसकी ऑप्शन में कोई शहर अगर पहली प्रायोरिटी में हो तो वो दिल्ली होना चाहिए। ऐसा हम दिल्ली शहर को कहना चाहते हैं। मैं उस दिल्ली को भी रियलिटी में बदलना चाहती हूँ, जहाँ पे हर व्यापारी को, छोटा हो बड़ा हो, एक ग्लोबल मार्केट से उसका जुड़ाव हो, डिजिटल मार्केट की महारत उसको हासिल हो, और एमएसएमईज़ को विशेष रूप से हम ताकतवर बनाना चाहते हैं। स्किल में उसकी महारत हो, स्किल प्रशिक्षण उसको हम दें, डिजिटल बाज़ारों में उसकी इन्वॉल्वमेंट हो, और वो दिल्ली शहर से करना मुझे लगता है कि बेहद आसान हो सकता है। पूरी दुनिया के लिए यहाँ अपॉर्चुनिटीज़ हो सकती हैं, और दिल्ली की सरकार लगातार इस दिशा में काम कर रही है। पिछली सरकारों में बजट जो कि बहुत कम होता था, पहली बार दिल्ली राज्य का बजट 1 लाख करोड़ का हमने प्रस्तुत किया, जिसमें कैपिटल एक्सपेंडिचर अपने आप में बहुत बड़ी अमाउंट में है। पिछली सरकारों में यदि कैपिटल एक्सपेंडिचर 5,000-7,000 करोड़ का होता था, उसे हमने लगभग 30,000 करोड़ पे पहुंचाया है, जो दिल्ली के इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर को नए आयाम पे लेके जाएगा। रोड्स हों, एक्सप्रेसवेज हों, मेट्रो हो, ट्रांसपोर्टेशन हो, फ्लाईओवर्स हों, हर एक चीज़ दिल्ली की ज़रूरत के हिसाब से हो, इसकी तैयारी दिल्ली सरकार कर रही है। पहली बार दिल्ली में 56,000 करोड़ 56,000 करोड़ का ड्रेनेज मास्टर प्लान बनाया गया है। जितनी लीगेसी प्रॉब्लम दिल्ली में कही जाती थी, अक्सर इसके बारे में जब बात होती थी, राहुल जी तो मुझे ध्यान है कि पहला शो था और राहुल जी ने होस्ट किया था, तो उन्होंने बड़ा ज़ोरों से मुझसे पूछा था कि यमुना जी का क्या करेंगे मुख्यमंत्री जी, आप पॉल्यूशन का क्या करने वाली हैं। तो वो सारे सवालों के जवाब हमने अपने इस 1 साल में तैयार किए। बहुत ही साइंटिफिक रोड मैप के साथ आज सरकार काम कर रही है, और हम ये मानते हैं कि पॉल्यूशन जो है कोई सर्दी के 2 महीने का काम नहीं है, ये राउंड द ईयर पूरा 12 महीने काम करने का प्लान है। और मुझे खुशी है कि आज ही दिल्ली को हमने देश की सबसे बड़ी ईवी पॉलिसी लॉन्च करके दी है, जिसमें 15,000 करोड़ दिल्ली सरकार इन्वेस्ट कर रही है, ताकि ये जो शहर है दिल्ली, जो देश की राजधानी है, यहाँ सबसे ज़्यादा ईवी व्हीकल हो, कनेक्टिविटी हो, लास्ट माइल कनेक्टिविटी हो, और पॉल्यूशन की दिशा से अगर हम देखें तो एमिशन फ्री हमारा सारा ट्रांसपोर्टेशन होना चाहिए, चाहे वो गवर्नमेंट ट्रांसपोर्टेशन है या हमारे निजी व्हीकल हैं। तो एक बहुत बड़ी योजना, एक बहुत बड़ी पॉलिसी आज हमने दिल्ली को दी है ईवी के रूप में, ताकि दिल्ली शहर के हर व्यक्ति को ईवी खरीदना आसान हो, उसको इस्तेमाल करना आसान हो, और पूरे शहर को हम ईवी इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर के साथ लेस करें, ताकि हमारी बसेस हों, लोगों की गाड़ियां हो, 2 व्हीलर्स हो, 4 व्हीलर्स हो, हर चीज़ को हम ईवी इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर दे सकें। और इसी तरीके से मुझे लगता है इस पे जोरदार ताली बजाई जा सकती है, क्योंकि जब ये बात होती थी कि भाई राइट टू ब्रीथ की बात करते थे, दिल्ली वाले इस चीज़ से बड़ा परेशान थे। दिल्ली वाले क्यों, पूरे देश के लोग दिल्ली की आने के सोचते थे, तो लगता था भाई पॉल्यूशन में कैसे जाएंगे। तो ये बहुत बड़ा कदम है दिल्ली शहर को पॉल्यूशन फ्री करने के लिए। इसी तरीके से हमने यमुना की सफाई, कूड़े के पहाड़, हर एक प्रॉब्लम को समाधान देने के लिए काम किया। आज आप जा कर के देखिए कि कूड़े के पहाड़ लगभग 1/3 पोजीशन पे आ चुके हैं, और आने वाले समय में मैं अगर कहूं कि 6 महीने या 1 साल के भीतर तीनों कूड़े के पहाड़ दिल्ली से ख़त्म हो जाएंगे, और वेस्ट मैनेजमेंट का जो सपना दिल्ली देखती थी, या पूरे दुनिया में जो इमेज दिल्ली की होनी चाहिए थी, हम उसे इम्प्लीमेंट कर पाएंगे। ये सारी बातें मैं इसलिए कह रही हूँ कि बहुत सारी बिजनेस अपॉर्चुनिटीज़ इस दिल्ली शहर में है। आप सोलर में काम करना चाहें, आप वेस्ट मैनेजमेंट में काम करना चाहें, आप आईटी में काम करना चाहें, आप होटल मैनेजमेंट में काम करना चाहें, आप हेल्थ सेक्टर में काम करना चाहें, एजुकेशनल सेक्टर में काम करना चाहें, दिल्ली बाहें फैला करके आप सबका स्वागत करना चाहती है। और पूरी तरीके से ये कह सकती हूँ कि दिल्ली केवल गवर्नमेंट के नाते नहीं, बल्कि गवर्नमेंट ग्रोथ पार्टनर के नाते आप सबके साथ जुड़ना चाहती है, ग्रोथ पार्टनर के साथ के नाते काम करना चाहती है। और इस दिल्ली में आपके आने पर बहुत सारी वो फैसिलिटीज़ जो आप सोचते हैं, सिंगल विंडो सिस्टम के माध्यम से लाइसेंसिंग हो, बहुत सारी फैसिलिटी सरकार के माध्यम से हम अपने उद्योगपतियों को दें, इंडस्ट्रीज़ को दें। सरकार ने इसकी पूरी कार्य योजना बनाई है और दिल्ली में एक टेक्नोलॉजी ड्रिवन एडमिनिस्ट्रेशन हो, आपकी इंडस्ट्री हो, व्यापार हो, इसके लिए पूरी तरीके से दिल्ली सरकार वचनबद्ध है, अपना काम कर रही है। और जितनी भी अटकी हुई, लटकी हुई या भटकी हुई चीज़ें दिल्ली में थी, उसको हमने लाइन अप किया है। मैं इतना कह सकती हूँ कि पॉलिसी हम बना रहे हैं, पार्टनरशिप आपके साथ करेंगे और लोग जब आगे आएंगे तो दिल्ली प्रॉस्पेरिटी के नए मानक साबित करने वाली है। देश के विकास के लिए, दिल्ली के विकास के लिए मैं अपनी बात को कुछ इन शब्दों के साथ कहना चाहूँगी कि कम बिल्ट इन दिल्ली, कम इनोवेट इन दिल्ली, इन्वेस्ट इन दिल्ली, डेवलप इन दिल्ली, build the India of 2047 together. Thank you so much. आप सबको मेरी ओर से बहुत ढेर सारी बधाई, शुभकामनाएं। राहुल जी, आपकी पूरी टीम को बधाई देती हूँ, पूरी NDTV टीम को, जिन्होंने इतने अच्छे इनिशिएटिव के साथ आज का ये आयोजन किया। दिल्ली सरकार की ओर से भी आपको बधाई। थैंक यू सो मच।
A huge round of applause, ladies and gentlemen, for the Chief Minister of Delhi, Srimati Rekha Gupta ji, for that powerful and visionary address to close out our sessions. Ladies and gentlemen, what an incredible day it has been, from navigating the complexities of AI and the future of work to driving green growth, empowering our vital MSMEs and reinventing legacy family businesses. We have truly mapped out the roadmap for building the businesses of tomorrow. On behalf of NDTV, a massive thank you to all of our distinguished speakers for sharing their brilliance, our partners for making this event possible, and most importantly, to all of you for having been such a wonderful audience. Give yourselves a round of applause, please, ladies and gentlemen. The NDTV Emerging Business Conclave was co-powered by LIC Housing Finance Limited, FTC Electrol, Paramount Wires and Cables, Sambhav Steel Pipes and Tubes, Swasthi, Sweetie Mouth Freshener, JK Super Cement, Rosa Herbal Care, Lounge Partner, Gallant TMT Rebars and Simani Energy Solutions, Adani Ports and Logistics, Special Partner, Chaudhary Charan Singh International Airport, Lucknow, Associate Partners, Shri Badrinath Vaikalpik Urja Limited, P-Mark Oil and Zalim Lotion. Drive safe and have a wonderful evening. Thank you for being with us.